Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku's Realities Collided Brutally? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Monday? Eraser Head. Shota froze abruptly, spinning around to where the voice had come from. He's perched on the edge of a building, high enough up that people don't tend to notice him, especially at this hour. He's honestly a bit surprised by the voice, his gaze instantly dropping to the direction of the call. The voice comes from the ground, a darkened alleyway. There's no lighting, and from this distance he can hardly make out anything below, even when he squints. The thing is, he doesn't get identified. Never in his life had his hero name been called out randomly when he's on patrol. Villains know his name, but not his face or costume, and heroes on similar routes wouldn't call out to him. Someone, whoever this is, knows him when they shouldn't. They know him enough to know his name, and be able to match it to his costume to know his patrol route. Nothing about this was normal. He doesn't call back, just keeps silent until a figure, fairly small, emerges from the shadows. He sees the calculating tilt of the figure's head just barely as he, judging by the voice, PPS his attention back and forth appearing formulating. Shota still doesn't announce his presence any more than already announced. He has no idea who this person is, even if the voice is faintly familiar. That though, means nothing to a hero. Not every voice he hears is that of a friend, even if this one does sound friendly. Shota recoils in surprise, almost losing his footing as he jarks to his full height, when the small figure lights up with sparks of green. It's obviously a quirk, but like no quirk Shota has seen before. It's almost blinding how the lightning coils around the small figure as if it's coursing through his veins. Shota watches stunned as whoever this is bounces swiftly between the building Shota is perched on and the neighboring building like a game of Pong. When the person was close enough to the top, they took one last quirk-enhanced leap before landing with precision on the side of Shota's building and scaling the rest of the way up until he could pull himself up over the ledge. The figure wheezes when he's finally got both feet on the rooftop, hunched over as he is in a couple deep breaths. "Am so glad I found you. I've been looking for hours." The voice is young, Shota knows that much. The small stature makes it obviously clear that this is a teenager, probably no older than his own first-year students. Shota can't help but wonder what this teenager is doing out at this time, using a quirk no less. Does he not know the laws? Shota squints once again at the figure, finally able to take him in as he's bathed in the pale moonlight. The child wears green, a full suit of green with black detailing. It's one solid piece, and it's ripped and torn, dirty. There's a hood on the green costume, but it's almost completely torn in two. Still, Shota spies dark green curls hidden behind torn fabric. He frowns as he takes the child in completely. It almost looks like a hero costume, maybe, but there's absolutely no way this kid is a licensed hero. He's far too young. But he also isn't a student that Shota knows. He's doubtful the teen is older than 15. And Yui is the only hero school in the radius. This kid is definitely not a 1A or a 1B student. And if he were, he'd know that quirk usage is prohibited. Still, he can't ignore the fact it looks like this child has been in a fight quite recently. He wouldn't be surprised if he was injured or bruised beneath that costume. The teacher and pro-hero tug at the cautious part of Shota's thoughts until, "What happened to you?" Despite staring at Shota, the teenager startles before releasing a breath when he's addressed. He rubs at the back of his neck before pausing, almost as if the question finally hits him. The calmness in the boy's face jolts to something more nervous and cautious. Don't you remember? The fight? The villain? I saw you doing crowd control. Remember?" Shota PPS an eyebrow, arms crossing over his chest. He doesn't know what the kid's getting at, but he hasn't been in a fight tonight, and certainly not with whoever this is. "Kid, I don't even know you. And there's no way in hell I'd be in a fight with someone like you. You're a literal child." "Won't?" The kid is in a shaky breath, reaching up to rake his fingers through dirty green curls. Shota furrows his brow as the child takes a shaky step back away from him, but doesn't try to leave. "You don't remember. It's me, Eraserhead. It's Midoria." Midoria. The name rings a bell, honestly. But he can't put his finger on why. Please, the child begs desperately, you've gotta remember. I'm Midoria, sensei, Midoria Izuku. Please, you know me. Please tell me you remember me. The name clicks into place and Shota feels his lip curl in disgust. What the hell is this? What kind of ruse is this? What kind of a setup? What the hell does this guy have planned here? What's his angle? Shota knows that name God. There isn't a pro who doesn't at this point. Shota sneers at the teenager across from him. His defense raises like the hairs on the back of his neck as he glares steadily, ready and waiting for whatever will come from this encounter. He narrows his gaze when the teen shifts. Just the thought of sharing this rooftop with Japan's most notorious villain makes his skin prickle. Deku. Why yes. The teenager cries out in relief, taking a small step towards Shota. I'm Deku. I'm so glad you. Deku. Shota growls darkly, flicking out his capture weapon hastily to snag the villain before he can make his move. He's quick to tug it taut, leaving no room for Deku to escape. You're under arrest. And what? W8. Tuesday? Deku doesn't say a thing. They're at the station now. He'd dragged the villain there himself, not trusting waiting for any backup or a police escort. The faster he had Deku really contained, the better for the entirety of Japan. Now, Deku is contained in quirk-canceling cuffs, cuffed to the table in one of the interrogation rooms. He looks, well, scared is what Shota would say. It's not fear of being arrested and detained, it's more. Genuine fear. A genuine fear that Shota can't place. Shota stands behind the two-way glass with Tsukachi, both of them watching the teenager intently. Deku hasn't spoken since his arrival at the station, just kept his head ducked as he wrings his hands together nervously. The teen tugs and prods at his own hands, and it frankly looks like it hurts. This is Deku? Tsukachi asks it. Shota's side, eyes studying the child as his lips curl downwards into a small frown. I expected him to be. I don't know. Angrier? To have more attitude? He's been caught, he's not even smug about it. I expected more smart responses. He just looks defeated. Terrified, Shota adds with a grimace. He shakes his own frown away, forcing his features back to indifference as he crosses his arms over his chest. Yeah, that's really Deku. Midoriya Izuku. He introduced himself. Confirmed who he was. That's him. No doubt. Tsukachi crosses his own arms over his chest, frown deepening as he finally tears his gaze away from the teenager locked to the table in the room. Something doesn't feel right here, Eraser. That much Shota can agree with. This is weird. This whole thing. Deku searching for him. Deku basically turning himself in. Deku had put up almost no resistance when trapped in Shota's capture weapon. He hadn't squirmed, or seemed surprised after that initial shock of it constricting around him. It didn't make sense because everyone always tried to wriggle out of his scarf, and it was always a futile effort. But Deku hadn't. He'd just slumped into its hold and gave up entirely. He'd given up before even trying, like he knew it was useless to even entertain the idea of escaping. But how could he know? The more he sees of this kid, the more questions he has. Upon arrival, after being cuffed and released from the capture weapon, the pouches on Deku's utility belt had been emptied and examined. He'd been patted down like any criminal, and the teen had been so close to tears Shota had almost wanted to promise it would be all right. He didn't. This is still Deku, the villain who'd brought the world of heroics to its knees in nothing more than a year. The villain who's had a hand in ending dozens of heroes' careers, and who'd assisted Shigaraki with his attacks on Yui, endangering Shota's kids on more than one occasion. They hadn't found a lot of things on his persons, but there was a Yui ID card, one that Shota knows doesn't exist. It's a fake, it has to be, but he'd still spent a good hour staring down at Midoriya Izuku's smiling little face trying to figure out how it was faked. How something fake could be so realistic. When they'd found the card, Shota had gotten into contact with Nizu, because who else was there to call except for the smartest creature in all of Japan, who just so happened to be the Yui principal. If anyone would be able to tell how Deku managed to make such a realistic school ID card, it would be him. As expected, the rodent had been intrigued by not only the situation itself, but by the forged ID card that not even one of Nizu's teachers could debunk. The rat had promised to make his way over to the station, and Shota doesn't doubt that he'll be arriving shortly. Do you think something happened to him? Shota draws his attention from the team to glance at Tsukachi. The detective isn't looking at Shota, eyes still narrowed on Deku. Not sure, Shota frowns. His arrest was weird, I can't deny that. There could be some ulterior motive. I wouldn't put it past Deku to have a plan in motion, I just can't figure out why he'd risk being arrested. Then again, it could be something like amnesia, or a quirk's influence. Maybe whatever it is, we should be thankful for it. It's a much safer place with him off the streets. Heroes can finally have some peace of mind. I don't know. Tsukachi finally looks away from Deku. It feels too easy, Eraser. Deku has hardly let us see him. He's a behind-the-scenes kind of guy. This seems too good to be true. Shota shrugs, but the thought nags at him too. They watch Deku intently as they wait. The teen doesn't move. He doesn't look up at his surroundings, look for an escape or diversion. He keeps his head ducked. The only movements they can see are how he's fidgeting anxiously with his own fingers tugging almost subconsciously at the cuffs. Deku hasn't seen anyone since he'd been escorted into the room and cuffed to the table. He hadn't put up any fight, has simply settled tensely in the chair and hovered his cuffed hands over the table to be cuffed in place, like he knew the procedure. Neither Shota or Tsukachi leave the window until Nizu arrives. After warm greeting from the rodent, Tsukachi leads Nizu into his office, where Deku's utility belt, belongings and ID card are sitting. The rodent lets out a pleased hum, taking the card into his paws and examining it closely both front and back. His whiskers arch forwards as he studies the ID. Finally, Nizu looks away from it, expression unreadable. This is 100% authentic, I'm afraid. Nizu sets the card flat on the desk, leaning away from it with a perturbed expression, no forgery whatsoever. Rather fascinating. It's real, but he's not a student at UE? Tsukachi blinks in surprise. Indeed, Nizu hums, whiskers twitching. According to the ID card, he's supposed to be a first year this year. The serial number on the card is quite similar to those of the most current 1A students, but I can't say this specific number had been assigned to anyone. Wait, Shota narrows his eyes dangerously, so you're telling me if we tried this card on the UE gates, the doors would open? Deku has access to the school? To the students? I have no reason to believe they wouldn't. Nizu shrugs, paws clasping together across the small of his back. It is an authentic UE ID card, Aizawa-kun. But how? The underground hero pushes. Well, that, Aizawa-kun, is the question now, isn't it? Why don't we ask Deku? Nizu suggests brightly, already stepping towards the interrogation room. Tsukachi shoots Shota an unsure look before following after the rodent. Shota himself huffs a breath as he snags the card off the table and follows after them with slumped shoulders. He doesn't imagine this will go well, and the bright glint in Nizu's eyes is never a good thing. He already feels a headache starting. Deku barely looks up when they enter the interrogation room. There are 3 chairs in the room, 2 across from Deku where Tsukachi and Nizu sit, and 1 on the side of the table where Shota plops down. Deku squirms a little where he's still sitting, his cuffs clinking against the metal tabletop as the 2 heroes and detective settle. Deku's eyes flicker briefly over all 3 of them before his gaze is dropping back to his lap. His fingers twitch, and Shota's eyes trail over the scars lining Deku's hands. He wonders where the villain got them all, as far as there. Aware, Deku is all brains and no brawn when it comes to his villain work. He doesn't usually get his hands dirty, just supplies the information for others to do so. Good evening, Deku, Nizu chirps with a wide smile. Well, I suppose at this hour, it's good morning. Nevertheless, it's nice to finally be meeting you. I've heard quite a lot about you. Quite the track record you have. Nizu's a tiny, hardly there voice greets back. Deku still isn't looking up, but Shota supposes him talking is better than nothing. Even if he won't face them. The teen sounds drastically different to the kid Shota had met on the rooftop just hours earlier, nothing but a whisper compared to the Deku Shota had briefly talked to before arresting. Nizu's smile widens as he leans closer. His features are sharp and almost animalistic. Shota almost pities the kid on the receiving end. Almost. So you know me then, Deku? Nizu chirps, genuinely pleased with the fact. I must say, it's rather odd of you to address me as sensei when you're not a student at my school. And I hear you also know Eraserhead quite well. It's strange that you'd address Eraserhead as sensei as well, considering it's not common knowledge that he even teaches at UI. Deku's head ducks down further until his dirty curls are curtaining his eyes. He doesn't say anything. Silence lingers for a long moment. Deku's head is still ducked. Tsukachi is watching the teen with a furrowed brow and that tiny frown, while Nizu is studying the teenager intently, unbothered by the tense silence. Well, Tsukachi clears his throat when it's clear no one else is going to break the silence. You know Eraserhead and Nizu-san then, but you probably don't know me. I'm Detective. Detective Tsukachi, the small voice offers. Your quirk is lie detector. I know you too. That surprising Shota probably would have startled if he didn't have years of remaining uninterested under his belt. Tsukachi shifts a bit uncomfortably, while Nizu's grin sharpens into something almost scary. It's clear none of them were expecting that. So, you've strayed from taking down heroes and you're moving on to law enforcement then? Expanding your horizon, or just tired of ruining hero careers solely? Shota asks drily, eyes narrowed on the kid. He's not sure what he's expecting, but it certainly isn't for the boy's head to shoot up, genuine disbelief in his expression. His mouth hangs open, and he stares blankly into Shota's own eyes. The kid swallows thickly like all the moisture in his mouth and throat sapped out of him in surprise. I do what? Shota and Tsukachi share a quick look, but Nizu doesn't tear his eyes away from Deku. Black beady eyes watch the child sharply, almost calculatingly. You seem surprised by that, Deku. Tears are welling in the teenager's eyes, and Shota frowns at the sight. Villains don't tend to cry frankly. Anger is the emotion that tends to surface more often than not. Anger and desperation. He supposes that this villain is also a teenager, but still. He'd never expected Deku to cry. Honestly, the kid just couldn't be farther from the Deku he's seen and heard about. From the stories and whispers he hears from the rumor mill about the green-haired villain ruining lives without so much as lifting a hand. Nizu blinks in surprise when he notices as well, but besides that there's no tell the rodent has even acknowledged the tears. Deku is still staring at Shota like he's waiting for the man to tell him it's a joke, like he's praying it is all just one big joke, which it's not. Shota doesn't know what the hell is going on, but it's real. It may not make sense, but it definitely is real. His patience lapses for a second as the teen stares rudely. He's had a long day of teaching and then patrol, and he hadn't even been able to nap during homeroom yesterday morning, considering Kaminari had short-circuited while trying to charge all 18 of his classmates' phones at once. He really doesn't mean to snap out an unimpressed, well, when the teenager takes too long to reply to Nizu. Deku jolts like Shota's voice physically pains him, and then his poorly constructed facade is crumbling as tears trail down his freckled cheeks. He sniffles miserably and curls into himself as much as he can in his restraints. He's blubbering too, loud and heartbreaking in that way only children in true distress can. I didn't do anything. Hero, I'm not a villain. I'm so sorry. I don't know how I got here. Pooh please sensei, he rattles out in rapid succession, hardly even breathing. There's more too, mutters and mumbles and whines, but those are just what Shota can make out between the sobbing and panic-stuttered breaths. He hates how the fear in the teen's voice sounds genuine enough that it curls unpleasantly in Shota's stomach. Tsukachi must feel the same if the pinch of unsure distress in his face is anything to go off. They let the child work his way through his emotions. For a second, Shota really wants to help the kid. He's been a teacher too long to not feel his heart crumble at the utter distress, but Nizu holds up a hand that stops him in place. He grits his teeth, but doesn't move any further than shifting in his seat. He doesn't agree with letting the child verge on passing out from lack of breathing as he sobs, but now is not the time to go against Nizu's orders. He has to keep reminding himself that this is Deku. Deku who'd aided in attacks on Yui, like the Yui. It takes a while, but soon Deku is calming down. The sobs settle into slight sniffles, and his head is ducked once again, hiding away tear-stained cheeks and red eyes. He wiggles around enough to be able to wipe his wet cheeks on his shoulders, and winces minutely as he does so. Deku is quiet for another long second. The only thing heard is his stuttered breaths from the crying episode until, "I don't belong here." It's a quiet admission, and Shota has to strain to hear it. "Is that so?" Nizu hums, clasping his fingers together and settling his paws on the tabletop. "You know, Deku, you're right. You won't be here long, I'm afraid. You've done some terrible, terrible things. Hurt people, killed others. There's a special place in Tartarus for people like you." Shota thinks that might be a little harsh. It's true, sure, but the kid had literally just cried to the point he couldn't breathe. Nizu isn't one for knowing human emotions though, nor is he one for beating around the bush. Still, Shota is in a surprised breath and tries not to glare at his boss. For his bluntness. Deku's face twists up like he's about to start crying again, but he manages through a couple deep breaths. He keeps the tears at bay, but doesn't get rid of them. Slowly, the boy looks towards Tsukachi. "I don't belong here," he repeats softly. Tsukachi looks like he's at a loss, but his face doesn't pinch in that way it does when someone lies to him. The detective draws in an unsteady breath. "Where do you belong, Deku?" I. The teen swallows down his wobbly voice. "I don't know. But it's not here. I'm not. This isn't where I'm supposed to be. I'm not a villain, I'm a hero. I have my provisional license, but I don't know where it is." "Deku," Shota speaks again, softening his voice just slightly. Unlike Nizu, he will alter his voice for the sake of calming the kid. Villain or not, he's still a child. Deku slowly drags his attention to Shota where his body wilts and his bottom lip wobbles. Shota slips the ID card from his pocket and sets it down on the table. He slides it towards the teenager as he continues, "Where did you get this?" His lip wobbles even more. "Why gave it to me, sensei? I'm in class 1A. "I didn't," Shota tells him. "You did," Deku cries out desperately. "You did, sensei, you really did. I know you don't believe me, but I'm not lying." "I'm not lying, am I, Detective Tsukachi?" "He's not," Tsukachi hums under his breath, glancing between the two pros. "We've never actually met, Deku," Shota tells him quietly, because they haven't. He's honestly never really met Deku. He's seen him in passing, he's seen Deku with the League, but they haven't met. And he sure as hell has never given the kid a school ID, not when the kid isn't even in his class. Deku is a villain. "I don't belong here," the boy warbles, and he's starting to sound like a broken record. "Why are my sensei, my homeroom sensei? You wrapped me in your capture weapon and told me I couldn't be a hero on my first day of school during the quirk apprehension test, and I proved you wrong. You said last place would be expelled, but you called it a logical ruse. I was in last place and you still didn't expel me. You almost died protecting us at the USJ, and you live in the dorms with us in Heights Alliance. Why you stopped Kaken from attacking me on the first day, and every time since. Please, Aizawa-sensei, please believe me. I don't want to do this alone." Shota's heart cracks as the kid speaks. None of that happened. Well, some of it did, but not like how Deku is saying. It hasn't. Shota would know, but the kid is all but begging, and he's staring at Shota with such a kicked puppy look. "Midoriya-kun," Deku sniffles as he forces his watery eyes onto Nizu. Tsukachi glances over too, and even Shota looks towards the rodent when he uses the teen's name instead of his villain name. "You say you don't belong here, but how did you get here?" Deku quiets down, staring thoughtfully down at the table. His hands ring together, and he tugs at his fingers. Shota has half a mind to reach out and set his hand over Deku's to stop it, but he keeps to himself. Finally, the teen says in a breath, "I don't really know. I was on patrol with Togata-senpai for my internship and there was a villain attack, I think. I don't remember it very well. I think I got hit maybe? I don't know but I woke up here, and I knew that I was close to where Sensei patrols and you were there too, so I thought if anyone could help me, you would be you, Aizawa-sensei, and the child chokes on his own breath, forehead dropping down onto his cuffed hands. "I didn't know what to do. I'm scared, sensei, and I want to go home and..." Shota can't take it anymore. He can't sit back and watch this child fall apart all over again. He can't ignore a desperate plea. He can't watch the child fend his way through a second panic attack in as many minutes. The kid is going to pass out because he's just not breathing. He's moving before he even realizes it, crouching gracefully at the child's side. He puts a gentle hand on the teen's knee and leans a little bit closer to the child so his soft words are heard. Hey, calm down a bit. It's all right, Midoriya-kun. It's okay. The teen turns slightly towards him with an unrivaled urgency, and Shota's shocked when the teen's forehead rams against his chest, just under his chin, desperately. His automatic response is to wrap around the teen, hand cradling the back of the teen's head as he sobs. I'm sorry, Deku cries out, pushing his face into Shota's capture weapon, muffling the wail of mumbles. I know you're not my sensei, but you are, and I'm not who I am to you either. I didn't do anything wrong, but I was arrested, and I'm cuffed to the table like a villain and I don't like it. I'm a hero, I'm not your Deku. Everything's different, but it's the same it's not the same too. Not really. And I'm just so scared of sensei. I don't know what to do. Sure. Shota lets the hand not on the kid's head settle between his shoulder blades, rubbing light circles. Take a breath, Midoriya-kun. We'll figure it out. You're okay yet? You need to take some deep breaths, just follow me, alright? Shota takes a couple of modeling deep breaths, and the kid, a literal child, tries to match them through his own gaspy inhales. The teen sniffles, and Shota just knows there's tears and spit and snot on his costume, but he can't be bothered to care. He's been covered in worse things anyways. Good, he praises quietly, just loud enough for the shaking child to hear. Good job, Midoriya-kun. Deep breaths, just like that. It takes a good while for Midoriya's breathing to even out enough that Shota's not afraid he'll pass out on them. Midoriya seems content to just settle against Shota as much as he can while still cuffed to the steel table, face buried in the man's shoulder and capture weapon. He's twisted at an odd angle, but he doesn't seem to care all that much. Shota catches Tsukachi's gaze over the table, the detective wearing a deep frown. The man's eyes drift down to where only green curls can be seen before lifting back to Shota's face, expression graver. There wasn't a single lie in what the teen had said, spouting everything from being Deku to not being their Deku. It's true. He's still trying to wrap his brain around that one, honestly. Nizu is just thoughtfully tapping a finger against the tabletop, scrutinizing gaze scanning Midoriya calmly. The rodent's attention flickers to the ID card every so often before settling back on the teenager. When Midoriya finally pulls back, Shota follows his lead, leaning away and sitting back on his haunches. The teen makes a feeble attempt at drying his own face on his shoulder again, before he's ducking his head like he's almost embarrassed. The teen is silent for a second, before offering a sheepish, I'm sorry. Shota frowns, narrowing his eyes at the cried-out-looking kid. Problem child, we both know there's nothing to apologize for. And to Shota's stupefied shock, the child's eyes water once again. Just this time, instead of tears falling, the teen lets out a sniffly snort of laughter. Sorry, he adds again, lips flickering up into a tiny smile. Just, my Aizawa-sensei calls me that too. Parallels or whatever, I guess. Parallels, Nizu hums thoughtfully, looking at Midoriya. You have to understand that concept, Midoriya-kun, is a little bit hard to believe. Midoriya gives a slow nod as Shota finally pushes himself up and flops back into his chair, worried eyes tracking over the teenager. The boy lets out a faint sigh. I know, Nizu-sensei, I don't quite believe it either, but I kinda have to. Things are different, you all are, but not really different. Do you think there's any way to prove this, Midoriya-kun? Tsukachi asks softly. I know there is some very compelling evidences to support this theory, the ID card for one, but, like Nizu said, this is hard to believe. Well, Midoriya frowns, fingers ringing together once again. I mean, I'm not completely sure how things have changed from my, time. Reality, Nizu corrects not unkindly. It still is, technically, your time. According to your student ID card at least. We have to assume that both of our worlds run the same time and date, just with minor obscurities. Right, from my reality then. And maybe you can ask questions about yourselves at Deku wouldn't know, and I'll answer if I know it about my senseis and detective. Well, Nizu hums thoughtfully, that's a thought, I suppose. Assuming that our realities aren't different. I suppose the first question should be who your classmates are? You're a 1A student. I find it unlikely that the 1A roster would have changed much from reality to reality. Oh, Midoriya blinks thoughtfully. Okay, sure. Do I go seating order or just off the top of my head? Seating order ideally, Shota shrugged, interested in pushing just that little bit more. There's no way Deku would be able to list the students in their arranged seating, even if he could name them all. Sure, Midoriya nods. Well, starting at number 1 we have Aoyama, followed by Ishido, Azui, Ida, and Uraraka. Then we have Ojiro, Kaminari, Kirishima, Koji, and Satu. Students 11 through 15 are Shoji, Jairu, Siro, Tokoyami, and Todoroki, and then we have the last row which is Hagakure, Bakugo, me, and then Yaoyorozu. That's only 19, Shota tells him with a pet eyebrow. You said I never expelled anyone. Oh yeah, Mineta, Midoriya winces, pulling at his own thumb. You didn't on the first day, but he didn't last long. When we all moved into Heights Alliance after Bakugo got kidnapped by the League of Villains, you caught him peeping in the girls' communal showers. You, expelled him instantly and escorted him out in your capture weapon. I think the detective got involved as well, but you never really explained past the promise he wouldn't bother anyone anymore, and that you were sorry you let it carry on for as long as you did, even though you didn't know. Shota leans back in his seat, eyeing the teenager. That was scarily similar to his current roster. Midoriya looks up with hopeful green eyes. Was that close? To your class, I mean. Fairly, Shota squints at the teen. All of the students you listed were in fact on my roster. However, Mineta was expelled within the first week, and you, for obvious reasons, were never on my roster. I have 19 students currently though. It looks like Midoriya wants to ask who took his spot in 1A, but wisely decides not to. That doesn't stop the kid from smiling widely though. Just like my Aizawa-sensei. The teen chirps, and for the first time since Deku had been cuffed, Shota sees the teenager from the rooftop who'd parkoured his way up to him. That's really cool. I mean, even in both realities, Mineta was expelled. He deserved it after some of the awful things he said. The girls always felt so uncomfortable around him. Midoriya-kun. Tsukachi draws the teen's attention back. How do you know me? Oh. Midoriya smiles lightly. Well, I met you after the USJ attack. Some of my classmates and I helped All Might fight the Nomu, and I broke a few bones, so I was in the infirmary with All Might and Recovery Girl when you came in. You're friends with All Might in this reality too, right? The three men stare, none even going as far as to breathe as the kid talks. Midoriya knew All Might in his reality? Midoriya knew Tsukachi knew All Might? Deku knew All Might? Then, of course, there was the mall incident when Shigaraki tried to kill me with his quirk that was after Ida, Todoroki, and I fought the hero killer. Stain, but that. But wait. I don't know if I should have said that. It's classified. Wait, does Stain exist in your reality? Tsukachi gives a very slow nod. Good, I mean, not good of course, but I'm glad that's another similarity. Anyways, I don't think I really actually met Detective Tsukachi until after Shigaraki tried to kill me at the mall. Well, I guess technically he just threatened to kill me, but I did think I was gonna die. Then you brought me to the police station for questioning and we talked a bit. It's just then that Midoriya seems to realize no one said a thing. That the two pros and the detective are silently staring at him, studying him. Fear floods the kid's face as he audibly swallows. Did I say something wrong? No. Shota clears his throat, heart thrumming in his chest. Midoriya swears he's his student, but what the F kind of teacher is his Aizawa if all that shit happened to one of his students? Their timelines are the same, it's only been a couple months of school. Of course not just. There's a lot to unpack there. The teen lets out a tiny exhale that sounds suspiciously like an O. Midoriya-kun, Nizu's voice is oddly clipped. You know All Might? Yeah. The teen grins, nodding enthusiastically. He's a part-time teacher at my UE when he's not busy with his hero work, at least. He teaches foundational hero studies, and he's sorta like my mentor, I guess. I met him way before school started and he He helped me get ready for Yui and why are you all looking at me like that? Your reality's all might isn't retired, Midoriya-kun? Tsukachi asks slowly, which prompts an equally as slow shake of the head from the teenager. Well no I mean yes, he is now. But he wasn't until a very recent fight, after Bakugo got kidnapped. Is your All Might retired? He is, Nizu answers carefully. What happened to him? Midoriya looks between the three of them cautiously. You did. Shota answers softly, not beating around the bush. Shota's not sure he's ever seen heartbreak spread across someone's face as quickly as it does Midoriya. The teen is in a few breaths that sound deep, but rattled with panic as he finally manages a shaky exhale of, W? Shota blows out a sigh, leaning forwards. Deku happened, he corrects. Deku somehow found out that All Might was gravely injured in a fight a while back. A fight he never fully recovered from. Deku realized that All Might wasn't what he used to be and that his power wasn't that of when he was younger due to his chronic injuries. Deku told some villains, the League of Villains specifically. We think that was his into the group, but we didn't know until recently that Deku was the one to spill All Might's secret. He's a full teacher, Nizu continues easily, after the public found out that he had these limitations from that fight, that they didn't believe he could protect them as he once has. It was a forced retirement, more or less, but he still helps out a lot with activities for our heroic students. He just doesn't do very much public hero work. Truthfully, it gave Yagi-san more time to focus on other things. His successor, Midoriya whispers in understanding. Shota doesn't know what that means, but Tsukachi and Nizu both snap their attention to the boy. You know about that? Tsukachi asks seriously, and all Midoriya does is give the faintest of nods as he bites his bottom lip. Nizu and Tsukachi share a glance. Shota feels his irritation tick upwards at being the only one out of the loop. How this child from an alternate reality knew more than he did was beyond him. Nizu's eyes drift down to where Midoriya is still wringing his hands together, tugging nervously at his own fingers. The rodent's eyes lift, and there's an almost knowing in those black eyes. So those quirk suppression cuffs are. Another quick nod from Midoriya that has the principal cutting himself off with a thoughtful tilt of his head. I see. Nizu nods to himself, before baring his teeth in a challenging smile at Shota. Well, Tsukachi and I need to have a word about all of this. Aizawa-kun, are you alright watching Midoriya-kun? Yeah, the man huffs. Wonderful. Nizu grins, standing himself and ushering Tsukachi up as well. They both walk towards the door. Will only be a moment. Wait, Midoriya calls as the two make their way to the door. Both pause in the doorway, looking back at the child, even if Midoriya is staring down at his own lap. I know this is a lot to ask, but could I maybe have the cuffs off? I won't do anything and sensei can erase my quirk if I do try anything which I won't. I have some chronic pain and it really, the teen swallows, chewing on his bottom lip, it hurts. Shota glances towards his colleagues, waiting to see who takes the bait. He doesn't doubt Midoriya does have chronic pain if the scars decorating his hands and arms are any indication, but he really doesn't expect Nizu to be the one to cave. Of course. Apologies, Midoriya-kun. Tsukachi hesitates for just a moment before slipping his hand into his pocket where he pulls out 2 keys, tossing them both at Shota. The underground hero catches them using nothing more than instinct as they barrel at his face, shooting a half-hearted glare at the detective, who's smiling smugly. Just like that. Shota blinks when the answer catches up to him. He stares down at the keys in his hand, unsure. He'd expected more. More questions from Nizu, more hesitance from Tsukachi. As bad as it sounds, Shota hadn't expected instant agreement. Was Shota missing something here? Just like that, Nizu chortles. Not to worry, Aizawa-kun. I really do doubt the boy will try anything, and if he does, you have full permission to handle him as you please. I'm sure he knows what you're capable of. Now, if you will see to helping Midoriya-kun out of those suppressor cuffs, Aizawa-kun, the detective and I'll return shortly. The door shuts after the detective and the principal, and Shota can't help but glare at it. He hates being out of the loop, and it's his biggest pet peeve when Nizu pulls sheet like this. That cryptic, chaotic rat. Why you can leave them on if you want, sensei. The teen's whisper draws him from his irritation, and Shota's heart drops into his stomach when the words register. Had the kid thought he was upset at the thought of freeing him, instead of the actual irritation he feels for his boss? No, he drawls softly, already leaning over to try and find the keyhole he needs. I'm sorry, kid. I was just a bit lost in thought. It's fine, really. We'll take them off if they're hurting you. I trust one won't need to use my quirk or my capture weapon on you. Sorry you've had to wear them this long, if they've been hurting you. I understand why. Better safe than sorry, right? Midoriya watches as Shota leans forwards to slip the first key into the hidden keyhole. It'll deactivate the cuffs, and then Shota will be able to use the second key to unlock them and release him. I am a villain here. Deku's a villain here, Shota corrects as he finally unlocks the cuffs. Midoriya is quick to draw his hands to his chest where he rubs at his wrists with a wince. You're not, Midoriya-kun. You just happen to share a name and a face with him. Now here, let me see your wrists. It surprises Shota when the kid doesn't hesitate at all, just offers up his wrists for Shota to inspect. They're raw and inflamed, and Shota almost winces at the sight. He can imagine the pain the kid must be in, especially after hours of the HNGFFS holding his wrists in place and rubbing the skin raw. The underground hero takes both of the boy's hands into his own hands and carefully massages his thumbs into the old scars. Midoriya tenses briefly before relaxing under the careful touch. Shota feels almost sick when he notices the awe sparkling in Midoriya's green eyes. How'd you get hurt so bad anyways? Shota can't help but ask. These are some serious wounds, even healed. It's cause for concern, really. Shota can even make out that a healing quirk was used and they still look like this. Destructive quirk, Midoriya offer with a weary smile. I break my bones a lot when I use it. Needed surgery after the sports festival and everything. I have more control now, but it was bad for a while. And I haven't helped with this? I mean, the me from your reality. You do help. Midoriya shakes his head, eyes watching Shota's thumbs press into his muscles. You try your best, but there are 19 of us and we're. The teen bites his lip, smiling sheepishly, a bit of a handful? Handful or not, I clearly don't try hard enough. Shota fires back, gesturing to the boy's wrists with a JRK of his chin, that, or your reality's me Esigus at his job. There's gotta be an alternative somewhere to you breaking your bones when you try to use your quirk. And, speaking of, I've gotta ask strictly for my own curiosity if your quirk was still this destructive by the time you hit high school, did you not have any quirk counseling or quirk training to try and get this under control growing up? The boy looks away guiltily, and Shota almost stops massaging. He lets the silence carry on for a second before taking a slightly sterner tone he hopes that Midoriya's Aizawa uses too. That no-nonsense tone that demands an answer, Midoriya-kun. No, the child shakes his head, I'm a late bloomer. Shota lets that sink in, trying not to let anything show on his face. How late? Shota narrows his eyes, thumbs pausing as he waits for an answer. For a second, Shota's worried about the Deku of their reality suddenly manifesting a highly destructive quirk that would only add to how dangerous he is. But if this Midoriya already had a quirk, then theirs would too, right? If he had a quirk, at least. There hasn't even been a whisper of Deku having any sort of quirk, and his records were still the same, diagnosed quirkless. The X-rays on his file of his pinky toe joint don't lie. It would be a literal miracle for Deku to develop a quirk. Shota doesn't know how one can have a quirk while the other is quirkless, but he also doesn't know how there can be two Midoriyas in the same reality. Best not look too closely, lest he give himself a migraine in an attempt to understand. He should just be happy their Deku is quirkless. Still, Shota can't imagine someone like him having a quirk too. That would probably mean the end of mankind entirely or something. The teenager's face contorts to a grimace that draws Shota away from his thoughts. The day of the entrance exam? It was a bit of a forced manifestation, I suppose? Shota can already see it, this bright young face with a literal new quirk stepping into that arena. Assuming his entrance exam wasn't much different than theirs, Shota seeks in a breath as he paints a picture in his mind. Don't tell me you went for the 0-pointer. Midoriya gives a pained laugh that's accompanied by an almost cheeky smile. I won't tell you then, sensei. Have I ever told you you're a brat? Shota huffs out, unable to stop the small smile threatening to grace his face. It's wiped away as fast as it appears when a thought hits him. He stills completely, lifting his eyes to watch the teenager. Midoriya-kun. I don't know, do I? The teen looks away again, and Shota forces his thumbs back to work when the boy gives a half-hearted attempt to tug his hands back. Shota looks down at the damaged wrists in his hold, thumbing over some of the worst scars. He already has a sick feeling in his stomach that he doesn't know this very important detail about Midoriya in the teenager's reality, that this happened because he didn't know and never really helped. He stares until a soft voice breaks the silence. No, sensei, you don't. Shota gives a careful nod, taking care to not let any emotions flicker in his expression. I see. They settle into silence once again, Shota rubbing carefully over the teenager's wrists, as Midoriya watches intently. The teen studies Shota's rotations as his features slowly soften, the pain ebbing away as he continues. Finally, when Shota's sure he'd given most of the scarred tissue and swollen joints enough attention, he pulls his hands away. Midoriya pulls his hands back when Shota's grip loosens, and he stares in awe at his hands. They don't hurt as much anymore. The boy smiles brightly, jabbing his own thumb against the swollen joint in a way that makes Shota wince. Thank you, sensei. Shota waves a dismissive hand tiredly. Let me know if they act up again. Chronic pain is a beach, but that doesn't mean you have to suffer with it. Midoriya giggles, and it's then that Shota realizes he probably shouldn't be cussing. Midoriya isn't his student, or he is, but he's not. He's not Shota's directly. He decides that it's a problem for Midoriya's Aizawa to deal with, assuming they're relatively the same, at least. Besides, the kid's a teenager, he's probably heard much worse. It's a little strange talking to you in this context, Midoriya offers softly. Shota lets his head loll in the direction of the teenager, noting how Midoriya has curled up in his chair, knees drawn up to his chest and arms wrapped around his legs. He looks tired. It's probably got to be nearing late morning now, and Shota just hopes Nizu gave Hisashi a heads up to make sure the students were up and in class. He hopes someone covers his class, but he has a suspicion that Nizu has something in the works. 1A shouldn't be left without supervision, and that's something the entire staff knows. Oh yeah. Shota hums lightly. The kid gives a nod, before turning his head so his cheek is balanced on his knee. I feel like I know more about you than you know about me, since I'm different here, but you're mostly the same. You really are like my Aizawa, just without me, I guess. Shota doesn't know why hearing that makes his heart ache. Why seeing the teenager wilt, with that tiny defeated frown curving his lips as he stares almost unseeingly at the wall, has his heart going out to the poor kid. He can't even begin to understand what's probably going through the kid's head, but it makes something unpleasant coil in his stomach. He desperately wants to fix this for the boy, but there's literally no way. They don't know anything in the grand scheme of things, and if Midoriya was hit with a quirk in his reality that sent him here, they have no means to even figure out how to counter it or get information on the quirk. Hopefully they're working on it on their end. The silence is depressingly loud, and though Shota knows there's not much he can do to help Midoriya, he can help distract him. What's your Aizawa like? He's the best. Midoriya doesn't even take a second to think, and Shota curses the fondness flooding his chest. He's really scary sometimes, but I think it's just for show. He's actually a really good teacher. He's always there when we need him, and he helps us with our quirks and keeps us all in line. Didn't let Kaken get me on the first day of school, even when he didn't think I belonged in his class. I think that's when I knew he was a good guy. He's weird too, but in a good way. I hope that doesn't come off as rude. You're fine, Shota snorts in amusement. I've been called worse. Midoriya lets out a little laugh, finally looking back towards the pro. He pretends not to like us, I think, but we all know he cares. He's still scary, but we all trust him. He was willing to die for us at the USJ, and he really did almost die. He got hurt really badly. There's a distant look in the teen's eyes, but Shota doesn't draw attention to it. From the sound of it, Their USJ incident was a lot like Shota's own. He does wonder how Midoriya's interference on either side curved the situation, but he thinks it's probably better to not bring it up. I think. The boy continues after a second, looking at Shota before ducking his head. He's the first teacher I ever really trusted, which is why I came looking for you. I knew you'd help me. He always helps. I'm sorry I didn't help you, Shota offers, swallowing down the lump in his throat. You did. The boy laughs, gesturing to the station interrogation room. Shota fails to see how this has been helpful to Midoriya, but he doesn't dare refute it. And I would have done the same thing if I was in your position, sensei. It was logical, wasn't it? Your Midoriya Izuku is a villain, so you followed your instincts and arrested me. I don't blame you for that. I was scared, yeah, but it was a misunderstanding. That doesn't make it right, Shota huffs. You are innocent and you still spent hours in cuffs. You tried to tell me, but I didn't listen. We didn't listen. There's nothing logical about interrogating a minor until he has 2 panic attacks that could have been avoided when all he's doing is asking for help. I cry a lot anyways, Midoriya offers simply, like that makes up for their brash approach that had thrown his mental stability out the window. The teen shoots Shota a watery smile as he continues. Besides, sensei, we both know villains lie. You couldn't be sure in the moment. I'm glad you didn't trust me at first. If I really was your Deku, you could have gotten hurt. You always tell us to follow our instincts, don't you? It can't be right for us to do that but wrong for you to. You know, Shota drawls, choosing to ignore the teen's defense of their action, it's weird for you to turn my own words around on me when I've never actually taught you. Can't say I like it. You're definitely a problem child, aren't you? Midoriya lets out a loud, surprised burst of laughter. He ducks his head bashfully. My Aizawa-sensei calls me his #1 problem child. I'm still not sure if it's endearment or genuine disbelief. That, Shota grins sharply, finding the humor in the teen's words, sounds about right. Midoriya let out another bout of giggles. Shota tries really hard not to let his manic grin soften to a regular smile, but he knows he fails. Midoriya lets out a small huff when his laughter subsides, and he glances away thoughtfully. I sorta miss my Aizawa, but it feels silly to because you're right here. I'm really glad you're here, even if you're not really my sensei. I don't know if that makes sense. There's nothing wrong with missing your teacher, Shota tells him seriously. This is frankly a pretty effed up situation, and I'm so sorry you're stuck here away from your reality. I'm glad I can be a stand-in for you. I want you to know you're not alone, Midoriya. I'll make DM sure of that while you're here. You may not be my student, but you are my student. Shota blinks as he tries to process that sentence. It had made more sense in his head, and he's not even sure the emphasis he tried to force into it had saved it. He feels his face twisting like he'd eaten a slice of lemon the longer he thinks about it. Midoriya chokes on a laugh. That makes zero sense at all, but I understand it completely. Shota rolls his eyes, letting out an amused exhale of brat under his breath. Midoriya snickers to himself before he quiets down. He's silent for a second until, thank you though. When Shota looks back towards him, the teen is hiding a smile between his knees. His expression is soft and childish, and just so grateful. He looks so young, and Shota is once again reminded that these students are just children. So, Shota leans back in his chair, eyes lighting up with playful mirth. I'm going to assume the teachers are all mostly the same in both realties. Who's your favorite? I can't answer that. Midoriya squeaks, covering his face with his hands. That feels like it could be offensive. They're your coworkers, probably. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. It's not, Shota hides his smile in his capture weapon. It's not like I'll ever be able to rat you out to your teachers. Besides, it's not offensive because technically, we've never taught you either. Can't be upset by the ranking of a student they're never met, let alone taught. Being offended would be illogical. It feels weird to say you to you, Midoriya whines, a blush crawling up his cheeks and all the way to his ears. Just because of that, I'll say present Mike. He teaches English here too, right? He's definitely one of my favorites. I love his class. Micah. Shota snorts. That'll definitely go straight to his head. No need to inflate his ego anymore. That's mean, sensei. Midoriya huffs a laugh. Present Mike is really cool though. He's always been one of my favorites. I love his radio show if he has that here. I used to listen to it when I was little. Plus, his quirk is really cool. He mentioned that he had his quirk when he was born, and I can only imagine that was pretty hard to control as a baby. Really is amazing what he can do with it. Then there's all the pitches and frequencies he can do with just his voice, how he can throw his voice around to emulate something or someone and make it sound like it's coming from a different distance and direction. So useful. And I especially think it's cool how he can do it without hearing. Not to mention his cool support gear. Shota blinks, suddenly uncomfortable at the in-depth analysis. Maybe Deku and Midoriya were more similar than he thought. He reels in the thought and tries to swallow down his nerves. Although Shota knows, realistically, this is nothing more than a starstruck fanboy analysis, he can't help the stones settling in his stomach. This isn't some random analysis by some random person. This is an analysis of Hisashi by someone who looks and sounds like Deku. It's hitting a little too close to home, and no matter how much Shota tries to swallow down the fear, he can't. He knows it's Midoriya he's talking to, a heroic student, but this is exactly how Deku takes heroes out. And he's been talking about Hisashi. Shota draws in a calming breath. He knows this is Midoriya. It's not Deku. But it's still scary. It's still unsettling. Analysis like this can be so dangerous, and it's terrifying that Midoriya seems to possess the skill too, even if he's not using it to harm. Are you sure you're not Deku? Shota asks drily when he finally calms his raging heartbeat. It's meant to be a joke to ease his own worries, but it's no surprise when it backfires spectacularly. No! Midoriya jolts in fear, and Shota instantly feels bad. I'm not. I promise, I'm sorry, I didn't. I'm kidding. Shota frowns, leaning back in his chair as he makes a mental note to not do that again. Sorry, that was insensitive. I know you're not, kid, I was just surprised. No one knows that Mick's nearly entirely deaf. Not even most of the teachers. Oh, Midoriya breathes, wide eyes watching Shota cautiously. It's not, I don't know. I doubt my classmates have realized. I just sorta pieced it together, I guess. I mean, he's always wearing his headphones, so I assume there's some sort of hearing support in there, and I've seen you and Yamada-sensei using JSL. You're both fluent in it, right? We are. Shota PPS an eyebrow. It just makes sense. Midoriya continues after one last suspicious look at Shota. You are married after all. You'd need to be able to communicate at least a bit with each other if his wasn't wearing his support gear or, well, I assume he must wear hearing aids at home and out of costumes, right? Well, no matter, my point still stands. And what? What the F dash? What do you mean? Shota's mouth has gone dry. How does Midoriya know that? Their marriage is the closest kept secret. Information like that is dangerous, and to know that Deku know Midoriya, because they clearly are not the same person even if they look, think, sound the same, but still, it sends sparks of panic through his entire being that Deku knows he's married to Hisashi, dear lord. He knows it's unfair to lump the villain and the teenager before him into the same category, but it's so hard not to. They are literally the same person, just somewhere along the line Deku turned to villainy, while Midoriya turned to heroics. Shota somehow manages to rein in his frantic heart rate, blinking slowly at the teenager. He's still shocked this is something that only their parents and families, their close friends and the UE staff know. That's it. They keep this secret guarded. They don't wear wedding bands, and all their intimacy is strictly behind closed doors. They're careful and don't take unnecessary risks. Shota doesn't know the Aizawa from Midoriya's reality, but if they really are almost the exact same person, he knows his marriage would also be closely guarded. They may not have a Deku in their world, but other villains are just as dangerous when it comes to personal and sensitive information. So to reiterate, what the F dash? What? Midoriya squeaks, rearing away from Shota frantically. Oh, he breaths. Oh no, are you and Mike-sensei and not together here? That's probably so awkward for you. I'm so sorry. Oh God, I need think before I speak, I'm sore. Stop, Shota groans, letting his head fall back so he can glare up at the ceiling. Midoriya's jaw snaps shut, teeth audibly clinking together as he does so. Stop for a second. You're fine, Midoriya, and for the love of all things holy, please stop apologizing for everything. You're not on trial anymore, we believe you're not from here. Oh, the child breathes out, and when Shota glances back towards him, he can see fear sparkling in his gaze. I'm sorry I mean alright. Now, I never said you were wrong, Shota huffs, though his skin prickles anxiously. But I also never said you were right. How did you come to that conclusion? Unless someone said something to you? No, Midoriya shakes his head, swallowing roughly. No one told us. We just sorta assumed? Some of us, at least. Not a lot of people know, most of my classmates don't, I don't think. We figured it out ourselves. Explain, Shota huffs. Well, Midoriya puckers his lips thoughtfully. It wasn't too hard to figure out. I mean, you wear a chain around your neck with your wedding band? Or, I assume you do too, because my Aizawa-sensei does. I saw it on the first day when he used his quirk on me. And he doesn't interact with present Mike often. It sorta looks like he doesn't really like Mike-sensei all that much when they do talk, but it's softer, I guess? It's just different from when Aizawa-sensei is annoyed with, like, Midnight-sensei for example. And, Midoriya's cheeks flush brightly. Mike-sensei does spend a lot of time in your apartment above our dorms. I think you two live together more or less, and that Mike-sensei's dorm in the teachers' dormitories is more of a formality? For appearance. And you just figured this all out? Shota's honestly a little impressed. But then again, this kid is the same person as the Deku who'd watched Shota's fighting style for no more than 10 minutes and was able to pinpoint how his quirk worked and his activation tells. Yes, well, me and a classmate did, Midoriya shrugs nervously. None of my students know, Shota tells him, pressing his mouth into a line. And Midoriya, the little sheet, gives a cheeky smile. You should ask Todoroki-kun what he thinks if you really believe that. I have a feeling that if he's anything like mine, probably has at least a suspicion that you and Mike-sensei are together. Shota lets out a quiet hum, studying the teenager across from him. Midoriya fiddles with his own fingers, nervously but nowhere near as rough as he'd been in the past couple hours. So, is it, the same here? In answer, Shota tugs his capture weapon down enough to locate the stainless steel chain around his neck, pulling it out so the golden ring on the end of it is exposed. Hisashi has an identical one, just he'd opted for a gold chain. Midoriya leans forwards to get a closer look. That's so pretty, sensei. Shota lets out a snort of laughter as he tucks the chain and ring back into his costume. I trust one don't need to tell you it's a secret? I won't tell. Midoriya promises brightly. Thank you for trusting me with something like this. Considering everything. I really appreciate it. You figured it out yourself, Shota shrugs easily. It would be illogical to deny it when you're right. I'm just glad you'll keep it to yourself. Information like that getting out is dangerous. The more the villains know, the more ammunition they have. He doesn't tell Midoriya that that's exactly how Deku's made a name for himself. He has a feeling the kid will just take the guilt of his alternate self's actions. He's already got enough on his plate at this point, no need to pile more on there. I understand. Midoriya gives a serious nod. I'm sorry I scared you with the analysis and the mumbling. Analysis has been my hobby since I was a kid. I didn't think I'd get a quirk for a long time, but I just thought they were so cool. Sometimes I just can't turn it off. It's creepy, I know. It's an occupation, Shota cuts him off with a sigh. He makes a mental note to bring this up later and dig deeper, but for now, he lets it go. I just wasn't expecting it. It's not creepy, kid. They're good skills to have, observational and analysis skills useful for heroics, but you can't just analyze someone aloud. You don't know who could be listening. Midoriya looks thoughtfully surprised. Don't think it's creepy? Who the hell hurt this kid? Shota would just like to have a word. It's bullshit like that what makes people break. That forces people into positions that don't end well for anyone. There's not a doubt in Shota's mind that Deku had probably heard the same bullshit and snapped. Most aren't born villains, they turn to it. No, Shota frowns, trying not to be annoyed that that's what the kid chose to take from what he said. He really will have to revisit this, won't he? This is obviously what Midoriya needs to hear right now though, so he shoves down the annoyance and continues, "There's nothing wrong with analyzing or observing, just, you have to do it safely. Be mindful." The boy stares, but doesn't say anything. Shota thinks he might have broken the kid. Shota blinks as the kid stares ahead of himself, lips moving like he's speaking, but no words come out. He decides to let the kid go off if it'll keep him distracted, then power to him. If anyone needs a second to decompress, it's Midoriya. Shota lets his eyes fall shut as he leans back in his chair. He doesn't stir until the door opens again and Tsukachi and Nizu walk back in. Midoriya jerks to attention, swirling to look back at them like he'd forgotten they were here too. Everyone's alive, good. The rodent smiles as he settles back into his chair, Tsukachi retaking his own as well. "Tsukachi and I spoke, and we've come to some decisions." "Of course you have." Shota tried not to roll his eyes, slumping back. "Let's hear it then." "Though we don't know what this quirk Midoriya-kun was hit with truly is, nor who the quirks belongs to, we are running what we know through the Japan Quirk Registry database in hopes of getting some answers. For now, all we can do is wait, unfortunately." Shota gives his boss props for how he manages to sound sympathetic. Midoriya nods solemnly, like he'd assumed as much. "Sorry, I don't remember more." Shota opens his mouth to put an end to that, but Tsukachi beats him to it. "You've given us enough to run a fairly specific search, don't beat yourself up about it, okay? None of this is your fault." The kid bows his head in a tiny nod, but doesn't look convinced. Nizu gives an agreeing hum before continuing. "Since we have no means to get Midoriya-kun home, we've decided that the safest place for him to stay, for the time being, is at Yui. It's best you're somewhere where we can monitor the quirk you're under and keep an eye on you if there are any effects we're unaware of. It also doesn't hurt to have an erasure quirk on hand. Aizawa-kun, you don't mind, no?" "No," Shota shrugs instantly, "it makes sense that he'd stick with me. I am his homeroom teacher in his reality. Plus, we have the space in both the 1A dorms as well as my apartment upstairs, whichever you're more comfortable with. And, I'm sure you'd feel more comfortable being in a familiar setting, Midoriya?" If it's not too much trouble," the teen mumbles, but Shota sees the relief in his eyes. I trust Aizawa-sensei." "I'm glad." Shota can't quite contain the fondness swelling in his chest from the soft admission. "I'd feel better having the kid close anyways. My students are afraid of Deku, though he hasn't attacked directly, he's been a part of attacks. They know what he does and they're rightfully scared. They'll be wary at best and hostile at worst. I don't want any harm to come to Midoriya because they get scared." "I second that." Nizu nods seriously. "I trust you to keep him safe, Aizawa-kun. He is a Yui guest, after all. 1A is a bright group, but they have personality. Please keep them in line." Midoriya snorts at that, before seeming to catch himself. He looks up at them quickly, eyes apologetic, but expression very much not sorry. Shota almost forgot Midoriya knows most of his students, they're his classmates in his own reality. He's not sure if that'll make this harder or easier. "There really isn't much we can do," Tsukachi offers the kid sympathetically. "Quirks like this generally aren't permanent, but the duration is unknown. I've personally never heard of a quirk like this, but I can only hope the heroes in your reality are working to bring you back. I'm sorry, there's not much more we can do." "You've done lots," Midoriya tells him with a thankful smile. To Shota's mortification, the kid stands and arches into a formal bow. "I'm very grateful. Thank you all." "You're very welcome," Nizu grins. "Now, if that's everything, it's been a long night and I'm sure both Aizawa-kun and Midoriya-kun could do with some rest." "Of course," Tsukachi bows his head, "I'll keep you up to date with what I find." "Likewise," Nizu chirps, hopping down from his chair and heading towards the door without waiting for Midoriya or Shota to follow. Shota's not at all surprised to find an automated computer-operated car waiting, but Midoriya is. The kid frowns thoughtfully as Nizu hops into the passenger's seat, before following Shota and climbing into the back seat. The first little bit of the drive is quiet, and it's also not surprising that Nizu's the one to break the peacefulness. "Just so we're clear, for the time being, I think it's best that we keep Yagi away from Midoriya-kun. Deku did a great deal of damage to All Might's career, and as such he harbors negative feelings. I would hope he wouldn't be unjust towards you for Deku's actions, but I can't be certain of it. I understand you're close with your reality's All Might, but that simply won't be the case here. Apologies. Midoriya looks saddened by this, but nods anyways. I understand. Nizu's smile softens in a way Shota doesn't remember ever seeing. I understand this is difficult, all things considered, and do trust that I've considered it all, but I wouldn't place the restriction if I wasn't positive it was necessary for your safety. Midoriya gives another nod, not saying anything. Satisfied with that, Nizu then turns to look back at Shota. Aizawa-kun, I'm not sure what you have planned regarding your roommate, but let me know if there are any accommodations to be made. Kid already knows about Hisashi. Shota waves dismissively, trying not to relish in the fact Nizu looks surprised. Talk about first. Figured it out himself. Apparently, Mike and I aren't as sneaky as we think we are in his reality. I can only hope the two of us are, but Midoriya has me doubting it. Oh, and now Nizu's snickering. Shota pretends he's not offended by the fact a 15-year-old figured him out, even if he really is. As it turns out, Midoriya's student ID card does work, it just isn't a programmed card for their specific security system, which causes the gate system overload and to show an error message. Nizu is completely fascinated as he overrides the system so Shota and Midoriya can enter, and even requests that Midoriya let him borrow the alternate reality ID card with the promise to return it promptly. Midoriya's brow furrows as he grants permission for Nizu to study it. Shota is just done by this point, setting a hand on the teen's shoulder and directing him towards the 1A dorms. Until you're introduced to my 1A and I can be certain none of them try to kill you, you're unfortunately stuck in the apartment. Though, you're more than welcome to take the guest room even when you're comfortable with the students. I don't mind where you choose. Okay, Midoriya yawns. Great. Shota nods as he unlocks the building doors and ushers the kid to the elevator. I'm tired too, so we'll rest up for now. I'll introduce you to the kids after school this evening, if you're alright with that, or we can wait a little. Whatever you're feeling up to. Aren't you supposed to be teaching now? Mix covering for me. Shota waves it off, rubbing at his eyes as they step out of the elevator. You can borrow some of my clothes for now to sleep in, and later I'll find you some clothes in your size. Probably UE uniforms, which I'm sure you're familiar with. Why you don't have to? You want to wear the bunny suit to bed? Be bunny, this is my hero costume. Shota pauses, glancing down at the kid's attire. He can kinda see it. Sorta. He won't pretend to understand the boy's costume. It probably looks better when it's not torn and dirty. Hopefully. What's with the bunny ears? They're not, the kid groans. I'd appreciate clothes to sleep in, sensei. Thank you. Shota shrugs, leading the kid into the apartment and down the hall to the bedrooms. He pushes open the guest room door and gestures the kid in. I'll be right back. He finds an old pair of sweatpants that probably never fit him, as well as steals a new promotional shirt from a box that Hisashi ordered to advertise his radio show. He knows the blonde won't mind, and since Midoriya's a fan, he figures it's two birds with one stone. The kid is perched on the bed when Shota pauses in the doorway. My bedroom is down the hall, last door. Come find me if you need me. Help yourself in the kitchen, Mike will be back at the end of the school day. Please stay in the dorms, preferably the apartment. Bathrooms across the hall. Shota pauses, trying to think of anything else he needs to explain. He comes up short, running a hand through his hair as he tosses the clothes, which Midoriya is ill-prepared to catch, directly at the unsuspecting teen. He eyes the kid before humming out a simple demand of, sleep, and promptly shutting the door on the kid. God, he's tired. Tuesday, alternate reality. By some divine power's interference, Shota manages to get a solid 7 hours of sleep from the time he flops into bed to the time he stirs. He's slept for 7 hours, but it still doesn't feel like enough. It never feels like enough. It feels like he hit the pillow after changing out of his costume and he was out like a light, yet at the same time, it feels like he only fell asleep moments ago. He honestly would have slept longer too, if it weren't for movement in the corner of the room. Shota's always been a light sleeper, so he's quick to jolt up when something bumps against the closet door in the corner of the room, groggy mind making a feeble attempt for the capture weapon he'd deposited on the floor before flopping into bed. Comes a surprised yelp. Sheesh, show, it's just me. Tripped on your boot and bumped the door by accident. Sorry I startled you, I know you need the sleep. Nizu said you were at the station working on a high-profile case when he asked Nem and I to take over your class. Hizashi. Of course it's just Hizashi. It's always Hizashi. Who else would it be sneaking around in their bedroom? Midoriya, it could have been Midoriya. He knows it's probably unlikely that the kid would have just come into the room. He seems polite enough, probably would have knocked and given Shota a second to orient himself. But still, it could have been an emergency or something. Shota draws in a shaky breath at the thought and silently thanks the universe that it was Hizashi and not the kid in the room. But would have scared the sheet out of the teen if he'd been coming looking for Shota for something and Shota panicked in his groggy state and caught him in his capture weapon. And the upsetting part of that is, even after just meeting the kid, he knows Midoriya would probably apologize for disturbing him, even though Shota had explicitly told him he could. He knows the kid wouldn't be offended in the least if it did happen, startled and scared, definitely, but Shota just has the worst feeling that the boy would find some way to defend him against his own actions. Shota would still feel like an a-hole though. It could have been traumatizing for the poor kid, so Shota can't help but being relieved it really was Hizashi. He wouldn't even feel bad if he accidentally tied up his husband. Far better than scaring the skittish doppelganger of Japan's current most feared villain. Shota reaches a hand up to rub at his tired eyes before letting his fingers raise higher to card through his own sleep must hair. He groans into the room and really debates flopping back down and trying to fall back to sleep, but ends up kicking his legs over the edge of the bed instead. "It's okay. I'm sorry. What's got you so on edge?" Hizashi has turned towards him now, his brow furrowed in concern. Shota takes a second to clear his head, trying to wipe the sleep from his eyes once again. He digs the heel of his palm into his eye before dragging down to scratch idly at the scar from the eye subconsciously. He tries not to think about catching Deku's eyes just seconds before the teenager leaned over to Shigaraki, speaking calmly to the villain as he gestured to Shota uninterestedly. It was all in the blink of an eye, which was followed by Deku promptly disappearing through those quirk portals after sealing Shota's fate and giving Shigaraki an upper hand in the fight. Shota's not sure he'll ever forget the teen's crooked grin and the mock salute he'd thrown in Shota's direction before stepping through the portal and disappearing from sight as Shigaraki rushed him, prepared to take him out using whatever insight Deku had offered up. He takes a second to differentiate the teenage from the USJ and the one currently asleep in their guest room, as hard as it feels to do so. Viewing them as the same person will only hurt everyone in the long run, and honestly, Midoriya doesn't deserve it. He knows they're different people from different realities, but it's still so hard to look at Midoriya and not see Deku. Shota. Hizashi is now at his side, a hand on Shota's thigh, while his other lifts to swat at where Shota's still scratching the scar. Did something happen at the station? Nizu said it was high priority, but you only rub at your scar when you're thinking the USJ and Deku. No. Shota drops his hands to his lap as if he'd been scolded, the hand that had been pressing into his cheekbone settling over Hizashi's hand on his leg so he can curl his fingers into Hizashi's. Nothing happened. Nothing. Nothing bad, at least. But something did happen? Hizashi questions quietly, and all Shota can manage is a nod. Something did. He gets out in confirmation after a second, and I don't know how you're going to take it, but I need you to try and take it well. Hizashi opens his mouth to respond, but it snaps shut just as fast. He stares at Shota, brows furrowing as his lips curl downward in a small frown. Finally, Hizashi seems to find his voice again. What happened? Shota thinks about telling Hizashi now, just blurting it out without beating around the bush, but he doesn't know how his husband will react to that. It sounds crazy, honestly, and he sorta doesn't think Hizashi will even believe him unless there's some proof. Unless he sees it for himself. Hell, Shota probably wouldn't believe it either if he hadn't seen the ID card, both at the station, as well as when Nizu had tried it on the gate where it had come so close to actually granting entrance, and heard the kid talking about his own reality that was different but just so similar at the same time. And if that didn't already seal the fact that this Midoriya Izuku was not their Deku, then watching how the kid broke down into not one, but two heartbreakingly distraught and lost panic attacks surely would. Villain or not, no one would be able to act such raw emotion. Shota knows he has to be careful with this. Though Hizashi hasn't come face to face with Deku, the teen had been long gone when All Might and the teachers finally made it to the USJ that day. He'd seen the aftermath of it. Had sat at Shota's bedside after he'd been left within an inch of his life. All Might isn't the only one who harbors negative feelings for the kid. Shota stands, stretching out his back before holding a hand out for Hizashi to take. The blonde eyes it suspiciously before taking Shota's hand and letting the dark-haired hero tug him up. Shota sees the confusion in his eyes, but he's glad Hizashi trusts him enough not to say anything just yet. Shota leads the blonde down the hallway before pausing outside the guest room. Hizashi just looks confused as they pause outside the door as Shota's second hand settles on the doorknob. It's no surprise that Hizashi doesn't have a clue that there's someone else in the apartment. It's not like they have many guests, and with the door usually always shut, no one would even think to go in unless they specifically needed something, and there's no way Hizashi would need anything from the room considering the only things in there are the furnishing Nizu had put in when Heights Alliance came to be. Shota drops Hizashi's hand, lifting a finger to his lips in a silent, shh gesture that Hizashi absolutely hates. The blonde bristles in annoyance, and Shota sees him gearing up to vocalize his annoyance in the way he usually does, but the voice hero seems to decide to heed the warning instead. Though, in usual Hizashi flair, he does blow out an annoyed huff as he crosses his arms over his chest. Curiosity outweighs the annoyance easily though when Shota finally turns the handle and eases the door open. The blonde's eyebrows furrow as he leans into the room, before they shoot up in surprise when he spots what's out of place. The room is silent besides the small, evened-out breaths of the sleeping teenager. Shota peeks in enough to see the blankets on the bed rising and falling in pattern with the slow breaths. You can't really see Midoriya besides the tufts of green curls barely seen at the head of the bed. Shota's glad to see the kid supposed hero costume folded as neatly as the torn fabric can be, settled on the desktop in the corner of the room. He'd half expected to see the clothes Shota had given him there instead, but it's both heartwarming and genuinely terrifying how much the teen trusts him. Shota. Shota glances to where Hizashi is still taking in the kid, who is Midoriya Izuku. Shota whispers back bluntly, preparing for the worst. He winces as Hizashi whips around to face him, face dropping first into shock, then momentary fear before settling on fury. The blonde whips back to face the sleeping teenager, lips pressed in a scowl. He'd known that Hizashi would piece the civilian name to the villain name just as fast as Shota had. Shota's quick to slap a hand over Hizashi's mouth before he can get the name out, his own quirk glaring into at his husband. He chances a glance to where Midoriya has stirred faintly at the noise, but not woken up. His breathing is still slow and deep, so Shota's fairly sure he's still in a deep sleep. He'd hoped that seeing the kid asleep, innocent and not trying to kill them, might have eased the news, but that was clearly a miscalculation. Hizashi is glaring back at him just as fiercely to the point Shota thinks Hizashi might actually bite him, except he's also looking at Shota like he's lost his mind. Shota blinks, letting his own quirk fall, but he doesn't release his hand from the blonde's mouth. "Shut up," Shota snarls quietly before leveling his voice. "There is an explanation if you'll let me talk. This is not what it looks like, Hizashi. Think rationally. I will explain everything, just not right here. He's had a sheet time and if you think I needed the sleep, the kid definitely needs it." He doesn't pull his hand away until Hizashi gives a slow nod, though his eyes are still hard and he's watching Shota like he's insane. Maybe he's, who knows? Hizashi licks at Shota's palm, and the black-haired man scowls at the childish action as he rips his hand away from Hizashi's face. He wipes his hand dry on Hizashi's shirt, shooting him with an unamused glare, unsurprised to find Hizashi's bright eyes glaring right back. Hizashi doesn't back down, that bright, challenging fury that Shota very rarely sees alit in his gaze. Though Hizashi is clearly said, he does keep his voice at a whisper as he hisses out his question through clenched teeth. "Why the hell is there a villain in our guest room, Shota?" "There's not," Shota refutes. Please, Hisashi. You know I wouldn't do anything stupid. This feels pretty stupid, Shota. Without good reason. I'll remind you again, this is not what it looks like. It looks like there is a villain on our school campus. There's a villain in our home, Shota. Are you seriously going to tell me that's not what this is? Deku is in our home. Do you have any idea how dangerous this is? What the hell are you even thinking? I know you've done some questionable things, Shota, but that kid tried to kill you. He tried to kill our students. He's a villain. That's not Deku, Hisashi, Shota whispers, and he frowns as Hisashi rears back. What the hell does that even mean? Look, Shota rubs at his eyes. Let me explain before you come to your own conclusion without hearing all the information. Don't just condemn the kid without having all the facts. Now, let's go to the kitchen. I'll make you some tea and we'll talk. I seriously don't want to wake the kid up. He's had a very rough night. But he's not who we know, Hisashi. Trust me. Hisashi's shoulders square up like he's going to keep fighting, but all at once he wilts. The blonde frowns thoughtfully as he studies Shota's face intently. The dark-haired man doesn't know what his husband spots in his expression, but whatever it is has some of the fight draining from Hisashi's tense body. Hisashi huffs a breath as he looks away in what Shota can only call defeat. The nod he gets in response is tiny, but honestly more than Shota was expecting. Shota gives a nod of his own as he checks one last time to make sure the boy is still out before finally easing the door shut. He turns to head down the hall, but before he gets very far, Hisashi catches him by the arm. Listen to me though, if that kid tries anything, I'm going to burst his eardrums. I'm not kidding, Shota. I don't trust him. He won't, Shota assures softly. Just let me explain. Hisashi gives a stiff nod as he lets his hand fall from Shota's arm. The blonde glances back at the guest door before following Shota out to the main living space. Hisashi sits at the table in the kitchen while Shota busies himself making tea. The blonde is oddly silent, thoughtful as he watches Shota grab the mugs, tea bags, and start the kettle. Every so often, Shota will see his husband glance down the hall like he's ready for Midoriya to spring out from the shadows and kill them both. Shota chooses to ignore it for now. Hisashi's wariness is good. Until he's gotten an explanation, he should be cautious. Shota can't fault Hisashi for being cautious when he doesn't have all information. As far as Hisashi is concerned right now, there's only one reality, and that kid asleep in the guest room is the same person who'd attacked them countless times. It would be illogical to not offer his husband some leeway until he's been made aware of the situation. Though if it continues like this after Hisashi's been informed of Midoriya's situation, Shota will put a stop to it. Midoriya is not a criminal, and he'll be dead if anyone makes him feel like he is one any more than they already had at the station before figuring this whole mess out. Shota can only imagine the damage that did to an innocent heroic student seeking help in, what he assumed, was his own reality, searching out people you expect to be on your side and instead getting arrested for crimes you didn't commit. That's beyond fed up, even if no one knew at the time. Everyone was in the same confusion boat. As is, he's already sure the kid will be returning to his reality with the trauma from those mistakes. It doesn't take long for Shota to prepare 2 mugs of tea to their liking. He grabs both and sets them on the table before plopping down in the seat across from Hisashi. The blonde is too busy watching the hallway to really notice, so Shota toes at Hisashi's leg to get his attention. He's not going to do anything. Shota frowns as Hisashi's attention slowly crawls back to him, a light frown on the blonde's own face. Hisashi squints at him before turning fully towards Shota as he wraps his hands around his mug. You say that, but I can't really believe you. He's a criminal. The kid's asleep. I wouldn't be surprised if he slept a good 10 more hours. Shota deadpans as he lifts his mug to his lips. And that kid is anything but a criminal. Seriously, if I had any doubts about his character, he wouldn't be here, Hisashi. I wouldn't put you or my students in harm's way, and you should know that. I do know that. Hisashi's face puckers up at Shota's words. The blonde drags his hands down his face as he slumps back in his chair. I have the utmost faith in you, and you know that, but that's Deku in there. Shota, this is insane. Surely you know that? I know it's insane, Shota sighs, leaning back in his own chair. I know. Trust me, I know it's insane, but you're just seeing the tip of the iceberg here. Zashi. Okay, Hisashi huffs. Okay, well, explain this to me then, Sho. And he does. He tells his husband how he'd found Midoriya. Or, better yet, how Midoriya found him. He tells him of arresting the kid on the spot, disregarding everything he was saying because it really did sound insane. He tells Hisashi of the station, and Tsukachi and Nizu, and that impossible ID card. He leaves out some of the finer details for now, like the panic attacks. Shota refuses to use the kid's emotional distress as any sort of convincing point, even talking to his husband. He tells Hisashi of their alternate selves that apparently exist in a reality far from theirs but not all that different. He insists that Midoriya really is a 1A student, even as Hisashi's face pinches in disbelief. Shota wishes that he'd thought to keep Midoriya's ID card as proof, but Hisashi will end up seeing it at some point or another, he's sure. He tells his husband how the kid had known things Deku could never. Specific things that you could only know if you really were a part of it. He doesn't go into too much detail on that, not wanting to freak Hisashi out before he even actually meets the kid, but he expresses how spot-on Midoriya had been. Hisashi listens dutifully, cradling his tea in his hands, but not drinking it. His eyebrows are furrowed as Shota speaks, and he's really listening, probably picking Shota's words apart as they go. Hisashi is actually a very intelligent person. Under all the leather and boisterous personality, he'd been top of their class in school and he's fluent in 3 languages, not to mention is capable of holding a conversation in a couple more, which in and of itself is remarkable. People don't give him enough credit. That's insane, Hisashi offers when Shota's finally finished. He doesn't look as wary, but he still doesn't look completely convinced either. It's an eccentric story, even if it is the honest truth. I don't even know how to really respond to this, Sho. Yeah, Shota agrees tiredly. He sips at cold tea. I know it sounds crazy, Zashi, but it's the truth. Deku would never be able to con his way through both Tsukachi and Nizu. And I saw what that ID card did to the gate with my own eyes. That kid isn't from here. I know you've never met Deku, but the kid in our guest room is not him. Hisashi is quiet for a long second, staring off into space instead of focusing on anything around them. Shota lets him wade through the information, finishing off his tea as he does so. Alternate realties though. Shota looks towards his husband when Hisashi breaks the silence they'd settled into. I do believe you, it's just. It's insane, Shota offers drily. They're using the word so much it's starting to not sound like a real word anymore, but it's still the only word that gives the situation any justice. Yeah, Hisashi snorts. Definitely insane. Hisashi pauses before finally sipping at his own cold tea. It's just hard to wrap my head around the fact that that kid, our Deku's reality double, is a heroic student. He's a student at this very school in another universe somewhere. He's a kid in your class where he's from. Deku attacked this school. He attacked you. They're not the same person, Shota shakes his head. I mean, they are, in a sense, but they're different. He's a nice kid. I haven't really figured him out yet, but from what I can see he'd be a good student to have. I know. Hisashi reaches up to card his fingers through gelled hair. It's at the point now where the gel is starting to lose its stiffness and strands are falling out of the updo and wilting. He's in desperate need of a shower. I get that. It's Deku. How am I supposed to look at the kid and not see the villain who helped Shigaraki pulverize your head, you dig? Just meet the kid before you blacklist him, alright? Shota rubs at his forehead with the knuckle of his thumb. He's got high expectations for us and he'd be devastated if any of us boycotted him for things he literally didn't even exist in our world for. Deku's actions are not Midoriya's. I hear ya, Hisashi snorts. I'll give the kid a chance, but just know my threat still stands. One wrong move and his ears'll be bleedin', oh. Rein it in, will ya? Shota sighs. He'd probably cry if he heard you say that. Wouldn't shut up about you. How good of a teacher you are, your radio show, even your hero career. It was almost cute. He got all starry-eyed and everything. He feels a little bad throwing Midoriya under the bus, and maybe a bit bad for digging into Hisashi's weakness of hurting his listeners' feelings, but it's worth it when Hisashi turns to him in surprise, head ped like a big, dumb golden retriever. Really? Is it wrong of him to butter his husband up in hopes of easing the actual introduction between them later? Probably. Does he care? Not in the slightest. Whatever gets the job done. Besides, it's all true. It's not like he's putting words into Midoriya's mouth. The kid had literally launched into a full-blown worship rant about Hisashi. Plus, he knows it'll all go smoother if Hisashi already has a sense of Midoriya's character. And hero worship is about as far as Shota's figured out at this point. He has only known the kid for a couple hours. Oh yeah, Shota manages a tiny smile. His realities you made quite the impression on him. It'll probably crush the poor kid if you threatened him. You're playing dirty now, Hisashi whines, glaring half-heartedly at Shota. The dark-haired man shrugs indifferently. No point defending himself when that's exactly what he's doing. They both know it, so it would be illogical to try. And Hisashi is one of the few people who'll actually call him on his bullshit. Essence, Hisashi pouts. Just for that, you're on dishes duty while I go shower. And then you get to go pop in and show your kids that you're alive. They were worried about your absence since you've never missed a day, not even after getting your face smushed into the ground. I tried to tell them you were just caught up at the station, but then Kaminari convinced everyone that the only reason you were at the station and not at school was because you probably got arrested and couldn't leave, so have fun with that one. And you didn't tell them I was working on something? Shota frowns as Hisashi drains what's left in his mug and slides it towards Shota's own. They clink together softly, drawing Shota's eyes down. The dark-haired man raises his gaze from the mugs again as Hisashi stands. I'm literally a pro-hero. What the hell would I be arrested for? No idea, babe, I'm just the messenger, Hisashi grins. He rounds the table and presses a quick kiss to Shota's head. I'll be on my best behavior and shoot you a text if the little listener wakes up. I doubt he will, Shota sighs, dragging his palms down his face. I wasn't kidding, he's had a rough time. For his sake I hope he sleeps for a while. I can only assume reality jumping can have some negative effects on the body. I just hopes he sleeps them off. Reality jet lag, Hisashi nods solemnly. Shota snorts in surprise, shaking his head at Hisashi's antics. Go shower. The man huffs, grabbing both mugs with one hand and shooing Hisashi away with the other. I'll wash these up, and then I'll head down to check up on my gremlins. I guess I have to assure them I wasn't incarcerated because my lovely husband didn't think to plead my case. Shota turns to the sink as a cackling Hisashi disappears down the hallway. It's a few more hours until they see Midoriya. Shota's returned from being the responsible guardian he's supposed to be, completely drained and wishing he'd chosen literally any other occupation than teaching. He leaves the dorm common area with a headache and a newfound respect for these children's parents. How they've dealt with them for over 15 years is a mystery to him, in the nicest way possible. Why did he ever agree to being a temporary guardian for 19 heroic brats? He's not surprised to hear Midoriya hasn't stirred at all after his hour with his students, even when Hisashi had poked his head into the room to check on him. The kid really was down for the count. The two of them had had a nice quiet dinner of curry, making sure to set some aside for Midoriya for when he woke up. He'd probably be hungry. He hasn't eaten since before Shota arrested him at least, and that was well over 12 hours ago by this point. They're at the table marking when Shota first hears movement down the hall, followed by the door easing open softly. That's when Hisashi startles from his English assignments. Hisashi's attention whips towards the hallway opening, leering to the side as if he could spot the teenager from his position. He can't. The two of them share a glance, but neither moves. Shota doesn't want to crowd the kid, and Hisashi still holds that inkling of fear that Midoriya is actually Deku. The bathroom door shuts, and Shota leans back in his chair. Hisashi has forced his attention back onto the assignments in front of him, but he's no longer marking despite the narrowed eyes on the neat printing of Yaoyorozu's essay. He's waiting. Midoriya is in the bathroom for a good 10 minutes, enough time that Shota's about to get up and check on him, but then the toilet flushes and the sink runs, and not long after that, the bathroom door squeaks open. Hisashi exiges in a breath as soft footsteps pad closer, but Shota just turns in his chair prepared to greet the kid and get the introductions out of the way. He pauses before he can even open his mouth though. The kid looks, well bet. He's pale-faced but flushed bright red in the cheeks. He squints like the world around him in a raging sun, and Shota can see flecks of pain in the kid's eyes. He subtly holds his stomach and wobbles faintly as he steps. It's overall concerning. The t-shirt lets Shota actually see the extent of the kid's arms as well, and it's not a pretty sight. He'd thought the swollen wrists and hand scars were bad, but seeing the old scars and injuries that climb up the kid's arms is horrifying. What the hell does that destructive quirk even do to the poor kid? How has anyone let this continue? Out of the corner of his eye, Shota sees Hisashi bristle too as his careful eyes settle on some of the worst scars visible. The blonde shoots him a look of concern that Shota can only reply to with a half-hearted shrug, and then Hisashi's gaze is back on the teen, bottom lip drawn and being worried between his teeth. Still, the voice hero doesn't draw any attention to himself, and the teenager doesn't notice him. Shota frowns as he turns fully towards the kid. Problem child? The kid jumps, and if that's not a testament to his current state, Shota doesn't know what it. The kid had been looking at them, hazy eyes on them, but almost unseeing. Like he didn't process them as actual people in the room with him. Sensei, Midoria whispers, and there's a faint slur to his voice. Shota's frown deepens as he takes the kid in entirely. You okay? The kid's dirty curls fall into his eyes as he bobs his head in a slow nod. He squeezes his eyes shut for a moment as he wavers in place. It's quite the feat, almost falling over while stood in place. Shota's about to get up and steady the kid when the teen slowly turns and pads softly towards the table, zeroing in on the last remaining chair. Hisashi nudges the third chair at their table out with his foot, and Shota shoots him a thankful glance as the kid almost topples down into it. Okay, the boy eases down into the chair, lifting his hands to dig the ball of his palms into his eyes. Bright. Sorry. You don't look very okay, problem child. Shota's brow furrows. We should probably take you down to see the nurse. I don't want to bother recovery girl with this. Midoriya gives a faint shake of his head that sets off a recoiling wince. Shota has to remind himself that Midoriya is a student at this school where he's from, but Hisashi jumps in concealed surprise at the mention of their nurse. She's busy. Besides, I think it's just my body realizing it's not in the right place, you know? I was fine when I fell asleep. So it's an effect of the quirk? The kid gives a thoughtless shrug before. He shifts so he can cross his arms on the tabletop and settle his chin on his forearms. It's not that bad, I've had worse. At least nothing's broken, right? And isn't that worrying? Another red flag. Shota knows he'll never be able to leave well enough alone. If it is a side effect of the quirk, Shota starts slowly, shifting in his chair so he's angled towards the child, even if Midoriya is tucking himself into a contorted pretzel sort of shape and doesn't notice in the slightest. We should probably monitor it. What are your symptoms? A migraine, the kid offers softly without opening his eyes. Well, I think. I don't know, I've never had a headache like this. It's either that, or my head's imploding. I really hope it's not though. But besides that, kinda nauseous? My eyes hurt when I open them. And everything is just so bright. I'm a sore like my arms hurt earlier but everything hurts now. Shota narrows his eyes as he turns the symptoms over in his head. You were throwing up in the bathroom just now, weren't you? Shota's not sure how the kid's exhausted face manages to convey guilt in his state, but it does. And honestly, it's all the answer he needs. He says in a breath and frowns deeply. Problem child? Definitely. I thought I told you to come to me if you needed me? Shota leans back in his chair, arms crossing over his chest as he eyes the kid. Midoriya's forehead is cushioned on his forearms now, face hiding in the pit he'd created between his arms in an attempt to block out the light. Thought you'd be busy, Midoriya croaks out. Sorry. I tried to sleep it off after I woke up, but then I felt very sick and I didn't want to make a mess in your home. Sorry. Plus, I don't think there's much you could have done to help, sensei. You know, we wouldn't have been mad if you did make a mess. Hisashi finally speaks. Midoriya jolts up like he hadn't realized Hisashi was even here, head jerking up so fast Shota thinks he's given himself whiplash. That's definitely not something you can help and it's not your fault, kiddo. Don't apologize for it. And especially don't apologize for something that didn't even happen, Shota tacks on drilly. Shota feels like his words go straight over the kid's head, since Midoriya is now staring wide-eyed at Hisashi. Hisashi looks startled at suddenly having the kid's full attention. His husband shifts uncertainly, eyes darting between Shota and the teenager cautiously. Shota fears for a second he'll have to intervene, until the kid brightens considerably. "Present Mike-sensei." Hisashi's eyes widen in surprise, even though Shota had briefed him on this. He'd prepared his husband as much as he could, but no amount of warning and preparing could really make you ready for a Deku look and sound alike to beam up at you in unadulterated awe. Shota had warned Hisashi that Midoriya wasn't like Deku. It hits Shota like a bus that Hisashi looks so shell-shocked because this child recognized him so easily out of costume. It doesn't happen often. Hisashi looks different out of costume and with his hair down. It's part of the reason why he decided on such an out-there hero costume, and to embrace his adoration of leather. People don't tend to realize they're one and the same, because unlike most heroes, Hisashi has created a whole hero persona out of the more chipper and eccentric aspects of his own personality. It's probably terrifying that a Deku double had figured him out so easily. He's a bit surprised too, if he's honest, but he knows more about Midoriya than Hisashi does. And Midoriya had known he and Hisashi were married, so as far as they know, Midoriya could have just pieced it together with what he already knows. Plus, who else would be in Shota's apartment with him after hours? That's the thing though. Midoriya knows things, sees things. He really does have a knack for analysis and observation that very well could make him a threat. It did make Deku a threat after all. So, as surprising as it is that the kid knows him out of costume, it's also really not. Shota realizes a second too late that he and Hisashi have been quiet too long. Midoriya breaks the silence, smile waning as he tugs at his own fingers nervously. "I'm very sorry to intrude in your home without your permission, sensei. Aizawa-sensei said it was all right, but it's really not fair for you to be scared in your own home because of me. I know it's probably difficult considering everything that what he's done. What Deku's done. I understand if you're not comfortable with me, staying here." Hisashi blinks as he absorbs the information before looking quickly towards Shota like the apology and empathy towards Hisashi's situation is some sort of riddle with a hidden meaning. All the dark-haired man can offer in reply is a shrug, because he also doesn't know what to make of the doppelganger. The two may look and sound the same, maybe even think partially the same too, but Deku and Midoriya really are very different. Shota just needed Hisashi to see that for himself. "It's fine, listener." Hisashi grins as he finally lets his attention settle back on the slowly wilting teenager. The bout of energy had passed, leaving Midoriya reeling from the excitement in his unwell state. Shota doesn't even know where the kid pulled the energy from anyways. He looks like he's going to keel over any second. Hisashi seems to notice the subtle shift too, because his voice lowers but keeps that bright edge when he continues, "I don't mind you hanging here with us for a while. It'll take some getting used to, sure, but I trust Eraserhead and he trusts you. I'm sure we'll be buddies in no time, yeah? You trust me?" Midoriya squeaks as he turns to glance at Shota with a similar awe in his eyes. "Have you given me a reason not to?" Shota counters, ping an eyebrow. Hisashi reaches over the table to pat Midoriya's shoulder, and it's just such a trusting action that Shota thinks he falls even more in love with his husband in that moment. Hisashi is still scared, he can see it in his eyes, but he's extending that arm to the kid because Shota's vouching for him. "If Eraser didn't trust you, you wouldn't be here, kiddo. Everything's cool, you dig?" Midoriya looks back at Hisashi as he pulls away before glancing at Shota once again. The teen's expression softens and he manages a light nod as a tiny smile lifts onto his lips. "Thank you. For your hospitality and for trusting me." Shota flaps a dismissive hand as Hisashi grins to the point Shota hopes he doesn't start cooing at the poor kid. He should have known Hisashi would be completely and utterly weak against Midoriya's charm. The soft, usually unwarranted apologies, and the thoughtfulness and the genuine kindness that no one in their right mind would associate with Deku. So, Shota reins in the conversation before Midoriya can apologize for anything else. "We ate while you were asleep, but something in the way you're wincing at the mention of food right now tells me you probably aren't interested in eating." The kid's nose wrinkles in addition to the wince and he gives a nervous shrug. I don't think I could keep it down, sensei. I don't even have anything in me and I still feel really, the kid swallows thickly, sick. Do you think you could stomach some tea then? The students have a really nice ginger tea in the kitchen downstairs. That might help settle your stomach. Hisashi asks patiently, or even just some water. You should drink something if you're not going to eat. We'll have to bring you to Recovery Girl if you get dehydrated, then we'd all get scolded. Midoriya rubs at his forehead, and Shota wonders what kind of pain tolerance the kid has. And maybe some ginger tea? I don't want to be a bother, I can just go back to sleep. I probably just need to orient myself. Hopefully. Hisashi's right, Shota frowns, you should drink something. And we talked about this. Just because you're in pain, doesn't mean you need to suffer with it. We have Advil for a reason and I know for a fact a hot shower is known to help with a migraine. You do need to sleep it off, but you don't need to do so without help. The kid stares at him with squinted eyes, before he deflates into his chair. The teen is this in a breath, showers help? They do, Shota nods, heating and cooling packs will too, but I thought you might like to clean up as well. You look like you've been on patrol. I was on patrol, the teenager snorts as he drags a hand through his dirty green hair. I didn't realize I was so dirty. I think I got thrown into a wall, and I did wake up on the street. Sorry about your sheets in the guest room. I probably should have showered first. Shota swallows down an exasperated sigh. I wasn't worried about the sheets, problem child. It was just a fact. I thought you might want a shower, but you don't have to take one. Oh, Midoriya blinks. If you apologize again, I will make you run laps when you're feeling better. The teenager's jaw clicks shut, face contorting into a grimace as it vibrates his head. He reaches up to rub at his temples. IW would like a shower. If you don't mind. Perfect. Hisashi stands with a casual smile. Listener, I'll show you where everything is in the bathroom and how to work the shower. It can be a bit tricky, yo. And while we do that, Shota here will run downstairs to get you some ginger tea from his kiddos. Don't you worry, they love to share. Why do I have to run downstairs? Shota drawls as he watches Hisashi usher the lagging teenager up to his still unbalanced feet. His hands hover like he's prepared to catch him if he tips, but Midoriya keeps himself upright. The kid's got a will of steel. They're your students, Hisashi snorts fondly. It'll be weirder for me to do it, and they'd probably think I was an intruder or something since I'm out of costume. Come on, Shota. Do it for the kiddo. Look at this little face. Oh, you don't have to. I'll get the tea. Shota huffs before the kid can finish, already standing and heading towards the door. I really don't mind, Midoriya. I was just teasing Hisashi for being demanding. He has a tendency. You love it, Hisashi scoffs dramatically as he leads the kid away. While you're down there, steal some of that delicious peach matcha Yaoyorozu has for me. She keeps giving me cups before class and now I'm addicted. It's the bomb, you dig? Shota lets out an unimpressed hum, but despite the tone, both he and Hisashi know he'll do as requested. He always does when it's Hisashi asking. And he knows Yaoyorozu adores when people enjoy her teas. It's the only reason he's entertaining Hisashi's demand. She'll probably be ecstatic to see Shota finally trying it since she's offered it dozens of times and he always declines. Aha! Shota returns after being caught by Ida and Yaoyorozu in the kitchen. His students greet him pleasantly, if not a bit surprised by his presence, as they ask if there's anything they can help him with. It's expected of the Scion children. The two are planning a study group for the rest of the students to participate in if they choose to, since there are a couple big tests on the horizon. Shota gives a pleased hum as they inform him, before he rounds the table and beelines for the cupboard the kids dedicated strictly to tea. Yaoyorozu's doing, he's sure. Yaoyorozu, as expected, brightens when Shota asks if he can have some of her teas, and he feels better when he walks away knowing he'd asked instead of just taken, even if he's sure a couple tea bags missing wouldn't have even been noticed. When he finally makes his way back upstairs, Hisashi is parked right back at the table, the end of his glittery red marking pen settled between his lips as he reads English essays. Hisashi glances up out of habit and grins widely when he sees the packages of not just peach matcha tea powder, but raspberry and vanilla as well. He'd asked for the peach, and had the other two selections shoved into his hands before he could decline. They're all high-grade ceremony quality teas, and Shota doesn't doubt they probably cost a pretty penny. He might have to try a sip of Hizashi's teas just to see what money tastes like. Midoriya is still gone, but Shota doesn't hear the shower running. He shoots Hisashi a look of confusion, to which his husband smiles bashfully. Hisashi had somehow managed to convince Midoriya to have a hot bath instead of a shower, which is probably for the best considering his balance isn't quite up to par and they'd have more problems if the steam made the kid lightheaded while he was standing. Last thing they need is for Midoriya to pass out. A concussion on top of everything else would just be the icing on top of the cake, wouldn't it? While the kid is in the bath, Shota gets to work preparing everything for the teas. He refills the kettle and grabs 2 mugs, the 2 they'd used earlier. He readies everything, stopping just shy of turning the kettle on. It'll only take a couple minutes to boil when the kid's out of the bath. Midoriya isn't in the bath long. Soon he's emerging from the bathroom with a fresh, fruity scent of Hizashi's shampoo clinging after him. The tension in his body has eased a bit, but he still looks unwell. Pale and flushed, but now also looking exhausted. He'd put back on the clothes he'd been wearing, and he even goes as far as to thank Hisashi excessively for the limited edition radio merch. "I've never seen these, Mike-sensei. I wonder if my present Mike is coming out with a line like this. Thank you very much for letting me borrow it. It's so cool." Hisashi shoots Shota a hidden dirty look when he finally spots the brand new merch that won't even be released for a couple months on the kid. Shota snickers behind his hand as he waits for the kettle to boil. The kid drinks the tea slowly, watching through squinted eyes as Hisashi marks the essays between sips of his own matcha tea. Shota has reclaimed his own seat, and is more or less just studying Midoriya, not that the kid notices. The teenager manages to keep the tea down, even if there's a few points where he recoils away from it like the scent makes him feel sick. He still doesn't bother to try eating any real food, even when Shota offers something easy to keep down like toast or soda crackers. Shota doesn't mind too much. He's really just glad Midoriya managed to get something down. He'll just make sure the kid eats something for breakfast tomorrow. By the time Midoriya's finished his tea, he's pitching tiredly towards the table. They send the poor kid off to bed with a gel cooling pack for the migraine, a dose of Advil and a glass of water for if he wakes up thirsty in the night. The kid disappears after bowing thankfully, mortifying yet again, and he's down for the count once again when Shota checks on him half an hour later. "He's definitely not what I was expecting," Hisashi hums when Shota returns from checking on the kid. Shota can't help the snort of laughter as he flops back into his chair, helping Hisashi pile up the essays. He can already see some not great marks, so some of the kids will definitely benefit from the study group. I told you so. Wednesday, alternate reality. For the first time in a long time, Shota actually goes to bed with his husband and wakes up beside him in the morning. And not only that, but Hisashi is the one who needs to get up first and not him. He'd gotten into contact with his agency after Midoriya was good and asleep, and with Nizu's interference, had been given some paid leave to work on the confidential case that Nizu had insisted was priority. Though he's not usually one for skipping patrol, Shota can't argue that it's not a weight off his shoulder to not have to leave the heroic student doppelganger of a villain alone in a hero school. He wants to keep an eye on not just Midoriya, but anyone who interacts with him too. Shota knows there will be some mixed feelings about his presence here, and he hates the thought of Midoriya taking the brunt of everyone's dislike for Deku. Hisashi, though, unfortunately, still has his early morning patrol, so he rolls out of bed after pressing a sleepy kiss to Shota's cheek and gets himself ready for his busy day of patrol and teaching. The kid is awake when Shota finally stumbles out of his room. "You're up early," he comments as he beelines for the coffee pot, pouring a cup and drinking it black. He savors the burn and bitter taste as he stares at the coffee pot for a second before turning to Midoriya and eyeing him carefully. "How are you feeling this morning?" "Much better," the child chirps. "My head still hurts a bit, but besides that I'm good. And I'm always up this early. I usually go for my morning run around this time, but I wasn't sure if I was allowed to go without you, so I did some sit-ups and lunges instead. All Might and I made a workout schedule that I try to follow every day." Of course, he's one of those early morning exercise enthusiasts. Shota really doesn't know what he was expecting, but it should have been this. Of course you do. Shota takes another gulp of his coffee as he tries to organize his thoughts. You were right. For now, it would be better if you stuck close for a while, especially until you meet the students and we can gauge their reception of you. But besides that, Nizu will explain the guidelines he's put in place for you today when we go see him before classes this morning. That's the only rule you have? Midoriya pps his head. Well, Shota squints thoughtfully at the kid. You're my student in your reality, so I'll assume the rules I've placed here match up decently to the ones you know. We could go over them, but I feel it would be a waste of time. You're a smart kid, just use your common sense, okay? Of course, sensei. Midoriya grins. Shota hides a smile behind the rim of his mug as the teen's eyes light up along with the grin. You don't have to worry about me. He wants to tell Midoriya it's not exactly him he's worried about, it's him he's worried for. Shota doesn't think the gravity of this has really hit Midoriya, yet those he's met in this reality thus far have believed him after some convincing. Not everyone will, and that's dangerous. Deku is terrifying. He's a villain and Midoriya is unlucky enough to be him, just on a different path of life. Well, Shota sighs, dragging his fingers through his hair. He snags a knot from sleeping and works it out with his fingers. I'm going to go get dressed and then we'll go find you a uniform in roughly your size. There's bound to be one somewhere in storage. I'm sure Nizu's already working on getting you a fitted one, but you can't make a very good impression in pajamas. The kid hesitates before nodding slowly. Good. Shota finishes off his coffee, knowing damn well he'll be getting another cup in the teacher's office before classes start. Why don't you eat the curry we put aside for you last night, if you think you can stomach it, and take some more Advil before we leave to keep the remnants of that migraine under control? Yes, sensei. Midoriya nods dutifully. By the time he's dressed in his hero costume, sleeping bag tucked under his arm, Midoriya is just finishing up the curry. It's not hard to sneak out of Heights Alliance without being seen by the students. There's a back door that Shota and Hizashi use when they don't want to risk disturbing the students, and it makes for the perfect escape. It's still early enough that very few students are even in the school since they switched to dorm life. They don't have students arriving hours before school starts due to transportation issues. Midoriya sticks to Shota's side, but he looks to be taking everything in, probably trying to spot differences between his Yui and theirs. Shota would be lying if he said he wasn't interested in that as well. When they get to the supply closet, Shota digs through boxes as he tries to find a regular uniform in the kid's general size, as well as a training uniform. He's not quite sure if he'll let Midoriya participate in anything yet, but better safe than sorry. The kid looks relieved when he has a uniform in his hands, and it's not something Shota can say he's seen when handing a kid a uniform that will essentially be a second skin to them. Their next stop is the washrooms so Midoriya can change into his uniform. Shota feels a little better when the kid blends in with the rest of the students, but he's still got a bad feeling about how this will play out. It's hard not to have a bad feeling when he knows exactly how he, Nizu, Tsukachi and Hizashi had all reacted to the kid's presence. They arrive at Nizu's office next, and Shota frowns as he knocks on the door. As expected, Nizu's chipper voice invites them in almost instantly. Ready? Shota pps his head in the kid's direction. Midoriya fiddles with his fingers and seks in a breath nervously. I know I saw Nizu-sensei yesterday, but it sort of feels like I'm in trouble now, which is stupid because yesterday I was in HNDCFFS. I don't know, there's just something about going to the principal's office that makes me nervous. Welcome to my world, Shota snorts drily. He doesn't wait for Midoriya's response, just pushes the door open and sets a hand on the kid's shoulder so he can guide him into the office. Welcome. Nizu chirps from behind the desk with a clap of his paws. It's very nice to see you again, Midoriya-kun, and I'm quite glad it's under better circumstances than yesterday morning. Good morning, Nizu-sensei. The teenager ducks his head, almost shuffling closer to Shota. The man tucks his own face into his capture weapon as he leads them both to the two waiting chairs across from Nizu. Midoriya seems to be more skittish of Nizu than he is of Shota, and it makes sense when Shota thinks back to some of the things Nizu had said yesterday before they realized who Midoriya wasn't. He'd threatened an innocent kid with the most secure prison in all of Japan. Honestly, How can Midoriya even look at them, let alone trust them after that? I trust you're feeling better this morning? Nizu smiles at Midoriya, angling his head towards the teen. Aizawa-kun mentioned you were quite unwell yesterday evening. I can't imagine reality hopping would be very kind to one's body, but I'm sorry to hear you had such a poor time. I feel a lot better, Midoriya assures quickly. Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei were very kind even though I know I make them nervous. Or, Yamada-sensei at least. It probably would have been, worse if they hadn't helped me. I wasn't sure what to do when I got so sick so suddenly, but they both did know how to help. I'm very thankful. I'm pleased to hear that, Midoriya-kun. Nizu's smile softens. I apologize that people have been, and will continue to be, unfortunately, wary of you. Please don't take it as a slight against your character, though I know it's difficult not to. I really do sympathize with your position here. Thank you, Midoriya bows his head slightly. I know people aren't upset with me, but the me in your world. It's very confusing, but it does. It's sad because everyone here is. You're all my teachers, but you don't know me and I haven't even met Class 1A yet, but they're my friends in my reality. That sounds quite difficult, Nizu sympathizes offhandedly. Midoriya gives a nod, wiping at wet eyes. It's a dagger through his heart for Shota to see, but he knows there's not much he can do. It's not like he can force his coworkers or students to just be okay with Midoriya. The most he can hope for is them not immediately lashing out. Sorry, the teen says after clearing his throat. When he looks up again, the tears are gone. Aizawa-sensei said you had some rules? Guidelines, the principal corrects easily. And some of these apply to both of you. Shota isn't surprised by this, he'd expected it. Though I trust my staff and my students, I believe it's for the best that Midoriya-kun shadow you, Aizawa-kun. This'll mean him attending all of your classes, including heroics and when you're teaching the 2nd and 3rd years. I would like you to keep him within sight during the school day. You're welcome to have him participate in your lessons if you see fit, that will be completely up to you, but I trust we're on the same page when I say no harm should come to him. We are, Shota gives a serious nod. But wait, what if I'm participating in something like heroics? Midoriya PPS his head. I can hold my own, sensei, I'm in your class. I have good quirk control, and I'd never hurt anyone. I can take a hit too, it's unfair for them to have to hold back. It's not you I don't trust, Midoriya, Shota sighs, angling his head towards the teen. You've got to understand that people are afraid of Deku. Afraid of you. I don't want an innocent sparring session to end with you injured, or worse, because someone gets scared and reacts in fear. I have good students, but fear is a dangerous emotion, Midoriya, and I can't fault them for being scared. This isn't a punishment, Nizu continues. This is simply us being cautious for your well-being. Our knowledge of the quirk you're being affected by is quite limited. We don't know what would happen if something happened to you. If you're gravely injured or killed here, you very well might be in your reality too. There are too many unknown variables for us to just let you participate to the extent you're used to, as much as I'd love to do so. We must face the facts here. As unpleasant as they are, your counterpart is a known villain. We are not in your reality, Midoriya-kun, even if it looks like we are. Midoriya wilts, managing a small defeated nod. It shouldn't hurt Shota's heart as much as it does, but it's for the best. He can't argue this, it would be illogical to do so. He'd rather have a sad Midoriya than a dead Midoriya. You won't be benched, Shota offers as consolation, even if he's sure it doesn't really help right now, you'll be restricted. I can handle my students, but I don't want to see you hurt if someone starts something under the impression that you're Deku, and I'm not fast enough to intervene. I understand, the child whispers, and Shota really doesn't believe him. He thinks Midoriya is offering up what he thinks they want to hear, and that he really doesn't understand these restrictions. Shota has to remind himself that Midoriya is a child, and that to a child this does seem unfair, even if it's completely necessary. If Nizu comes to the same conclusion, Shota doesn't know. The rodent's attention shifts between them before he clears his throat. In addition, we should also try to keep Midoriya-kun away from Yagi-san, which we did mention yesterday. That, fortunately, I don't see as being much of an issue, what with all the time Yagi-san has been spending working with the detective and the 3rd years since the school year started. Midoriya nods again, but this time Shota feels like he's the one who doesn't understand completely. Why does he get the feeling that there's more to this specific restriction than meets the eye? Besides those 2 restrictions, I'd suggest you tread carefully when it comes to telling the rest of the staff and the students. I'm going to ask that you only do so when Aizawa-kun is around, Midoriya-kun. For the most part, I believe the teachers are fairly understanding this isn't the first wayward quirk we've encountered in heroics, and I'm sure it won't be the last. We'll still make it a general rule of thumb to avoid the name Deku, even if I suspect some might be able to connect the dots with just your name. Aizawa-kun managed, and I suspect Yamada-kun might have as well. Shota offers a shallow nod. Nizu returns a nod like he'd expected as much. I believe that covers everything for now. I will keep you both informed if I hear anything from Detective Tsukachi. Please inform me of any incidents, and if my assistance is needed. I suspect there might be some unsavory encounters. You are a student at UE, your ID card is proof enough of that, and I take my students' safety quite seriously. They leave Nizu's office pretty quickly after that. Midoriya is oddly quiet, but Shota doesn't have time to dwell on it. If he wants another coffee before homeroom, they'll need to be fast. The halls are filled with students at this point, it being so close to classes starting, but in his uniform and with his head ducked, Midoriya blends in well enough. It's a blessing that Deku is as shy and careful as he is. His face isn't well known, and even his civilian name has been kept fairly hush-hush. When they arrive at the teachers' offices, Shota holds the door open and gestures the kid in. He doubts Midoriya has been in the office in his UE, since it's rare for any student to be granted entrance, and he thinks he's right by how Midoriya bites his lip and hesitates. It takes a second for them to be noticed, but when they are, the usual chatter dies off and Midoriya wilts in an attempt to make himself as small as humanly possible. Aizawa. Snipe is the brave one to break the silence. They all know his students, and for the most part, most of the teachers know most of the students. Midoriya sticks out like a sore thumb. Isn't it a bit late in the year for a new student to be starting? Hang on, I didn't hear anything about a new student. Kayama turns to study the teenager. Midoriya shifts awkwardly, keeping his head ducked. Was there an email or something sent out that I missed? He's not a new student, and it's last minute. Shota frowns, glancing quickly back at Midoriya quickly. It's not permanent. He'll be sitting in during my classes only. Just your classes? Hound Dog PPS his head. Why? Don't you teach first, second and third years? That's a bit odd. Shota tucks his hands into his pockets as he squints at the group. He takes a second to study over each of them, mostly searching for Yagi's face in the crowd, which is thankfully missing. He hopes this doesn't backfire. He hesitates, suddenly unsure. It's not like he can't not tell them they do deserve to know. It is a matter of security, really. Not just the school's safety, but Midoriya's as well. There will definitely be problems if someone misidentifies Midoriya as Deku and no one knows the boy is an innocent doppelganger in a bad situation. Is Midoriya Izuku? It's pin-drop silent as the introduction soaks in. Shota watches on high alert as his coworkers' faces twist as they process what he said. Some just look confused, while others settle into looks of fear and disbelief. He even spots anger flash across some of his coworkers' faces. Probably not good, but there's no easy way to ease them into this. He doesn't have time to introduce them all one by one, and he's almost certain word of mouth would fly faster than he's able to break the news if he tried. Shota does a quick scan around the room as the silence gets heavier, more cautious. Most of the staff is staring at him like he's insane, while others look genuinely scared. Hisashi has perked up where he's sitting at his desk, and Shota appreciates the pitying look he's sending both Shota and Midoriya. Midoriya Izuku? Vlad King repeats, tone hinting towards danger. A danger Midoriya recognizes, if the way he subtly shifts closer and half hides himself behind Shota is any indication. It's a smart move, since Shota's already squaring his shoulder and scowling right back at the bulky man. That can't seriously be, Kayama stares in disbelief. If that's really him, he should be in cuffs. He should be in prison. How the hell did he even get on campus, Aizawa? What's he done to you and why the hell are you so calm? He's dangerous. No, Shota scoffs, trying to keep himself for letting the irritation show. This is worse than he'd expected. He'd at least thought they'd let him explain. Hisashi had been shocked too, but he'd let Shota explain before letting his emotions get out of control. He's done nothing wrong, now would you all just... The villain's obviously done something to Aizawa. Snipe growls in horror. There's no way Aizawa would let Deku wander free like that, not around the kids. Not after the USJ. Someone restrain Deku before he does something. Call the police. Hang on a second, Shota snaps, stepping fully in front of Midoria as his quirk flares just in case any of his coworkers decide to try and use theirs. Kayama specifically, who could put them to sleep. Most of the staff bristles when his quirk strips theirs away, and he knows they're offended he's using his on them. He sees Hisashi rising to his feet as well, ready to join in defending. Hisashi's voice is low and calming, placating. Hey, everyone just calm down a bit, you dig? There's obviously a reason for all this, yeah? Listen to what Aizawa's gotta say. Calm down. Vlad snaps, stalking toward Shota, but still keeping his distance like he's afraid the cowering child behind Shota will suddenly spring up and attack him. You want us to calm down when Aizawa's brought him into our school, Mike? What reason could there be for Aizawa to have a villain with him? Hisashi flounders for a second before his expression hardens. Shota's jaw twitches as anger settles in his stomach. Listen, Shota snarls, you all need to calm the hell down. This kid did nothing to me and he's done nothing to any of you either, so back the F up or I'll make you. This is not Deku. He's... Shota's anger lapses as he tries to decide of what Midoriya could be something that will get the message across without being completely ridiculous or mind-boggling, because he'll give them the benefit of the doubt to be shell-shocked when it comes to alternate reality jumping quirks. Besides, he needs to focusing diffusing the situation before things get out of control. The explanation can come after when everyone has cooled off enough to logically think. He's an exchange student. From where, Tartarus? Vlad snarls, arms crossing over his chest. Shota bristles at venomous quip, twitching with a need to strangle Vlad with his capture weapon. That vile villain belongs in prison, Aizawa, not in our school. You know exactly what he's done. How can he be an exchange student? 13 shifts nervously. Shota's at least glad they aren't letting fearful anger take over, but genuinely terrified isn't much better. He does understand though, 13 had also been at the USJ when Deku and Shigaraki had launched their attack. Aizawa, don't you remember what he did? He's a villain. Now. Nizu pops up behind them. Everyone, please take a second to collect yourselves. Aizawa-kun is accompanying our guest, and that was not a very warm welcome he received from the teachers of this fine educational establishment. Midoriya startles at the sudden appearance of the principal, Shota does not. He's used to the rat popping up at random times from literally anywhere. I must say, teachers, Nizu continues, nose twitching in that tiny tick that conveys his anger, I'm quite appalled in what I've just witnessed. I had hoped my staff would consider the fact that Midoriya-kun is here accompanied by a trusted Yui teacher, wearing a school uniform and very obviously not restrained in any way, but it seems you were all too quick to emotions to think rationally. That's disappointing. Nizu-san, that's our newest student who will be here for an undetermined amount of time, approved by both the police department as well as myself. Nizu cuts off with a clipped voice. The child with Aizawa-kun is not the villain Deku, although they share an uncanny resemblance, no? And if you had waited a moment and let Aizawa-kun explain as he'd been trying to do, instead of verbally and very near physically attacking a student under the protection of this very school, you would have known that. He's a student under Yui's what? Since you wouldn't let Aizawa-kun explain Midoriya-kun's presence, I will, and in doing so, you will all be receiving a formal reprimand for your carelessness and failure to logically assess a sensitive situation of high stress. I'm quite disappointed. I must say, I expected as much from the students, but not seasoned pros. Truly concerning. How can I trust you to teach the students to think with their heads and not with their hearts when you are not setting an example? Jumping to a conclusion whilst ignoring the facts laid before you is dangerous not just for yourselves, but for everyone involved. But, Nisan, Vlad digs his own grave. Deku's a villain. He certainly is. Nizu agrees darkly. Deku is a villain, but Midoriya-kun is not. The rodent steps past Shota and Midoriya, and Shota sees the bright colors of Midoriya's ID from his reality held in Nizu's paws, which are laced together over the small of his back. Proof. It's hard to deny the card. Shota had tried when he first met the kid, but it truly is Nizu inspected authentic. Hell, it's a reality difference short of their Yui's security accepting it. The rodent hands the card to the first teacher he reaches, who just so happens to be Vlad himself, who decided to act as a protector, positioning himself between the other teachers and Shota and his student. Vlad takes the card without looking away from Shota as he does so. They're leveling each other heated glares, and unlike every other time Vlad sparks up that stupid class rivalry, Shota is not about to back down. Nizu makes a clicking noise with his tongue, voice stiff when he continues. Sekijiro-kun, I'm going to have to ask that you cease the glaring. I understand it's considered quite rude to you humans. Now, please study, then circulate the card in your hand around to the rest of the staff. I trust you all will be able to identify exactly what it is you're being shown. I would like everyone to take a good look at that card before another word is said. Nizu's voice holds a finality that none of the teachers are stupid enough to challenge. He's incredibly scary for a creature so small. Oh, Nizu hums as an afterthought, and, please be careful with it, it is not ours to damage, and it will be returned exactly as it was lent to me. In pristine condition. Please have a very good look at that ID, and then, when you're satisfied, pass it to the next person and take a seat at your desk. We're going to be having a discussion. Vlad glares at Shota and Midoriya for a second longer before finally managing to drag his gaze down to the card in hand. Shota takes pleasure in the way his eyes widen and his jaw goes slack. He squints down hard at it like he just can't process it, jaw then clenching as he quickly flips it over, inspecting the back intently before flipping it back around to Midoriya's face. His brows furrow as he glares down at the card. This can't be. It is, Nizu says flatly. Make note of the date it was issued, and then pass it on, Sekijiro-kun. There are a lot who need to see that, and we have very little time before you all need to get to your classes. Slowly but surely, Midoriya's ID card circulates around to all the teachers. Shota does not move, and behind him, Midoriya is frozen in fear too. His heart breaks for the more trauma to add to his growing collection, the teachers he knows and trusts literally taking one look at him and condemning him on spot. Perfect. Shota had known this could be a possibility, but that didn't prepare him for it actually happening. Aizawa-kun. Shota lowers his glare to Nizu before he can think to settle the dark look. Thankfully, his boss doesn't seem to mind. The office is near silent, everyone sitting at their desks like scolded school children. There's a general weight of confusion in the room, but also levels of varying guilt. It shouldn't make Shota as pleased as it does. Though guilt doesn't help the trembling child behind him. Nizu sends a sharp glance over his staff before turning back to the underground hero and his student. Please grab what you came in for and then take Midoriya-kun out to calm down before classes start. I will explain the situation to our staff, and I trust they will take my explanation seriously if they didn't bother to take yours. Now, I'm sure you'll have your hands full come homeroom, so please make haste. If any class shouldn't be left to their own devices for long, it's Class 1A. Shota only does as directed when Hisashi takes his place as Midoriya's human shield. Hisashi, the saint he is, crouches down and says something Shota's too angry to make out to the boy, and Midoriya gives a shaky nod in response. When Hisashi stands up to his full height, Shota finally sets away towards the coffee pot. He doesn't delay pouring himself a mug of coffee, shooting his coworkers a dark look as he does so. He can't believe not one of them considered the possibility that there was more to the situation than what they saw. Not a single one of them took a second to assess the situation past the knee-jerk reaction of villain. He really does understand it's insane he'd been there just yesterday, but Midoriya had him vouching for him this time. It wasn't like the kid just strolled into the school by himself. He was in a uniform, he'd passed their high-tech security and he was being escorted by a trusted member of the staff. The explanation was being offered to them, even if none of them cared to listen to it. He knows his reaction wasn't much better, but the difference there was no one knew what the hell was going on when Midoria first approached him. There wasn't anyone offering an explanation to Shota. There was just a teenager who introduced himself as the current most feared villain in Japan, after essentially tracking down him on patrol. Of course he'd be on alert. But when they'd taken a second to really think, to assess the situation, and when an explanation had been offered, to him, and Tsukachi and Nizu, they'd listened. They'd been convinced. His colleagues didn't have that excuse. Shota takes his coffee and stalks back to Midoriya, knowing his aura is dark and angry by the way Hisashi frowns softly when he draws closer. Shota shakes his head when Hisashi looks like he's debating saying something, and the blonde just nods knowingly, stepping away when Shota was close enough to the teen to set a guiding hand between the boy's shoulder blades. He pushes the office door open with his elbow and doesn't bother looking back, just ushers the child away from the threats. He's quick to get them away from the office, guiding Midoriya through the halls swiftly. The teen keeps pace silently, eyes downcast. "How are you holding up?" Shota asks when they're far enough away from the office that Midoriya has almost stopped trembling. Shota's not used to having a student tucked so close to him, but he knows it would be cruel to push Midoriya away after that. He wonders what sort of bond Midoriya's Aizawa has with his students, and wonders further if it's anything like Shota's own with his kids. They've all definitely gotten closer since moving into the dorms, but he wonders if Midoriya himself had played the part of glue holding them all together. It wouldn't surprise him. I'm okay, the boy stutters out, looking anything but okay. Shota glances down at him, mouth pulling into a frown when he notices the kid ivsy at his white shirt, just over his heart. His entire fist is a pale bone white as his grip clenches. "You warned me. I should have been. I should have been prepared for something like that. It was just. I thought Vlad-sensei was going to. I thought he was gonna. Why, you were right, sensei." For the first time in Shota's life, he wishes he wasn't right. He wishes he'd been wrong, and that the other teachers had hesitantly accepted Midoriya like Hisashi had. What if ing mess? I don't know if. Midoriya swallows thickly, and Shota glances down once again and sees bright, watery eyes staring back up at him. "I don't know how I'll take my friends doing that, sensei. My classmates. It was bad enough my teachers did, but I don't know if I can handle my friends saying things like that. I feel sick." Shota stops walking now, uncaring that the bell goes off just as he does and the halls are suddenly empty as kids scurry to class. Midoriya stops too, but only because Shota grabs a handful of the blazer where his hand hadn't moved from where he'd been guiding the kid. "Midoriya," he calls softly, "wait a second. Why are going to be late, sensei?" Midoriya turns to him with glassy eyes. His shoulders are shaking, and his face is pinched like he's trying so hard to keep that mask of okay on. "You're never late. Do you want to do this today?" The kid wilts like he'd suddenly realized Shota can see he's not holding it together as well as he thinks he is. More tears rush to his eyes, but he's quick to wipe them on his sleeve. "You don't need to do everything at once, Midoriya," Shota tells him calmly. "You deserve a second to decompress and think about this. That was hard, and that was grown adults who should not have jumped to conclusions the way they did. I truthfully don't know how my students will react to this, and I can't be sure they won't react similarly to the teachers. It's a lot to process, kid." Shota pauses, surveying over Midoriya, but he's still just trying not to cry. "Just remember, problem child, there's nothing wrong with needing a bit of time to process what just happened. I can get Hisashi to cover my homeroom class if you want to go back to the apartment for a while. You do not have to force yourself to do everything today. There's nothing wrong with needing a break." "No," the kid whimpers, rubbing harder at his eyes. I need to know. I need to do this. I can't. Just relax if I'm afraid of what they'll say, what they'll do. It's like it's looming over my head and suffocating me. I know they're not my friends B, but they are. To me." "Okay," Shota nods. "I understand." Midoriya is still sniffling, rubbing his eyes raw like he's trying to press his tears back into his eyes before they can fall. Shota feels awful. This is a child who'd suddenly been dumped in a place where he's public enemy number one. Where everyone he knows and loves considers him a villain and are treating him accordingly. That would be a hard pill for anyone to swallow, but this is a child. What do you need right now, Midoriya? There's a pause. Midoriya shifts awkwardly at Shota's side, still wiping at his eyes. The underground hero waits patiently for an answer, whether it be a request for something, or just an unconvincing nothing from the teenager that Shota won't push. The teenager cuts himself off, choking on a stuttered breath. Can I have a hug, sensei? That's probably a weird request, and I'm sorry, I just. The man doesn't bother answering, just wraps an arm around the kid and tries not to feel that annoying flurry of heartbreak and fondness cloud his chest. Midoriya cuts himself off abruptly, melting into the hug. He returns it with enough force that Shota wobbles momentarily in an attempt to keep them both standing. The teenager hardly wastes a second before burying his face in Shota's capture weapon and lacing his arms around the man's upper chest. He wonders how long the kid had been craving affection as simple as a hug, too scared to ask for it but needing it. Or, maybe he didn't think he could ask for it here. There's probably a lot going on in the kid's head that he couldn't even begin to understand. Shota blows out a sigh through his nose as he lets his chin fall onto the top of the teenager's head. He lets his hand rub up the kid's back, careful not to spill the coffee in his other hand. The hug doesn't last long, Midoriya tearing himself away carefully and taking 2 tiny steps back when he decides it's been long enough. He gives a water half smile as he roughly drags his sleeve over his face. Sorry. Shota frowns, but doesn't bother saying anything. It's starting to seem like a lost cause to get Midoriya to stop apologizing for things he can't help. And Shota doesn't think he really needs a reprimand, as soft and logical as it is, after what just transpired. I'm ready. Midoriya does manage a nervous little half smile. I think. Shota gives a nod, and doesn't question him. He can't keep pushing, even if it does feel like Midoriya is trying to take everything in too fast. He's trying to rush this, and Shota fears he'll only end up getting hurt that way. Still, it probably shouldn't be delayed, and if Midoriya is ready to do it, they should while he's got his nerve. They walk side by side the rest of the way to the 1A classroom. Shota can hear his kids from down the hall. Bickering and chatting. Laughing. Ida's voice trying to corral them and settle them down. He sighs internally. They pause for a second outside the door, and as they do, the room falls silent and desperate shuffles are the only sound. Midoriya's nervous expression dips to one of amusement for just a second before the fear and anxiety is back full force. He shuffles anxiously, staring at the door like it'll magically open and eat him. Shota waits another second for good measure, sipping at his coffee. He brushes the kid out of the way carefully as he throws the door open. The silence carries on as he glares uninterestedly into the room, all eyes on him. We have a guest, he tells the students without greeting them. Straight to the point. I have a personal student who will be sitting in on all of my classes for a while, so I expect you all to be respectful. Shota steps into the room and gestures the teen in behind him. He gives Midoriya props for how he manages to keep his head held high, even as he jitters anxiously in place after settling a step or so in front of Shota. The boy scans the room, offering a bashful half smile. Hi. Class. Shota gestures the hand not holding his coffee towards Midoriya. This is Deku, growls a familiarly angry voice, and then Shota hears the telltale sound of crackling sparks as an ashen-haired blur barrels at the green-haired teen. Midoriya braces for impact, protecting his face, and the most Shota can do in that blink of a second is cancel out Bakugo's quirk so no serious damage can happen. The blonde doesn't seem bothered as his quirk is erased, continuing straight for Midoriya. He doesn't waste a second as he grabs 2 fistfuls of the other boy's uniform and lifts him up threateningly so only Midoriya's toes are on the ground. The green-haired teen looks afraid, but not as afraid as Shota would have expected. What the F are you doing here, Deku? Shota silently mourns his mug of coffee as he prepares to drop it so he can get both hands on his capture weapon and restrain Bakugo. He feels like an idiot for forgetting of course Bakugo Katsuki would know what Deku looks like. He'd been kidnapped by the League. He'd probably interacted with Deku, Not that the teen told them much about what the League of Villains actually wanted with him. Shota had expected for none of his students to piece it together when he introduced the kid. Midoria Izuku was not a name that was circulated. The news outlets and other heroes spread the name Deku. Easily remembered with no chance of confusion. He hadn't even said Midoriya's name, and already the entire class knew. Kaken, please. Midoriya winces, not fighting back whatsoever. Shota's mouth dries at the childish nickname? Were he and his Bakugo Katsuki close in his reality? Shota never would have guessed that one. Don't do this, you're a hero now. Just as Shota's about to drop his coffee mug and whip his capture weapon around Bakugo, the ashy-haired teen roughly shoves Midoriya away as if the green-haired teenager had physically burned him. Bakugo recoils, tugging his hands into his chest as he takes 3 measured steps back, shaking in place as Midoriya stumbles back into Shota. The coffee sloshes over onto his hand when Midoriya makes impact, but he can't even begin to care about the burning pain of hot coffee sinking into his skin. What? Who? Bakugo looks like he's suddenly seen a ghost, pointing a shaking finger at Midoriya. Who the F is that? Izuku watches wide-eyed as Kaken stumbles away from him like he'd burned him instead of the other way around. Anxiety pits in his stomach, and dread just makes him feel sick as he stumbles back into Aizawa-sensei before he manages to find his bearings. Who? Kaken breathes out desperately, like he can't manage to draw in a deep breath. He lifts a shaking finger and points directly at Izuku. Who the F is that? It probably shouldn't hurt as much as it does to hear Kaken mutter those words accusingly, and it takes a good, long second for Izuku to manage to drag himself around to the fact that this isn't his Bakugo Katsuki, the one who bullied him throughout middle school and took it as a personal threat when Izuku managed to scrape his way into Yui with All Might's help. This is the Bakugo Katsuki whose Midoriya Izuku is a villain. They're real, legit enemies here. Izuku doesn't know what the hell happened between them, what Deku did to Kaken to warrant a reaction like that, but it makes him nervous. The way Kaken is looking at him makes him wish the ground would crack open and swallow him whole. Kaken has looked at him with a lot of emotions over the years, anger tending to be recurring one, but he's never looked at Izuku genuinely afraid. Izuku takes a small step back, hardly aware of the fact he's now completely pressing back against Aizawa-sensei, who is. He's not Izuku's Aizawa-sensei. A hand settles on his shoulder and he hates the way he startles. He hears a second splatter of liquid hitting the floor and swirls around when his brain catches up to the fact more of Sensei's coffee has spilled. Because of him. Oh! Izuku cries out, I'm so sorry. Your coffee, Sensei. He has half a mind to tear himself away from Aizawa-sensei and force himself deeper into the classroom, but the other half of his mind wants him to turn tail and dodge around the man so he can disappear from sight. Neither of those things are smart. 1A is now watching him like he's a mix of some advanced puzzle, but also a threat that needs to be studied and monitored due to Kaken's reaction, and after the reaction of the teachers in the office just now, he knows anyone who has seen, or even heard of Deku, won't hesitate to detain him, by whatever means necessary. He's in a hero school. He knows a lot of the quirks currently attending the school this year, assuming that things aren't different like his class wasn't. There are some cool quirks, definitely, but they're all terrifying to think about when he thinks about them being used against him. He's scared. There is no lesser evil in this situation, and his life right now is genuinely in Aizawa-sensei's hands. Sensei, Kaken barks out, taking another tiny step away. Who the hell is that? Aizawa-sensei is quiet for a second, taking in the scene. He looks between Kaken and Izuku himself before glancing out at the class. They're all quiet, watching and studying, trying to figure out what it is they're looking at. Who do you think it is? Aizawa-sensei finally speaks, ushering Izuku into the room. Kaken takes quick steps back as Izuku is all but guided into the room. He thinks briefly about digging his heels into the ground and putting up resistance, but he doesn't dare. And unless he uses one for all to his advantage, and this isn't really a one for all type of situation, Aizawa-sensei is stronger than him. Aizawa-sensei sets his mug down on the desk when they're close enough, then dries his red, almost blistering fingers dry on his hero uniform. When he looks up, he glances past Izuku at the students remaining in their seat before his attention tips back to Kaken. Sensei looks thoughtfully between Izuku and Kaken for a long second before he finally gestures to Izuku at his side without taking his eyes off of Kaken. Who is this, Bakugo? That's, Kaken starts before he snaps his mouth shut, glaring at Izuku. The teen in question tries not to move, staying statue stiff at the underground hero's side. I don't know who that is, Kaken snaps. That's not Midoria Izuku. It's not him, but it's. What the fucking hell is going on here? That looks like. But he's not Deku. How do you know that? Are you saying it is Deku? Kaken snarls, red eyes locking on the pro as his lip curls into a scowl. That's pretty fucking messed up, Sensei, if you're bringing Deku into the school. Whispers fill the heavy silence as the students talk. It's apparently now starting to sink in just who Izuku is, or who they believe he is. A quick glare from Aizawa-sensei has them quieting instantly before the teacher's attention is back on Kaken. I'm not confirming, nor denying anything, Baku. Is it, or isn't it Deku? You said it's not, and you're the one who met him, aren't you? Which is it? Izuku doesn't know what's happening now. Why is Sensei not confirming that Izuku is not the Deku they know? Why isn't he telling Kaken that he's right and that Izuku is not their Deku? What is the pro up to? What's he after? That's not the Deku I know, the ashen-haired teen grits out. Who the F is that? Midoriya Izuku, Aizawa-sensei introduces calmly, still watching in interest as Kaken doesn't dare to draw his attention away from Izuku. But you already know that. Kaken stills, eyes narrowed on Izuku. No sheet, Sensei, but who the hell is he? That's not Midoriya Izuku. That's not Deku. Deku hasn't been. Not since he's not. That's not him. So who the hell is he? Catch. Do not fucking call me that, Kaken lashes out, pointing a now accusatory finger at Izuku. His lips are still pressed in the scowl, and his eyes are quick to jump from a scolded Izuku back to Aizawa-sensei. Who the hell is he? What the hell is he doing here? Just as I said earlier, Sensei huffs calmly, he's a personal student who will be shadowing me for the unforeseeable future. He's a guest here, so treat him accordingly no matter what you think you know about him. Stop towing around this, Sensei. Kaken finally decides to throw caution to the wind, marching around the desk to stop squarely in front of Izuku. He pokes his finger against Izuku's chest hard enough that the green-haired teen is sure it'll leave a bruise. I don't know who the F you are, but if you touch a single one of my a-hole extra classmates, I will blow you to fucking pieces. You hear me, imposter? And now you sound like my Kaken. Sorta. Izuku gives a nervous laugh, subtly shifting away. It's refreshing not hearing the telltale sound of sparks coming from Kaken's hands. Maybe this Kaken fears Aizawa-sensei a little more than Izuku's does. Never heard you defend our classmates. I wonder what's changed here. What the F, do you mean my Kaken? Kaken fumes, but he doesn't step away from Izuku again. And, what's this about our classmates? Ashido asks with a frown. Oh, I just. Midoriya was hit by a quirk, Aizawa-sensei finally offers, instantly quieting his class with nothing but his words, a quirk in his reality which somehow sent him here to our reality. He's not the villain known as Deku, he's a student who attends this school and is in my class, your class, where he's from. I understand this is a lot to take in, but trust me as your teacher that I wouldn't do anything that could possibly harm you students. Midoriya is safe, and we're sure of that. Kaminari raises his hand but doesn't bother waiting to be called on. Seriously? Because that sounds so cool. Alternate realities, that's like something outta a comic book or something. Izuku isn't sure cool is what he's settled for when describing this whole mess, but the thought, in theory, definitely does sound sorta cool. Maybe not when it's happening to you, but looking in from the outside. Wait, Kirishima straightens up. Does that mean there's two Dekus here now? That seems to be the most plausible case. Aizawa-sensei shrugs. But we can't know for sure. Deku sticks to the shadows, so we can't know for sure whether or not he's still in Out Universe. A quirk that swaps two people in two different worlds is practically unheard of, but, then again, so is a quirk that sends someone to a reality they don't belong in. That's wild. Kaminari flops back against his backrest similarly to how he is when he's short-circuited. Izuku thinks Sensei might have just blown his mind. Aizawa-sensei. Ida raises his hand. He waits in the impatient patient sort of way until Aizawa-sensei glances over with a raised eyebrow. The idea of alternate realities is nothing more than a theory. How can you be sure that that isn't really Deku? How do you know this isn't a trick? He's a villain. Midoriya has been cleared by both Principal Nizu and the detective Tsukachi, who most of you were interviewed by after the USJ attack. Some of you might remember his quirk, which is lie detector. All you students need to know is that Midoriya was arrested, detained and interviewed under the suspicion that he was Deku. We followed protocol as we would with any villain, but he's since been released. The man pauses, sipping at his coffee whilst looking exhausted. He scans the class thoughtfully before clearing his throat and continuing. Nizu, Tsukachi and myself all determined that he most certainly is not Deku after that interview. Midoriya has also provided evidence that is not of this reality, and ignoring all those facts would be illogical. Deku is good at what he does, I'm sure we can all agree on that, but he's not that good. Even so, Yaoyorozu shifts uncertainly, glancing quickly at Izuku before averting her gaze. Are you sure we should be trusting him? If I'm understanding this right, he's still Midoriya Izuku Deku. What makes them different from reality to reality? That's not Deku. Kaken finally steps away. Izuku lets out a puff of air when he's no longer pinned in place by Kaken's tense frame. You extras are wasting your breath. I know Deku, and this guy isn't him. I mean, Kirishima sits up straight as Kaken returns to his seat with a grim expression. Bakugo is the only one of us to have actually met Deku, right? We should probably trust him. And Sensei too. Sensei almost died for us at the USJ. You guys really think he'd bring a villain to class? Since when is Bakugo the trusted judge of character? Izuku's attention snaps to the voice he's not as familiar with, grin widening when he spots who it is that took his place. He's the same guy who refers to all of us as extras. Shinso. Izuku beams, startling not just Shinso himself, but the class and Aizawa-sensei. I didn't think you'd be here. That's awesome. I'm so glad you made it into one. I know how much you wanted to get into this class, so, well, you did in, my reality. Just, wait, you know me? Shinso looks torn between cautious, impressed, and a bit afraid. That's terrifying. Sorry? I know all of you. Izuku swallows hard. I mean, and not you guys directly. Obviously because, we've never met here, but, in my reality. You're my classmates too, and we've, fought together, like, a lot like at the USJ, and, Todoroki, Ida and I fought WL. And then at the training camp and rescuing Kaken from the League of Villains. We all had to work together. Izuku finds himself quieting in volume as he continues. He can't quite place the looks on his classmates' faces, drawn between multiple different emotions at once on each different classmate. Sorry, Izuku winces. I know that's probably creepy to you guys, but it's just we're all classmates where I'm from. So, you rescued me? Kaken is the one to break the silence, staring intently at Izuku. Once again, Izuku can't place the emotion on Kaken's face. It's not angry, but he still can't. It doesn't look like it belongs there. Whatever it is. Why yeah, Izuku swallows again, nervously wringing his fingers together. Kirishima, Todoroki, Ida, Yaoyorozu and I all banded together to rescue you from Shigaraki and the League. There was a tracker that Yaoyorozu made and had stuck to the Nomu during the summer camp attack, so we followed it to you. Sorta. Izuku pauses, blinking twice as he mentally runs through the rescue mission. I mean, it wasn't that easy, of course. You weren't even at the warehouse when we got there, but we did get you in the end. Aizawa-sensei was not happy. Izuku can almost feel Aizawa-sensei's eyes boring into him. That calculating and disapproving look. Something in the way he's staring tells Izuku that there probably wasn't a rescue party for Kaken here, and if there was, it was nothing like the one Izuku's talking about. Wait. Kirishima's tensed up now. How'd you know we planned to? Red eyes shoot to where Aizawa-sensei is now glowering in Kirishima's direction. I mean, not that we plan to do anything involving rescuing Bakugo because, you know what? Never mind. Forget I said anything. Izuku blinks at Kirishima before glance back at where Aizawa-sensei looks done with the day already. You're the reason they targeted me. What? Izuku yelps in surprise eyes. Shooting towards Kaken? What does that mean, Kaken? Why? You're the one who convinced them I could be bribed into joining their stupid villain gang. Fire power or whatever bullshit you had in your stupid head. You told me so yourself. If I can be a villain, Bakugo Katsuki, then so can you. You are the most villainous person I've even known. Are you really cut out for heroics? Kaken sneers, mimicking someone else's voice. First time I see you after you. Kaken grits his teeth, looking away sharply as he continues without finishing the thought. And that's the bullshit you say. If I hadn't have been chained to a chair, I probably would have killed you. You changed, and it's fucking bullshit. I'm supposed to be the a-hole, not you. Izuku feels sick as that settles in his stomach. He'd done that? He'd wanted to convince Kaken to join the villains? Izuku knew Kaken was rough around the edges, but he still strongly believed he'd be a great hero. To know he tried to. It made his stomach coil. I'm sorry. Don't apologize for someone else's actions. Aizawa-sensei snaps under his breath, and Izuku's the only one who startles, so he thinks he's the only one to hear the man. He bows his head like a scolded child anyways. Wait, so if that's not how your Bakugo got kidnapped in your reality, then how did the villains decide to kidnap him? Ojiro asks carefully. Did they randomly select him, or was there a reason? Oh, Izuku bites his lip. Well, my Kaken is. He's fiery. That's a nice way to say he's an a-hole, Siro mutters under his breath to Jairu, who snickers behind her hand. Kaken snaps a glare at the two of them, but doesn't lash out. Good. And, strong-willed. He said some things during the festival that sorta made him come off like an, a-hole, I guess? But, I think what really caught Shigaraki's eye was the medal ceremony. Kaken was angry, and, didn't feel like he quite deserved his win because during the last fight, against Todoroki, he didn't think Todoroki gave it his all like when he fought me, so to get him up onto the podium the teachers. They sorta muzzled and restrained him so he could receive his first-place medal. They muzzled him on live television? Sensei sounds genuinely disgusted. Who the hell approved that? Because I hope to God it wasn't me. I don't know, Izuku squeaks, turning to look at where the man is leaning on his arms against his desk. I only saw it later. After the festival was over, I was having surgery on my arms during the awarding ceremony and... You were having surgery on your arms? Sensei's voice sounds deadly serious, and Izuku has an uncomfortable feeling that he's unknowingly digging himself a grave. During the sports festival? We let you use your quirk at a school event until you needed surgery? We will. Izuku says on his bottom lip in an attempt to organize his thoughts in these specific events. I was still, figuring out my quirk, so I hurt myself a bit, and I also, sorta, went to hard trying to convince Todoroki-kun to use his fire side, and he did, and I just don't think I was quite prepared for him to go, full force. I use my fire side? Todoroki chimes in from the back of the room, ping his head curiously. I don't. Oh, Izuku feels so lost. You did. I think it was the first time in a long time, but you use it more often now. But that's why Kaken was so upset, because you used your ice and fire when fighting me, but you resorted back to just your ice when you fought him. It's starting to feel like he can't think clearly. It's that kind of lost that rattles your brain around and makes it hard to think about anything. He doesn't even feel like he could walk a straight line right now with how his head is spinning. Things are so different. They're the same, but they're not. These events happened, but not like they did here, and he can't help but let the two realities meld together in a way. Things that didn't happen to him feel like they did, and things that did happen to him feel like they shouldn't have, because he's the only one who knows about them. Someone with his name and face, essentially him, has been out terrorizing heroes, and Izuku doesn't understand why. He'd never in a million years do that. He idolizes heroes. Heroes are good. They help people, like All Might and Aizawa-sensei have helped him. Why would this reality's Midoria Izuku turn evil? Become a villain? What happened? What changed? Hang on a fucking second, Kaken's glaring again. You used a quirk to the point you needed surgery where you're from? What the F dash? Izuku gives a nod, knowing that to be true. He's still got the scars on his arms and he still hangs onto Recovery Girl's grave threat and warning that occasionally haunt his dreams. Kaken glares harder. Deku's quirkless? Right? Not his Kaken. The Midoriya Izuku in this reality is still quirkless if All Might didn't give him one for all. He knows Deku here doesn't have one for all because according to Nizu and the detective, as far as Izuku's deciphered, All Might has been focusing on his successor. He's curious who the successor in this reality is if it's not Izuku himself. I manifested a quirk, Izuku offers quietly, during the entrance exam for Yui. I'm a late bloomer. There's a pause. Sensei, as Yui raises her hand but doesn't wait to be called on either. Does that mean Deku's going to manifest a quirk here too, Karo? No, Aizawa-sensei shakes his head firmly. I doubt it. If Deku was going to manifest a quirk, he would have around the same time Midoriya did. From what we know thus far, generally, everything is roughly the same from reality to reality, quirks included. Midoriya has confirmed this multiple times. As for what we do know, Deku is diagnosed quirkless and won't be getting a quirk. We've seen his hospital records from before he became a villain. He won't be getting a quirk by any biological means. Izuku bites his lip, wiggling his toes in his shoes. He knows his records match up with Deku's. He's also biologically quirkless, so he's incredibly glad all his information is in his reality and that it's not being questioned by his peers. That would be an awful lot of explaining he'd need to do to his Aizawa-sensei. One for all is clearly a secret here too. If the hush-hush way the detective and Principal Nizu had skirted around the topic was any indication, and not to mention how Izuku's possession of his All Might's quirk had been the factor that finally seemed to convince the two men of his innocence. Plus, he's positive if a Deku doppelganger spilled All Might's secret after Deku himself had already ruined his career, Izuku's not sure All Might would be very happy. From what he's gathered, All Might is already very not happy with him, which sorta hurts to know. But how can one Midoriya have a quirk and not the other? Aren't they the same person just in different realities? Uraraka asks without raising a hand. She's glancing calculatingly at Izuku, thoughtfully watching him. I don't understand. I don't know, Sensei shrugs, glancing sideways as Izuku in a thoughtful sort of way. I'd agree with you, but I know for certain Midoriya has a quirk. I've seen it, and I also know Deku doesn't have one. If he had a quirk at his disposal, he would have used it by now. If Deku did have a quirk at this point, he'd be a lot more dangerous and he'd know that. He'd want the world to know that. Villains like Deku thrive on fear. But sir, Ida's hand shoots up, and Aizawa-sensei PPS his head as an invitation for the engine quirk teen to continue. If that's the case, how are we supposed to trust Midoriya? Where'd his quirk come from? I agree with Uraraka. If one Midoriya is diagnosed quirkless, shouldn't the other be too? Midoriya has a quirk, aren't we being a little bit too trusting? No. Sensei huffs, arms crossing over his chest. We know virtually nothing about the quirk that sent Midoriya here, and we know even less about his reality, so I can't tell you why one has a quirk and the other doesn't. Reality travel is a foreign concept, and we can't begin to understand it without more information that we have zero access to. What matters here is that Midoriya has proven his position in his reality. Not just with providing information that is parallel to ours, but with an ID card that was on his person when he arrived. But Sensei, Aizawa-sensei snaps his attention to Yaoyorozu, who instantly cuts herself off at his sharp look, before he glares around the room. Midoriya is not on trial, and he certainly wouldn't be on trial by students. All you need to know is that Midoriya has been cleared by 3 pro heroes and a lie detector quirk who have met, spoken to, and determined that Midoriya is not Deku. End of story. There's no longer any question of if his story is viable or not. He's been cleared. The silence is so quiet it's almost loud to Izuku's ears. He hates this. He hates the looks they're shooting him, and sure, he's not being attacked anymore, but he'd almost prefer it to this. Sensei heaves a sigh, rubbing at his eyes with his thumb and middle finger. Look, the man calls attention, hand falling to cross over his chest. We might not understand everything right now, but we understand enough to make a logical decision regarding Midoriya's well-being. There are going to be quirks in this world that you won't understand. That's just how this world works. Midoriya is innocent, Deku is not. Now, for the time being, he's under Yui protection, and he will be my personal student. I highly suggest you all keep that in mind. That makes sense, Kirishima scratches at his head, I think. It's still scary though, Hagakure offers cautiously, I mean he is Deku, isn't he? He's not, Kaken defends before Aizawa-sensei can even open his mouth. You extras are thick-skulled. That's not Deku, and if any of you'd met the real Deku, you'd agree. You're taking this awfully personally, Ashido calls accusingly from across the room, what's the deal with that? You buddy-buddy with Midoriya already, Kaken? Shut the f***up raccoon eyes. Kaken grits out dangerously, but doesn't bother adding anything else. The ashy-haired teen turns away abruptly, ignoring the questions entirely as he glares out the window. Izuku watches his childhood friend with a frown. Enough, Sensei snaps, all of you. There's a moment of tense silence, everyone's glancing around the room looking at their friends to try and determine how everyone's feeling about the situation. Izuku feels a lot of eyes on him, but he doesn't dare look up. It's uncomfortable, it feels like he's under a microscope and 1A is dissecting him apart. Soon the silence lifts to low mutters and mumbles as the students chat amongst themselves, still glancing at Izuku every so often. It hurt more than he'd care to admit that they're clearly waiting for him to lash out or to try to harm them in some way. He can't help but feel the tug of longing that he's not a part of it. This isn't his class, even if it is. He should be sitting over in seat 18, chattering and theorizing with his classmates. He misses his class. Quiet, Aizawa-sensei calls from the front of the room after kindly letting them chat for a few minutes. He sounds tired, but his voice is clear and final, instantly drawing in everyone's attention, Izuku included. The man lets the silence ring for a second before finally speaking, listen to me now, none of you have to trust Midoriya. That's not what this is about, I can't and won't force you to. That decision is entirely yours, but know that I do trust him. I get this is hard to believe, and you all have a right to feel what you feel in this situation. There is no right or wrong way to feel about something like this. However, that doesn't give you any right to take your frustrations or fear out on Midoriya. I know nothing's happened yet, this is merely a warning to all of you. He is not Deku. They are not the same. For the time being, he will be sitting in on all of my classes that includes homeroom and heroics training. Midoriya will be around, and there will be consequences if I hear of any of you treating Midoriya any differently than you would your peers. Sensei, Izuku turns to look at him, nervously wringing his hands together. It's okay, No, Aizawa-sensei frowns, it's not okay. This is a class of pro-hero trainees, and if they can't treat an innocent individual who looks like someone they don't like with respect, they have no place in my class. You are not Deku, Midoriya. You won't be treated as a villain when you're not, and I'll make sure of it. Izuku stutters through his own thoughts, glancing nervously around the room. They all look fairly conflicted now, and Izuku hates that he's the one doing it. This is awful for them. He's a villain here and Aizawa-sensei is asking them, heroes in training, to ignore the fact and treat him like a normal person. It sounds ridiculous. Here's the deal, Sensei continues to the class, arms crossing over his. If you don't like or trust Midoriya, avoid him. It's simple. He won't be seeking you out, and if you want nothing to do with him, that's fine. If you're curious, ask him questions. He'll be shadowing me whether you like it or not, because this is the safest place for him. Aizawa-sensei draws in a breath, finally coming out from behind his desk and standing beside Izuku. His voice is curled with understanding. You're all afraid of Deku, and you should be. It's rational with what we've seen and know of the villain. He is a threat, but remember that if Deku gets word that he's here, Midoriya is a target. He's a sitting duck in this world, and he'll be in danger just as much as any of us. The bell rings, and Izuku is surprised by how fast homeroom went. If their schedule is the same in both realities, the class will be heading to math with Ectoplasm Sensei now. Aizawa-sensei leans against his podium, eyeing his students. They all remain seated despite the bell. It would be stupid to dismiss themselves, especially in Aizawa-sensei's class. Izuku's own class had only done it once, and they'd paid the price in terms of running suicide sprints. Lots and lots of running. Please keep this quiet for now, he says to the class, and everyone seems a little surprised at Aizawa-sensei using please. This is a hero school, and Deku has a lot of enemies. Midoriya doesn't. I'm not asking you to not say anything. You're welcome to talk amongst yourselves. I encourage it actually. Bottling things up does harm, so don't feel like you have to, but try to keep it confidential within the class. I will stop by the dorm common area after classes today, and you're welcome to bring up any questions or concerns at that point. Izuku bows his head and avoids looking at everyone. He can feel them staring, knows he has everyone's eyes on him, and it makes his skin buzz with nerves. He wonders if it's clicked yet that he'll be staying up in the apartment over the dorms with Aizawa-sensei and Present Mike. If they even know Present Mike lives there too. You'll have enough time to make it to Ectoplasm's class before the bell, so don't dawdle. Aizawa-sensei heaves a sigh. And just as a reminder, I will not be your teacher for heroics this afternoon. You'll have Vlad King and All Might guiding class, and you'll be working with Class 1B on some simulation exercises. Dismissed. The students stand slowly and are quick to gather their belongings. Izuku keeps his gaze ducked until Sensei continues loudly, Bakugo, you're with me for first PRD. Someone tell Ectoplasm that I have him. If he has questions, tell him to email me. There are a couple mumbled, yes senseis, as well as Ida promising to pass on the message. Aizawa-sensei watches them leave without saying anything else. When it's just the three of them left alone in the room, the underground hero calls their attention by clearing his throat. I think there's a lot the three of us have to discuss after what just transpired. Kaken glares, but Izuku just swallows nervously. Oh no. Shota can't say he expected homeroom to turn out quite like it did. He'd expected hesitance and concern, fear. He had expected that the student would react similarly to the teachers, but he'd known he has more control over the student than he does the teachers. He knows some of his students had seen Deku at the USJ before he'd pulled his Houdini act and disappeared without a trace, leaving a mess of destruction behind him. He knows that they'd gotten peeks at his face from afar, so it wasn't unrealistic for any of them to be able to ID him. He just hadn't expected anything to happen so fast. In hindsight, he probably shouldn't have let the fact Bakugo had met Deku previously slip his mind, but in forgetting, it had raised some very disturbing red flags. There was obviously some sort of connection between the two, not just Midoriya with his Bakugo in his reality. The cute, childlike nickname of Kaken that Midoriya had called him was hard to ignore, and Bakugo's recollection and reaction to the name was interesting. Midoriya's name for his own Bakugo had Shota's Bakugo recoiling as if it was familiar. And it wasn't like Bakugo was hearing the name for the first time, miffed and disgusted at a Deku lookalike calling him some cutesy foreign pet name. That was the reaction of someone who hadn't heard that specific nickname in ages. Like when Hisashi decides to be an a-hole and call him Shaken with the sole intention to get a rise out of him, which does always get on his nerves. What a stupid nickname. But that's beside the point. It was fear and hesitance all rolled into one snide scowl. Shota hasn't known these children for much more than a couple months at this point, but that's more than enough time to determine their personalities and characters. To pick them apart and come to conclusions of what he needs to do to help them, and what he needs to keep an eye on. Bakugo had always been a wild card, since that very first day. There weren't any acts of aggression or violence he'd seen, nor was there anything on his previous school records that were cause for concern. He'd never done anything over the top concerning in class, besides his sometimes quite hostile attitude at least, but there was just something about his character, his demeanor, that had Shota keeping a closer eye on him. There was familiarity in how he regarded Midoriya. How he'd looked at Midoriya and had been able to spot the difference between Deku and Midoriya with nothing more than the green-haired teen saying no more than 10 words. There was more to this. He missing something. Not just in Midoriya's reality, but theirs as well. He leads the two teen boys through the school, pausing outside the teacher's office and opening the door just enough to peek in and confirm that it's empty. He knows only himself and Hound Dog have first PRD free, and Hound Dog usually has business to attend to in the guidance office. Satisfied that the room is empty, Shota holds the door open for the two boys to enter. Midoriya walks a quick, nervous feet, whereas Bakugo is dragging his feet, eyes narrowed and unwavering on Midoriya. There's a conference room that Nizu likes to use hidden away in the back of the office, and Shota suspects that the soundproof interior is probably the best place to have this conversation. He doesn't quite know what will come from this, but he has a bad feeling that Bakugo knows more than he'd let on. It had been about a month since the boy had been rescued from the league. They'd never really stopped to think about how Bakugo would come out of his time in the league's custody with Deku's civilian name, when no one had even heard whispers of it prior. Thinking about it now, it seems convenient. Not in the way that Shota thinks Bakugo has any hand in anything, but in the way that maybe the kid isn't telling them the whole truth. Shota will admit he was more focused on getting Bakugo to safety than thinking about the name the teen had muttered under his breath when he'd finally be rescued. His priority was tending to his student who'd spent 3 days in the hands of Japan's current most dangerous villains. Tsukachi, in turn, had jotted the mumbled name down and then seen to helping with evacuation, search and rescue, as well as cleaning up the aftermath of All Might's fight with the villain behind Shigaraki and the League of Villains. All for one, or something. Later, the police had run with the information given, taking it and running it through various databases. Anything they could dig up on Midoriya Izuku was valuable. He'd had no identity for almost an entire year, just captured villains grinning smugly and muttering one single word that proved his existence and threat level, Deku. There's not a lot the police can do with just a villain name, so since the teen had debuted in his own way of offering pro-hero weaknesses to villains asking, they hadn't been able to do anything. There's not much to search with a made-up name, and no telling Dming information, not even a quirk to work with. The first they'd even seen Deku was at the USJ, and Shota was really the only one to get a decent look at him before he was gone. And even with that, he didn't quite manage anything useful when he'd glance over between villains challenging him. Dark hair, an inky green, or perhaps even black. Dressed nice, sharp waistcoat and tie combo, with obvious lack of intention of joining in the fight. Maybe freckles. Short, scrawny and lean. He could tell the villain was young, but couldn't pinpoint anything past that under 20, at least. It honestly probably should have been looked into further. When Shota thinks about it, they'd had no information on him whatsoever, and then suddenly they had a civilian identity courtesy of Bakugo Katsuki. How had he gotten so much after just 3 days of being captive? They hadn't thought to question Bakugo further. He'd been taken to the hospital and released to his parents after his statement had been taken. Shota hadn't even seen the kid again until he was going house to house and asking parents and guardians to trust Yui enough to allow their children into the dormitory program. They should have been smarter. They should have thought it through more. They should have thought, even if just for a second, about how Bakugo had known Deku's name. That's not the kind of information a villain would share with their captive, especially one like Deku who kept in the shadows. Deku kept himself out of the public eye, with nothing but the villain's name Deku being spoken of. Other villains took his proffered information and did his dirty work. So, how had Bakugo known? Unless there was more to this? There's a couch in the room and an armchair that Shota positions to face the two teenagers. The conference table is there too, but he doesn't bother using it. There's only the 3 of them, and he doesn't want too much space between them. The 2 boys perch on either side of the couch, Midoriya curled in tight like he had been at the police station, while Bakugo is gritting his teeth and glaring off to the side. Shota tries to carry his uninterested air, but he knows he looks more perplexed than he'd like. Which one of you wants to start? Shota drawls, hoping it comes off uninterested. Neither boy says a thing. Midoriya's eye flick nervously to Shota, and then Bakugo, then down to his lap where he's tugging at his fingers, and Bakugo just clenches his teeth harder. Shota worries for a second the blonde might break a tooth. Midoriya, Shota bites back a sigh, selection the one he thinks will break first. He's had no trouble explaining things thus far, so Shota hopes it continues. How do you know Bakugo? The teen startles at being spoken to, nervous eyes glancing up. We're classmates? I got that, Shota huffs, trying not to get annoyed at the dancing around the subject. How else? Unless you're telling me that you and Bakugo are just classmates in your reality, which seems odd considering the display I just witnessed in class. I doubt that's all you two are. I've believed you thus far. I hope you're not lying to me now, Midoriya. I'm not. Midoriya yelps hurriedly. He takes a second to compose himself after the outburst, rubbing anxiously at the back of his neck. We are classmates, like I said, it's just. We've known each other since we were little. In my reality. My mom and auntie, Bakugo-san have always been friends. Since we were born, at least. Shota lets that sink in before glancing at Bakugo, whose eyes are narrowed, but not at anything in particular. Shota clears his throat and Bakugo's eyes flick towards him. And you? Ditto. Shota narrows his eyes. And you didn't think that was an important piece of information to share when you found out Deku's identity? There was a motive behind your kidnapping, Bakugo. You should have told us. Bakugo grits his teeth again, pointedly looking away from Shota. The man shuts his eyes in an attempt to calm himself down and not lash out at the teenager before him, blinking his eyes open and looking back at Midoriya. What else? We, the teen swallows, we've always gone to school together. Elementary, junior high. I don't know. I've always looked up to Kaken. He's got a strong quirk, and even though he wasn't always, nice, I always knew he'd be a good hero. How can you still say that? After everything I did to you? Bakugo turns abruptly to Midoriya. You said you didn't get a quirk until the entrance exam. That means you were still quirkless when we were in school and I still. How the hell can you look at me now and say bullshit like that? It's not bullshit, Kaken. Midoriya rolls his eyes, like he's used to this. It's the truth. You're a good hero. Aizawa-sensei wouldn't have kept you in class if you didn't have any potential, and we both know that. I always knew you would be a great hero. I'm a fucking hole. I tormented you. You let me torment you. I said shitty things. To you, and you still call me that? You still believe that you still look at me like I don't understand? Deku hates me, and for good fucking reason. Deku turned into a villain after. Why the hell didn't you? Shota suddenly feels like he's no longer on the same wavelength as the two teenagers. After what, Kaken? Midoriya snarls, and it's the most emotion Shota's seen from the kid. In the negative, at least. His eyes are narrowed, challenging. After you told me to take a swan dive off a tall building and hope for a quirk in my next life? Shota's body tenses as those words register. What? You know exactly what I'm talking about. It happened to you too. I said that stupid FNG bullshit to you in both realities. The blonde roars, turning completely towards Midoriya and grabbing fistfuls of his uniform once again. Shota jolts to tear them apart, but pauses just as fast when, and you did. IW it? Midoriya breathes out, staring wide-eyed down at Bakugo. You did it. Bakugo's head is ducked, almost pressing between where his hands hold a bone-white grip on Midoriya's uniform. You fucking did it, Tezuka. Sheet, you left a stupid fucking suicide note under you stupid fucking red shoes on the ledge of that shitty bridge in the outskirts of town. They didn't care, the cops. They didn't even care enough to try and fish out your body. They didn't even try to find you. Not when you first went missing, and not when your note and shoes were found. You were dead. Pronounced dead. I thought you really did it, you jackass. But I'm not. He's not. Yeah, Bakugo scoffs, finally shoving Midoriya away. No sheet. Imagine my fucking surprise to come face to face with a dead guy. I went to your funeral. I was there with my mom consoling your mother after the service. You had some fucking nerve, Midoriya. You have no idea what that did to her. The blonde gives a tight nod. She was never the same after the cops showed up and told her what you'd done, what everyone thought you'd done. She wouldn't eat, wouldn't get out of bed. All she wanted to do was sleep. My mom had her admitted into the psych ward and she hasn't made any improvements. You were her entire fucking life and you gave it up. Gave her up, all so you could go play villain. And you didn't even care. You didn't even ask about her. I would never. You're not Deku, Midoriya. Shota feels the need to remind. His head is spinning just listening to this, but he knows he can't let Midoriya spiral for something he didn't do. Bakugo, this is not your Midoriya Izuku. I know, the blonde spits, glaring at his teacher. You wanted an explanation, well here it is, sensei. I'm a piece of shit. Deku faked his own suicide and I believed he actually did it because I told him to. I've thought for months, almost a year, that he was dead. That it was my fault that he died because I told the BSRD to do it? And he did. It's all my fault. Expel me. Arrest me. I don't know. Kaken. Midoriya frowns. Listen, Bakugo manages out, voice tight with barely contained emotion as he turns towards Midoriya. I didn't mean it. I really didn't fucking mean it. I was stupid and an a-hole and you were an easy target. I just said it and didn't think I didn't mean for you to. I didn't think you'd. Izuku, I'm sorry. I don't blame you, Midoriya whispers. I never did. I was more annoyed when you told me to. Honest. That day you went a little hard on my analysis book too. I was more upset about that. My copy in my reality is still waterlogged and burned. I had to rewrite the whole thing and it was super annoying. I only keep it for All Might's signature now. The green-haired teen pauses, seeming to notice he'd strayed from the topic. He says in a breath, catching Bakugo's eyes again, I know you didn't mean it. I knew then. You were always a JRK, but you'd never gone that far. I knew it was more a show for your friends than anything else. If you meant it, you would have said it when we were alone. It hurt a lot to hear, but I think that was the point. I realized you wouldn't ever be my friend again, but I wouldn't jump just because you told me to. But you did, Bakugo wrinkles his nose. You went missing for 2 days and then that note showed up. We thought you were dead. I thought you were dead. I thought you killed yourself because of me, Izuku. It wasn't you, Midoriya sighs out with a shake his head. Oh, or it wasn't you in my reality. I don't know what happened to your Midoriya Izuku, but if he's anything like I was, a comment from you wouldn't have made him do anything drastic. I mean, I thought about it for like a second after. But I wouldn't. There's mom to think about and being a hero. And things started turning around for me that day. You know, you always said I couldn't be a hero, and some part of me really wanted to prove you wrong too. That might be why you're always too testy in class. Well, consider me proven wrong. Even if it's not your Bakugo Katsuki, it's one of them. Bakugo drawls, the corners of his lips twitching up faintly. Sensei said we're in the same class. In your world, at least. That means you really did get into Yui, even after we all. And our junior high sensei. That's real cool, Izuku. It was always your dream. Yeah, Midoriya laughs, rubbing the back of his neck in embarrassment. You hate it, but I don't think you hate me anymore. We're getting better at working together. I'm pretty sure you tried to kill me on the first day of school, and Aizawa-sensei was the only reason you didn't. We can work together now without trying to kill each other. Nothing like that's happened since the battle trials on the second day of school. Yeah, Bakugo raises an eyebrow, glancing back at Shota. The man himself can only shrug, probably something else that'll give him a migraine and a heart attack simultaneously. He really should send hate mail for Midoriya's Aizawa Shota back with the kid. Maybe that'll be the kick in the butt. The other Aizawa needs to get his sheet together and help this child. That all sounds about right though, Bakugo snuffs. So analysis is a universal Midoriya trait then, eh? Midoriya shrugs. I've never stopped, no matter what you or anyone else said. It's useful. And dangerous, Shota adds casually. Both boys startled, like they'd forgotten he was in the room with them. I have a lot of questions. And we're going to be having a nice long chat later, both of you. Especially you. Bakugo. Midoriya winces, but Bakugo just steels himself like he's prepared for the worst. You can't expel him, sensei, the green-haired teen whispers. Oh. Shota pps his head to the side. Consequences are definitely in order from what he's heard, but he'd yet to decide if expulsion is the way to go. There's a lot to consider, but he can't just ignore something like this. And why not? I know what he did was bad, but he's not a villain. He will make a good hero. He's a good person. Why you can't punish him for something that happened so long ago, for something he did before he matured? I'm sure he's already been punishing himself. Don't defend me, Bakugo scoffs. I deserve consequences. If sensei wants to expel me, so be it. If I'm arrested, I deserve it. I was idiot to you, and I deserve a punishment for that. That's so harsh for something you did as a kid. I was 14 years old, Izuku. I knew better. You didn't though, Midoriya shakes his head. No one ever stopped you. Seriously, sensei, the teachers didn't care. I know enough now to believe that Deku and I grew up the same way. As something changed, but it wasn't that. And I know you're underground, so you've seen and you also have a less than ideal quirk, even if it's super cool. You know discrimination. Quirk discrimination is awful but quirkless discrimination if worse, and people don't care. Shota stays quiet as Midoriya clenches his fists. I know what Kaken did was bad but his whole future shouldn't be ruined because he made one dumb comment to a quirkless kid when he never got reprimanded once since we were little kids. He should have known better, sure, but that doesn't mean he did. That doesn't mean anyone actually told him what he was doing was wrong. Besides, you decided yourself he had potential. I determined his potential before I had all the facts, Shota tells the teen slowly, then he reminds, as if Midoriya didn't already know, what Bakugo did was suicide baiting. And you and I both know it was more than one, Bakugo grits out. I may not have told you to take a swan dive, but I did bully you. Why you? Midoriya points a finger at Bakugo. Shut up. I'm trying to plead your case here. Then, sensei, I really do know. It was wrong of him and he really shouldn't have said it. Trust me, I know what he did and how wrong it was. But I never took him seriously, and I doubt Deku did either. Midoriya draws in an almost shaky breath. I just don't think he should get expelled over it. He's changed, I can see that now. My Kaken's changed. He grew up, and he's not the same kid who told me to jump off a roof. The Kaken who told me to jump off a roof would never have apologized to me, but he did just now. You did. You're not that person anymore, Katsuki. Shota has that sick feeling again that this is yet another thing that Midoriya's Aizawa doesn't know about. Something else that clearly affected this child's life, whether for the better or for the worse, and he doesn't know. Bakugo had tormented Midoriya, had said unspeakable things, and yet they're still in class together. He apparently still pairs them together, from what he's gathered from Midoriya. He shouldn't get off free. I agree he deserves a punishment of some kind for what he did. You don't learn from your mistakes if you're not taught their mistakes. Midoriya shakes his head, hands now dripping the fabric of his uniform pants, but he shouldn't be expelled. What he did was wrong, but it really shouldn't end his career as a hero before he's even had a chance to start. I've worked with Kaken in class. I know this is where he belongs, sensei. Shota leans back in his chair and watches the two boys. He searches Midoriya first, for any dishonesty. It doesn't make much sense. He knows only what the teen has said about his own relationship with his own reality's Bakugo Katsuki thus far, and he can't say it's very positive. He still can't help but look for some sort of power imbalance between the two. Midoriya feeling like he has to please Bakugo for whatever reason, but he doesn't spot anything of the sort. He tries to locate anything that could be a reason he'd vouch so seriously for the bully who'd apparently suicide baited him. He doesn't find anything past the determined fire alit in green eyes. He's starting to think this is just Midoriya's personality. He wonders what the hell had to have happened to Deku to change him into the villain he is now. They're just so different, but they'd started out the same, according to what Midoriya has pieced together and what Bakugo has confirmed of Deku. When he turns his prying eyes onto Bakugo, they narrow in thought. Bakugo is watching Midoriya, expression wavering between confusion and exasperation. There's a distant fondness buried in his gaze too, and Shota can only imagine Deku was at some point just like Midoriya. It's obvious these two did know each other prior to Deku's apparent suicide, which he will be talking to Tsukachi about because what the F dash? Did he not think it was useful to inform everyone that the villain thereafter is a presumed dead quirkless kid? Shota shakes his head, lifting a hand to drag through his hair. The action draws in both teenagers' gazes. You won't be expelled, he decides tightly. Midoriya shoots him a thankful grin, while Bakugo's shoulders slump slightly like he'd been prepared to shoulder through an expulsion lecture. Midoriya has pleaded your case, and knowing what I do now of your and Deku's relationship now, I doubt he's done with you. You're safest here. Shota pauses, looking between the two, picking their expressions apart minutely. He heaves a sigh, rubbing at his eyes. I've seen the changes in your character since the start of the year as well. It's obvious you are not the same hot-headed brat who threw that baseball on the first day of school. That doesn't change what you've done, the harm you've caused, whether meaning to or not. but your attitude and willingness to accept blame and punishment now has opened doors for change and redemption. Thank you, sensei. Bakugo bows his head, despite the fists settled on his thighs. That said, Shota clicks his tongue, you will be getting consequences for your actions. What you did was wrong. What you say always has a chance of hurting deeper than you can know, which is why you need to do better. You want to be a hero. A hero doesn't aim to hurt someone, and it's unacceptable that you have. Discrimination is not a good trait for a hero to have, and we will be working on that now that it's been brought to my attention. Now, I assume I don't need to tell you that if I ever hear of you saying anything of the sort again, it'll be an automatic expulsion. Yes, sensei, Bakugo mutters dutifully. Good. Shota continues as if the teen hadn't said a word. Now, you'll be on house arrest for 1 week. In which time I will be assigning you chores and essays on quirklessness and discrimination that will, ideally, expand your field of view. You will have those completed by the time your arrest is finished, half but your work, and we'll start from square one. Got it? It'll be your time you're wasting if you don't put in the effort to be better. I got it, Bakugo snaps. Shota doesn't take it to heart. That's an overwhelmed snap, not a blatant anger one. In addition, Shota narrows his eyes, you're going to be having mandatory bi-weekly visits with Hound Dog. This is not a punishment, it's for your well-being and it's not up for debate any longer. You refused this when I suggested it at the beginning of the year, but I will not back down a second time. A good hero will not resort to anger in the way you tend to do. You'll end up like Endeavor and the world doesn't need two of him. There's nothing wrong with needing some help dealing with things, Bakugo. The suicide, feigned or not, of a childhood friend is traumatic. Being kidnapped is traumatic. Bakugo looks like he wants to fight it again, but then the boy pauses before he says anything and glances to the side where Midoria is glancing between the two of them. The blonde grits his teeth again, crossed his arms tightly across his chest and slumps back into the couch. Fine. Shota gives a satisfied nod before glancing at Midoria. Ideally, I'd be putting you into counseling as well. What I've heard so far is troubling, problem child. It's a lot to shoulder alone. And if it weren't for your unique situation, I'd insist. I'd ask if you've seen anyone about this in your reality, but I'm starting to question your Aizawa's competence. Midoria lets out a startled snort of laughter. My Aizawa-sensei is a good teacher too. He's doing the best he can. The teen shrugs before quieting and hesitating. He doesn't know, so you can't blame him. You should tell him. Shota scratches at his head. We can't help you if we don't know what's going on. I can't help where you're from, I can only make changes here. If he's anything like me, Midoria, he'd want to know so he can improve your learning environment. For both of you, it sounds like you've both struggled with your past and present together. And maybe, the child shrugs, hunching his shoulders up to his ears as a defense. Shota supposes it's better than a straight-up no. It's not like he can force the kid into anything, and he can't pass the message on either. He'll have to put his trust in the fact Midoria seems like he has a good head on his shoulders. All right, Shota sighs. House arrest will start tomorrow. Normally I would make you catch up on everything you miss by yourself as part of the punishment, but you can have today to get a head start on gathering the classwork being assigned over the week you're out. I doubt any of the other teachers will have a problem giving you the work you'll be missing. It's up to you though. Wow. Midoria grins. That's so nice. When you gave us house arrest after the preliminary hero license exam, you didn't let us do that. We had to catch up all on our own. You were really mad though. Shota blinks, eyeing the teenager. He hasn't had to put anyone on house arrest yet, but it's really not surprising that in Midoriya's universe both he and Bakugo were probably the first. Ha! Bakugo PPS an eyebrow. What are you on about? Oh, Midoriya laughs to himself, snickering behind his hand. Right. We fought after the exam, and Sensei caught us. I'm sure we would have had it worse if All Might wasn't there to cover for us, but, Sensei was unimpressed. Bakugo blinks. All Might. I'm sensing a theme here with you and your Aizawa not knowing things that are clearly important. Shota sighs heavily, waving a dismissive hand in Bakugo's direction. Do I even want to know what that was about, problem child? Ah. Midoriya shakes his head until his curls are covering his eyes. Probably not, Sensei. It wouldn't make much sense here anyways. Bakugo is glancing at Shota now, an eyebrow ped in confusion. Shota waves him off a second time. He doesn't have the time, nor the patience to explain the alternate reality can of worms to Bakugo right now. Okay then, the man drawls with a sigh. Second PRD will be starting soon, and I have to teach the third years. Bakugo, you know where you're going, and I suggest you take today to get yourself ready. You'll need it, Midoria offers helpfully. A week is a long time. Yeah, the ashy-haired teen huffs, already standing up. He glances back at Midoria. Can we talk later? Midoria bites his bottom lip and glances at Shota, clearly questioning. We'll see. Shota leans forwards, exhaustion creeping up on him. He doesn't know how he's going to get through the rest of the day, which includes introducing Midoria to 2 more classes of heroes in training. Now, get to class before you're assigned more punishments for tardiness. Bakugo grits his teeth, but arches into a bow anyways. Yes, sensei. Thank you, sensei. Have a good day, Kaken. Midoria calls as Bakugo walks stiffly to the door. The ashen-haired teen pauses, glancing back. He glares a lesser glare than Shota's used to seeing before ping his head in response. Yeah. You too. Try not to get yourself killed here. And then the kid's gone. Shota raises an eyebrow at his departure, glancing over at Midoria. He's not expecting to see the kid grinning widely. Kaken's so nice here. He really is very different to my Kaken, sensei. I don't think you'll have quite as many problems as my sensei does. How that is nice, Shota will never know. Midoria really is a complex puzzle that he needs to solve. He's going to make it his mission, and he'll find a way to report back to his reality so the Aizawa Shota over there gets his head out of his butt and actually notices the kid. Right? He offers drilly. Well, come on. Class will be starting soon, and it won't be a good example if we show up late. You'll be sitting at my desk for second and third PRD since both classes are full. I don't have anything for you to work on today, but I can ask the first-year teachers to make extra copies of their assignments, if you'd like. Thank you. Midoria bows his head, standing up after Shota and following him to the door. I don't know if time is passing in my reality, but I don't want to fall behind, and there's no harm in getting ahead if it's not, right? Why does that not surprise him? Isolated in a reality that's not his own, and he's worried about falling behind in his own classes. There's really no doubt. Midoria Izuku is a problem child to the fullest extent. Second and third PRD go a lot smoother than first had. Unlike his first class, there wasn't a single student who'd ever really met Deku even if they'd all heard the villain's name before. None of the students know the name Midoria Izuku, so, while they're hesitant to have a first year following their teacher around like a shadow and sitting in on their classes, they're not on edge like 1A had been after Bakugo's reaction. Not yet, at least. He's sure it'll come in due time, but with any luck, Midoria would have managed to charm his way into the dynamic of the heroics courses enough that they don't instantly deem him a target when the news ultimately travels. Shota knows that news will travel. It would be illogical to assume the secret will be kept more than a couple days at most. It's a big secret, and there are too many people who are aware of it to expect it to stay a secret. Even if his students don't let slip, a teacher might. He's sure by the end of the week, the entire school will know that they either have a Deku look-alike in the school, or, if details get lost in the rumor mill like they tend to do, that Deku is currently in the school. Still, Shota takes the day of quiet before the storm in stride. He teaches, and Midoria sits quietly, awkwardly at his desk while absorbing all the information being taught as he tries not to glance out the prying respectfully so, because they all know better than to gawk eyes of the second and third year classes. Shota can only wonder briefly how much the teen actually retains of the lessons, considering this stuff isn't even close to what the first years are being taught. Classes even run smoother than usual because of the new addition. There's just something about an unknown variable in the classroom that puts students on edge. That quiets them, and makes them behave, not that the second and third years ever misbehave. They'd gotten that out of their systems in their first year. By the time lunch rolls around, Shota is exhausted. He's glad he doesn't have to teach fundamental heroics with Yagi this afternoon, and he's really looking forwards to taking a long nap on the couch. He leads Midoria back into Height Alliance after their morning is finished, and the poor kid looks spooked to be returning to his dorm before the school day's finished. Shota's not sure how to address it, how to assure the boy past what he already has, so, instead he asks if Midoriya wants an assignment to pass the time. The kid shouldn't brighten as much as he does. Honestly, he's curious about the analytic aspect of Midoriya's character. He's seen bits and pieces himself, from both Deku and this Midoriya, and Bakugo had mentioned both Midoriyas being good at analysis too, but he's curious about putting Midoriya up to a challenge. He knows what Deku can do. The question is, can this Midoriya do it too? So, he comes up with a simple enough assignment that will keep the boy distracted long enough for Shota to nap for a while. Hopefully it'll keep Midoriya entertained. There's a television channel that plays strictly hero documentaries, those of top and news-worthy heroes worldwide. He doesn't watch the channel often, but it seems like it would be something up Midoriya's alley. Here, Shota says as he hands the kid a pencil, eraser, and a black cover notebook that hasn't been opened yet. They're all spare supplies from the drawer that he and Hisashi are always squirreling things away, and neither of them really use pencils or notebooks, but they still both buy them whenever they see them on sale. Can't hurt to have them on hand, is usually their excuse to the other when they get caught. The kid takes the offered items with a ped head, one eyebrow raising slightly in question. Shota turns back to the television, snagging the remote control off the coffee table and turning it on. He doesn't touch the TV often unless Hisashi is making him watch American rom-coms. Not the worst thing for date night, but could be better. He flips to the Hero Network channel, plopping down on the couch as he reaches over to set the remote back on the coffee table so he doesn't fall asleep on it or accidentally change the channel. He's quiet for a second as he watches Midoriya's eyes flick towards the TV, lighting up in interest almost instantly. The man takes another second to organize his words before finally calling the boy's attention back. So, has your Aizawa ever asked you about doing an analysis assignment for him? The kid shakes his head mutely, and Shota resists the urge to drag his palms down his face in distraught. I never told him I do it sometimes, Midoriya shrugs, fiddling with the pencil. It's creepy. People don't like when I analyze them, and I don't show anyone my notebooks anymore. Not since Kaken. The boy bites his lip. Shota really wants to ask, but he doesn't think pushing about Bakugo anymore today is a good idea. Midoriya clears his throat. People don't like it, so I don't show people anymore. It's not creepy, Shota sighs, slumping back against the couch cushions. He lets his eyes slip closed. It's a job and occupation that is highly regarded in the hero world. There are professional analysts that do what I've seen you do and are praised for it. Knowing your weaknesses is useful. There's nothing creepy about being able to dissect a quirk in order to improve it. Anyone who's told you it's creepy has been afraid of your potential. Are you sure, sensei? Midoriya asks under his breath, wide eyes casting nervously at Shota's slouched form. No one's ever. Everyone always. The kid swallows, blinking owlishly at Shota. The man sighs, letting his eyes squint open. Have I ever lied to you? The brat quirks his lips upwards in a tiny, almost teasing smile. Well, you did say someone was going to get expelled during the quirk apprehension test on the first day, and then you didn't. That doesn't count, Shota cuts him off with a huff, squinting at the kid. I did expel a kid. Your Aizawa didn't. I was true to my word, he lied. And the kid continues with a snicker. You told us we'd be going camping after our first semester finals, instead of going to a boot camp during summer break. That well. Shota blows out a slow breath through his nose, accepting defeat. Oh, fine, you got me there. I did do that. But it was a logical ruse, not a lie. Most of my students did well in their exams. Midoriya offers a little smile. My point, Shota huffed out, ignoring the smile, being that analysis is not creepy. It's useful, and a skill that many pro heroes would kill to have. It's useful, but it can be scary when in the wrong hands, especially when there's people like Deku running around. Midoriya grimaces at the mention of his doppelganger, but the look is gone before Shota can even try to say anything. He knows he can't just avoid talking about Deku with Midoriya, he needs to know and be aware, but that doesn't mean his heart doesn't crack when the boy folds in on himself at the mention. Want me to watch hero documentaries? And make notes? Shota reminds easily. I'm expecting you to put your all into this, so I can gauge where you stand with analysis, alright? He sees the kid worrying his bottom lip as he rolls the pencil between his fingers anxiously. His eyes flick to the screen, then back to the teacher. Are you sure? You won't think it's scary? Creepy? I won't, Shota promises. It's good practice, and I wasn't kidding when I said analysis and observational skills are useful as a hero. There will be lessons in analysis later in the school year, assuming both your Aizawa and I follow roughly the same curriculum plan. He pauses, letting his words settle before glancing back over that the thoughtful-looking teenager, being able to disassemble your opponent's quirk and fight style mid-fight is a skill. It gives you an advantage, and it really is a beneficial talent when used appropriately. The teen looks back towards the TV again, a close-up of All Might's grinning face. He looks back towards Shota almost suspiciously. This really doesn't feel like something Aizawa-sensei would assign. I'm tired, Shota shrugs, then promptly turns the shrug into a tired stretch, and curious about your capability, from what I've seen so far just from quick verbal analysis that you haven't given more than a couple moments thought about your talented. Plus, this isn't class, Midoria. This is an activity that wasn't assigned, it was offered. You don't have to do it. If you don't want, you're welcome to choose something else to watch if you'd like. I like this channel, the boy offers quietly after a long second, and Shota doesn't doubt it. He's already determined Midoria was a hero fanboy. I just watch and analyze? That doesn't seem like much of a challenge. I used to do this all the time, sensei. Perfect. Shota lets the corner of his lips curl upwards faintly, even less of an assignment then. Just do what you normally would. Show me what you can make of the heroes you see. These stupid things show far too much for my comfort, so use the information provided to put together an analysis. Just for me, or even just for you if you're more comfortable with that. Okay, the boy whispers, tapping the cover of the notebook. As long as you're okay with it. I am, Shota tells him, because he's sure the kid is looking for confirmation. Assurance. I'm going to sleep while you watch. Classes will be over in a couple hours, which I'm sure you know already. Yes, sensei. Midoria bows his head. I'll be quiet. Deciding that doesn't need a response, Shota lets himself tip to the side, and brings his legs up so he's laying comfortably across the couch. It's much better than the floor, and so much easier to let his eyes drift shut and his awareness flicker away. He doesn't stir until he hears the apartment door open, and Hizashi's quiet voice greeting Midoria kindly. The television is still mumbling about heroes now focused on Gang Orca. He doesn't open his eyes as he listens to Midoria return the greeting, albeit a bit stuttered and nervous. He feels his husband loom over the back of the couch, but takes great care in not moving an inch, even when Hizashi's hand brushes back his bangs. He can't tell if his husband knows he's awake or not. Either way, the blonde-haired man casually invites Midoria into the kitchen for a snack, and it's at that point that Shota realizes he forgot to feed the kid lunch. Lunch isn't something he generally does. He's busy usually, with cafeteria lunch duty rotation, and if not that, he's working on lesson plans, marking, or doing one-on-one extra help with the students. If he's lucky, sometimes he'll even manage to rest his eyes for a while. Eating isn't as high a priority to Shota as sleeping is. He listens to Midoria standing, the teen trying to be as quiet as possible, and then there's footsteps leading into the kitchen and the sounds of Hizashi rummaging around in the fridge. Shota suspects Hizashi will make onigiri for the snack, since it's quick and easy, and there's already everything he needs to make it in the apartment. Shota stretches out his arms and sits up, scratching at his hairline as he does so. He drags a hand down his face and palms at his eyes in an attempt to wake himself up. Hizashi's home, which means that the students are all returning to the dorms now as well. He did promise them he'd answer some of their questions about Midoria, so he should probably do that before they storm the apartment in a demand for answers. He wouldn't put it past them. He reaches for the remote to turn the television off, since no one is watching it, and pushes himself up. He pads quietly to the kitchen. He's not trying to be silent, announcing himself with quiet footfalls for Midoriya's sake. How was your nap, Sho? Hizashi asks with a kind smile, turning to look where Shota's watching from the doorway. Shota can see the tease glinting in his gaze when Hizashi pps his head in Shota's direction. Hisashi definitely knew he was awake. Not long enough, Shota drawls. He takes a moment to take stock of the two people in the kitchen. Midoriya is up at the counter helping Hisashi, not that he expected anything else, really. The teen is settled before the sink washing rice, while Hisashi is at the other side of the counter throwing together a quick tuna filling. On Aizawa it is then. Sorry I forgot to make lunch, Midoriya, it slipped my mind. That's okay. The child yelps in surprise, swirling towards where Shota is stood in the doorway and waving dismissive hands frantically. I am okay, I wasn't even that hungry, so it was. It was alright. And I was so focused on the documentaries that I didn't even notice either. So, it's okay. Please don't be sorry. Well, Shota blinks, picking apart the teen's words carefully. Either way, I won't let it happen again. You should be eating 3 meals a day. Since you've gotten here, well over 48 hours ago, you've had 1. The child wilts. I had tea too. That doesn't really count, kiddo. Hisashi snorts from where he's still focused on the tuna. Not a solid argument. Not a solid argument. Shota agrees drily, glancing once again at the child who almost sinks lower where he stood. Shota doesn't like that, so he continues on. I should know, I've tried the exact same argument on Hisashi too. And coffee is almost worse than tea, Hisashi reprimands lightly. You're just lucky you can get away with those jelly pouches, there's at least some nutrients in that. Not that I like you living solely off those either. It suddenly feels like he's being scolded now. How this all turned back onto him, he's not sure, but Midoriya is hiding a smile in his sleeve, and Hisashi has that playful grin. He decides he'll gladly be the butt of the joke just this once. Alright, he huffs, I get it. Don't take after me, Midoriya. Do as I say, not as I do, or however that nonsense goes. Midoriya shakes his head as he smiles apologetically, almost in agreement, and Hisashi snickers as he returns his attention to his tuna. Silence falls over them as they each return to their tasks. Shota lets himself smile lightly, before remembering what he came into the room for initially. To tell them he was leaving. He steals his expression, I'm going to head down to talk to my class. About me? Midoriya asks quietly, you said something about answering their questions. Yeah, Shota sighs, raking his fingers back through his hair. I think it's probably best you stay up here for now if you're alright with that. I just don't know how they'll really react in an out-of-the-classroom setting, and I don't want to subject you to anything more than you've already been witness to if I don't have to. The teachers were inappropriately brutal, and I know meeting my 1A class was draining for you as well. That makes sense, the child agrees softly. I'm sorry this is causing everyone so much trouble. Nonsense, Hisashi beats Shota to the punch. We'd be pretty awful pro-heroes and teachers if we left this all for you to handle alone, you dig? Honestly, listener, you're the one who should be owed an apology. It's your life that was flipped upside down, we're just trying our best to catch you so you don't land on your head. We don't mind helping you, problem child. Shota tells his softly, not sure if he's really getting through to the kid considering the faraway look in his eyes. I'm glad you came to me, that's something your Aizawa's done right. You obviously trust him enough to search him out when you need help. Out of the 3 of us, I think this whole ordeal has caused you the most trouble. This is a lot to take and it's a lot to be alright with. Still, the boy ducks his head before turning back to glance down at the rice. I'm sorry for dragging everyone into this. Then the boy is turning fully towards the sink, staring down at the bowl of washed rice before he grabs it wordlessly and moves towards the rice cooker on the counter. He's quiet for a long second until, even in a reality where you don't even know me, I'm still causing all sorts of problems for you. Hisashi shoots Shota a sad look, before glancing at where Midoriya is bent over trying to read the worn buttons on the well-used appliance. Shota has the sick feeling again that this is a rooted problem making itself known. Midoriya doesn't seem to have much self-esteem, and the concept of people helping him wanting to make sure he's okay shouldn't be such a foreign concept to him. Besides, from what he's gathered so far, Midoriya has seemed to be a part of a lot of unfortunate events. The entrance exam and the sports festival, heavily injured during both. He talked about a fight with the hero killer, Stain, the training camp incident, and a supposed rescue mission for Bakugo when he'd been kidnapped. He'd mentioned being targeted in a mall by Shigaraki where he thought he was going to die, not to mention the fight after the provisional licensing exam, the one with Bakugo. There was no argument that Midoriya was probably a student on his reality's Aizawa's radar, but that didn't mean he was causing problems. Shota suspects they just seem to target him like something has taken some sort of sick interest in Midoriya, specifically in his reality. The only incident that sounds, as far as Shota's heard, like it could have been resulted by Midoriya, was maybe the fight he'd had with Bakugo, but then again, it's Bakugo. He'd definitely have a hand in that. I doubt it's you causing problems, Midoriya, Shota tells him cautiously, studying the way the teen's shoulders tense and his back goes ridged. Dealing with and causing a problem are two different things. You can't blame yourself for being hit by a quirk during a patrol. We've all been there. We still slip up sometimes and have to deal with quirk effects. He's right, listener, Hisashi chimes in softly. Just recently I was hit by a quirk that took away my ability to make any sounds at all. I couldn't talk or anything. It was like my voice box was just gone. It was blissfully silent, Shota teases Drilly, taking pleasure in the squawk his husband lets out in mock offense. In truth, which Hisashi is aware of, Shota had greatly missed his husband's voice for those 3 days he'd been silent. You're rude. Hisashi waggles an accusing finger. Listen up, listener, because Sho's being a meanie. I'll tell you about the last time he got hit with a wayward quirk. Please don't. Shota narrows his eyes in warning, but Hisashi just grins. It's all the fight he offers, and even then, he knows Hisashi can tell it's a half-hearted request. If he really didn't want the story shared, his husband would respect it, but Shota thinks Midoriya really needs something relatable to hold on to right now. What happened to him, as far as they know, was an accident, and that's okay. It was only last year, I believe, and I was so worried because Tsukachi called in the late evening and said we had a situation, and you know exactly what that means when you're a hero, yeah? Could mean anything. Anyways, so, I head to the station and come to find out he'd been hit by a quirk. The kicker here is he was hit by an animal transformation quirk. Hisashi laughs as Midoriya turns shyly towards the underground hero, studying Shota like he doesn't quite believe it. Luckily it didn't last long. Sho was back to his normal self that following morning, but imagine my surprise having to lug home Sho's costume, capture weapon, and a cat that did nothing but glare at me with glowing red eyes. You got turned into a cat? Midoriya asks quietly, yet smiling. Shota huffs, crossing his arms over his chest. You got sent to another reality, he retaliates, and prays the kid takes it as the joke it is. He does. The teenage lifts a hand to his mouth to muffle the snickers. That's fair. Shota bites back the smile at making the kid laugh and easing some of the tension from his shoulders, feeling the need to continue. It was a forced manifestation of a child she'd been lost all evening. A missing child alert send out early evening for her. I stumbled across her in severe emotional distress and recognized her from the alert. Happened when I went to pick her up the skin contact. She just cried harder after that until another underground hero heard the cries and found us. Saw my costume on the ground and found my license, then called Tsukachi. And she was returned home safe? Midoriya's brows furrowed in concern. Sure was. Hisashi smiles lightly. Sho circled the little one so no one else got too close, even curled up in her lap and let her pet him until Tsukachi got there, from what I heard at least. He even swiped at a few people when they went to touch her. Luckily, Erasure still worked in his cat form, so the mother was able to calm her down enough for her quirk to be deactivated. Only one casualty that night. Right. Shota agrees easily, ignoring the pun completely. He doesn't remember much from being a cat, but he does remember drawing blood a couple times, getting cussed out, and hissing. If you could keep this to yourself, Midoriya, I'd appreciate it. The only ones who know about that incident were me, Hisashi, Tsukachi, that fellow underground hero who still hasn't let me live it down, and the child's mother. And now you, so please keep it between us. My students are nuisances enough without ammunition to make me want to tear my hair out. Nizu also knows. Hisashi chimes in as an afterthought. He thought it was funny. God, he was weirdly amused by it. Shota winces at the reminder. I don't even know how he found out. He never said anything directly, but I could just tell he was amused. Midoriya glances between the two of them and nods quickly. I won't say anything, sensei. Good, Shota sighs in relief. He takes a second to refocus back on what led to the retelling of the cat story, clicking his tongue when he remembers Midoriya's words. They were making a point. Our point being that quirk accidents happen and no one is to be blamed for falling victim to one. If we, who've been in the process of being heroes almost as long as you've been alive, can still get caught in a quirk effect, you shouldn't hold it against yourself that you happen to get hit by one. And the same can be said about all the fights you've been involved in. But I've been involved in a lot, sensei. And I doubt you've actively searched them out. Shota cuts him off softly, ignoring the way the teenager grimaces guiltily. So, maybe one or two of those fights he's perhaps searched out then. He'll get an answer for that later. It doesn't even matter if you are causing trouble. You're my student, that's obviously clear at this point, and I will help and protect you as best I can. You're learning, Midoriya, just the same as the rest of the first years, Shota continues quietly when the kid still looks hesitant. No one expects you to be perfect, and considering the year we've had, which I assume has been similar to yours, the trouble is there anyways. Besides, I don't expect my students to know what they're doing yet, especially the first years, so I know your Aizawa probably thinks the same. It's a given that first years will cause more problems as they learn. Are you sure? Midoriya asks quietly, not looking at either him or Hisashi. I know I've already made things difficult with my classmates, I mean your, class 1A, and the teachers and when the second and third years figure it out with them as well. Listen, Shota stalks towards him, setting a hand on the top of his head and using it as a guiding point to direct his attention up towards his face. You may be a problem child, but you're not causing trouble. You're dealing with something shitty here, Midoriya, and I'll be right by your side until you're zapped back to where you came from, got it? Got it, the boy mumbles through watery eyes. He blinks rapidly and looks away sharply before glancing back at Shota. Do you really think I'll get zapped back? No idea, Shota snorts, ruffling the soft curls under his fingers. I hope for your sake it's a little more graceful than that. Yeah, Hisashi agrees thoughtfully. Zapped sounds like it'll hurt. Like Kaminari-kun? Midoriya gives a nod under Shota's hand. I was hit by his quirk in training once by accident, and it hurt a lot. I hope going home isn't like that at all. It makes me nervous. Shota and Hisashi share a grimace at the thought. We're with you on that one, listener. Shota gives one final ruffle of the teen's hair before pulling back as shoving his hands into the pockets of his uniform. I should get down there before they come up here. Midoriya gives a slow nod. I don't have anywhere to be, so I can hang around up here with you, kiddo. We can enjoy the onigiri together, yeah? I'm sure we can find something to entertain ourselves with while this listener's downstairs. Can we? The boy hesitates, glancing at Shota like he's asking permission. Shota just PPS an eyebrow until the kid draws in a nervous breath, looking back at a curious Hisashi. Am I present? Mike has been teaching us some sign language. Could we practice that maybe? Sign language. Hisashi perks up. Why, of course we can. But I don't think I've ever had a student want to learn before, not from me, at least. How much do you know? How good is your present, Mike, huh? I'd be honored to teach you some more, listener. This is amazing. Hisashi's words are littered with English, but the kid seems to follow along well enough. Probably does well in Hisashi's class in his reality as well. He had talked highly of Hisashi's class and his teaching. I'll leave the two of you to it then, Shota drawls, eyes flicking between the two of them. I'll be back soon. Oh, and save me an onigiri, please. The students do have a lot of questions. 18 of 19 students are waiting in the common room downstairs for him, and they have a lot to say. To be fair, it's not all negative, though there are a couple students hesitant and not quite convinced about Midoriya's character. He'd expected it, but he still does his best to squash it down without making it feel like he's insisting. To be honest, his entire time downstairs is mostly spent promising that Midoriya is not Deku, assuring the students that there's no danger with having the green-haired teen around and promising that Midoriya will not harm anyone. He explains that Midoriya will be staying in the apartment above them, but with the same curfew, and most of the students seem relatively okay with it. Shota doesn't think Midoriya is too keen on adventuring out alone after the poor reception he'd gotten thus far. Ida, Yaoyorozu, Koda, Tokoyami, Uraraka and Azui seem to be the most concerned about Deku staying in the same building as them, though a couple others look uncertain. Truthfully, more students than not look interested in Midoriya's presence, and Shota can see why. The whole alternate reality thing where Midoriya knows them all is pretty interesting. Little bits of information no one could know unless they were present being spoken by someone you've only known for a couple hours is fascinating. Then there's the fact the Midoriya has stories of them all that probably never even happened here. Shota hasn't gotten to delve very far into that, but he's just as curious to know too. He can't say he's liked most of what he's heard, strictly from a teacher standpoint, where his double is the boy's teacher, but it is all interesting. He's down with his students for about a half an hour. They ask their questions, and when they're sated with his answers, they disappear to their dorms. Towards the end of that half an hour, Shota calls it a night. He's given as much information as he's willing to provide, and if they're still hesitant about Midoriya, that's fine. So long as no one does anything rash, they won't have any problems. He barely makes it into the apartment upstairs, taking exactly one bite of the saved onigiri as Midoriya and Hisashi chatter back and forth through sign language. A knock comes to the door. Shota pauses as Midoriya tenses. Hisashi only reacts after the two of them do, and a quick study of him answers that at some point he'd taken his hearing aids out. He's already comfortable enough around the green-haired teen for that, and it's a bit surprising. I'll get it, Shota tells Midoriya, signing a quick repeat to Hisashi who's watching curiously. He leaves his food at the counter and steps into the gen can to answer the door. He's not expecting to see Todoroki of all his students. Todoroki, Shota greets tiredly, didn't I just see you downstairs? Sensei, the boy bows half-heartedly. I apologize for the interruption, but can I meet Midoriya? Properly this time? That's surprising. Shota steals his expression, shifting his weight so he's leaned against the doorframe and the dual-haired teenager can't see inside, not that Todoroki is attempting to peer around him at all. Why the sudden interest? Midoriya mentioned that the Todoroki Shoto in his reality uses his fireside and has since the sports festival. The boy explains without any hesitation, I want to know why. If ourselves from his reality are so much like us, why does that Shoto use his fireside, but I don't? It's a solid request. Todoroki has yet to use his fireside once. Shota hasn't even seen what the boy was capable of. Frankly, Shota wasn't even sure the teen still knew how to use his fireside, with how fast he shot the idea down whenever it was suggested. Shota isn't exactly sure why Todoroki refuses, but he's almost positive it has something to do with endeavor. Shota isn't willing to force a student to do something they don't want to, aren't comfortable doing, so he'd let up on trying to convince the boy to use both sides of his quirk, and they'd put more effort into honing his ice side. If he wasn't going to work with both, he should at least be a master of one. Any plans to harm him? Shota asks drily, already knowing it's a no. Still, if any of his students were to admit to a secret plan of murder when asked, it would be Todoroki. No, the boy furrows his brow in confusion. Should there be a plan to harm him? I thought Midoriya wasn't a threat. He isn't, Shota shakes his head, and there shouldn't. It was a precautionary question. He's under my, and this school's, protection. I don't mind, so long as Midoriya is okay with it. Just like I won't force any of you to socialize with him, I also won't force him into anything either. That's fair, Todoroki nods. He stands patiently, like he's waiting for Shota to go fetch Midoriya for him, but all Shota needs to do is sidestep so the kitchen doorway, where Midoriya is hovering, becomes visible. The green-haired child yelps as dual-colored eyes land on him. Todoroki-kun, Midoriya greets shyly. You wanted to talk with me? I do, the boy nods. He glances quickly at Shota, preferably alone if you're all right with that. Shota pps an eyebrow. Why is that? Blue and gray eyes settle back on Shota. I think Midoriya may know personal information about me and my family that I don't want to share yet. He said his Todoroki Shoto uses his fireside, but I don't. Sorry, sensei, I just feel more comfortable. I don't mind, Aizawa-sensei. Midoriya shuffles closer, still hesitating a step or so behind Shota. Todoroki-kun and I are really good friends in my reality and do know some stuff. I trust Todoroki-kun. If you're sure, Shota shrugs. He angles his gaze back to Todoroki, who's still waiting patiently. I'm trusting you. If anything happens to Midoriya, you're who I'm coming for. Keep him safe. Now, Midoriya, I assume you know curfew just as well as the students, don't miss it. I do and I won't. Midoriya tells him honestly. I understand, sensei. Todoroki nods. Come on, Midoriya-kun, we can talk in my dorm room so none of my peers bother us. Okay, Midoriya agrees cautiously. Maybe the teachers had done more damage in their reactions than Shota had thought. The green-haired teen settles for a long second at Shota's side before finally slipping out the door and following Todoroki down the stairs. Shota watches him go with a light frown, silently praying this goes well. A positive interaction here would be great for the kid. When the two boys are completely out of sight and the echoes of their voices are no longer heard, Shota eases the door shut and returns to the kitchen. Someone come steal the green bean then? Hisashi asks as he fits one of his hearing aids back into his ear. It was only matter of time. He's quite the enigma, yeah? I'm surprised there wasn't a horde of 1A kids begging for his attention. It was Todoroki, but I'm sure some of the other students will be interested seeing him without a chaperone, Shota grimaces. He's too trusting of us all, Zashi, I don't like it. What he knows of us is impeding the logical thought that we're not who he knows even if we are the same people. There's that inkling of hesitance, but he so willingly went along with Todoroki because they're friends in his reality. You don't trust Todoroki? It's not that, Shota shakes his head, flopping into the seat Midoriya had been in. I hope 1A trusts me enough to accept Midoriya at least minimally. I think he's going to put trust into someone here that he would where he's from, and it's not going to end well. Shota hesitates, throwing his head back and glaring up at the ceiling. Deku has enemies, and we can't always be around to mediate. And we can't just keep him confined. He hasn't done anything wrong, and I know it'll hurt him more than help him if we strip away what little control he has here. I just have a bad feeling he's going to get hurt somewhere. That's a valid concern, Hisashi agrees, worrying his bottom lip between his teeth. I don't think I really considered how complex and sensitive this is for him. I mean, we have one person here who has a double with a different personality. Midoriya is in an entire world where everyone he knows is the exact same, but he's a villain. Our views of him have changed drastically and everyone here will react accordingly, whereas we're all mostly what he knows. We're what he's familiar with, comfortable with. Shota this in a breath and nods. I know he understands that to a degree, but I think the familiarity between us and what he knows is blurring the line for him, and it will be his downfall. I don't know how to protect him from that. All it takes is him putting an ounce of trust into someone he shouldn't. Don't forget he's a smart kid, Hisashi reminds lightly. We should give him at least a little credit here. He's seen the teachers react poorly, and 1A was suspicious as well. He's hesitant. He's been looking to you for guidance. How so? Shota lets his eyes fall onto his husband. Hisashi smiles softly. Before you left to talk to your kiddos earlier, when he wanted to ask me something, he looked to you first. And when you went to answer the door just now, he followed but stayed out of sight. He's letting you buffer for him. I don't think he would have hung around if you showed any uncertainty about Todoroki's intent. Shota hadn't noticed that. He'd thought Midoriya was just nervous around Hisashi still, and he'd known the kid was behind him when he answered the door. Underground hero work has heightened his spatial awareness, but he hadn't realized Midoriya was waiting for an all clear from him. Huh. Hisashi snorts a laugh. You're so oblivious sometimes it hurts, darlin'. I think he's put most of his trust into the right person and he knows it. He does trust you, Sho, and he should. Maybe his Aizawa isn't as bad as you seem to think. No, I'm pretty sure he is, Shota cuts him off drilly. I know I don't know the details here, but I can only give him so much leeway when it comes to the student's safety. That kid should not have as many scars as he does surgery. Zashi, the kid said he fought in the sports festival until he needed surgery to fix the damage. Our alternate selves let that happen. You know, it's illogical to judge someone when you don't know the details, Hisashi teases. It's a self-assessment, Shota drawls back with a light smile. And technically it is. Nothing wrong with that. I'd want to know if I was being an idiot, and who better to tell me than myself? Nah, Hisashi laughs. That's not how it works. But, if that's the way you want to go, I say you're being too hard on yourself. Midoriya talks highly of you or the you from his reality. Take that in stride. How can I do that when I see everything he's doing wrong with the poor kid? Shota asks seriously, to which Hisashi wrinkles his nose. Look, all I'm saying is that the me over there could do with a bit of a report card from his unimpressed alternate reality self. Self-assessment. Logical. You're something else, Hisashi snorts, towing Shota's foot in a half-hearted game of footsies. If you're that insistent, I'm sure you could write a letter or something, sign it from yourself so the other you knows it's you, or, him writing it. You'd probably have the same signature hard to forge your chicken scratch cursive. The kid came through his with ID card, right? Just have him carry it on his person in case he poofs home. I could try, Shota agrees lightly. It's worth a shot if it'll give you some peace of mind, Hisashi tells him quietly. I know how you get when it involves your kids. I'm sure the listener wouldn't mind carrying it around for a while. Just fold it up small enough and we can get the kid a wallet or something to keep his ID card and the letter safe in. He should probably be carrying ID card around anyways, just in case he does disappear into thin air or something. Shota gives a nod, finally letting his attention drop from Hisashi's face to the tabletop. His brow furrows when he sees a very familiar black notebook. He sets a hand on the cover, but doesn't open it. Oh. Hisashi laughs when he notices what has his husband's attention. The kiddo said it was yours, and that he was just borrowing it, so he brought it in here for you after we ate. I don't remember you ever using a notebook past graduation, but I didn't question it. He was insistent, yet oddly protective of it. I promised I wouldn't touch it, and make sure you got it. You're right, I haven't, Shota shrugs, taking Hisashi's word for it and flipping the book open. He's instantly surprised by the bulk of the analysis. The kid had maybe 3 hours, and he'd filled almost half of the notebook with small, yet neat writing. And it looks thought out and in-depth. Scarily professional grade, considering the kid had assured his analysis was nothing by a hobby. He hadn't had any formal training, not even an analysis course at UE yet if their curriculums line up. It's no wonder Deku had taken the world by storm if he was capable of analysis like this. What is it? Hisashi asks, leaning over the table to get a peek. He freezes after reading the first couple words, plopping back into his chair with wide eyes. Oh. And they don't even know he can do this, Shota groans, flipping the book shut, knowing very well that he'll be hunched over it later that evening. They're dim and lucky that kid took the route of a hero instead of turning out like Deku where he's from, or they'd be just as screwed as we are. Izuku sticks close to Todoroki as the dual-haired teen leads him through the familiar dorm building. The halls are quiet, and Izuku doesn't see any of the 1A students. That could be because they're taking the stairs instead of the elevator, which would get out right by the common area where Izuku is sure most of the students are decompressing from the school day, whether gathered around the television or cooking together in the kitchen. Does your school have dorms implemented? Izuku startles from his observations of the halls that haven't changed at all from reality to reality, blinking wide-eyed at Todoroki. What? Your UE High School, Todoroki repeats, head pet in question. Does your school also have dorms? We didn't until a very recent villain attack. It's the first year for them. Oh, Izuku nods slowly. We moved into our dorms just after the boot camp where the villains attacked. That happened here as well, didn't it? I think that's something that didn't change. I don't really know exactly what's changed, but as far as I know most of what happened to you, happened to us as well. Izuku bites his lip, things have changed. Outcomes and stuff. I see, Todoroki nods. They arrive at the floor Todoroki's dorm is on, and the younger boy pauses right out of the stairwell. Izuku follows suit after a couple more steps, turning to look at him with a confusion-pet eyebrow. Which dorm is your Todoroki Shoto's, Midoriya? Izuku blinks once, then twice. He opens his mouth to answer, but snaps it shut when he realizes he doesn't really know how to respond. He hadn't expected to be put on the spot like this, but he probably should've. He blinks again, but Todoroki is just waiting patiently at the opening of the stairwell. Okay, Izuku paces forwards until he stood in front of his Todoroki's dorm room. This one is yours in my reality. Do you know my neighbors? Thrown for another loop, Izuku blinks again. He scratches nervously at the back of his neck. What? My room would be on your right, or it is in my reality at least, and if it's the same. Kirishima on the left. Shinso is my other neighbor, Todoroki informs as he finally joins Izuku outside of the door. He opens the door and gestures Izuku in. You're right about Kirishima though. That's good, Izuku breathes, stepping into the room. If Todoroki is opening the door and letting him in, he must have proved his authenticity well enough. The dual-haired teen is putting trust into him by letting him into his comfort zone. Izuku is relieved to see it hasn't changed. Different? Todoroki asks as he moves to kneel by his desk. No, Izuku shakes his head, following suit, but settling down cross-legged a close, but safe distance away from the other boy. It's comfortingly similar. I'm glad you haven't changed much, Todoroki-kun. It's strange that you know me, the other offers lightly. I've only heard rumors about you. My father and the teachers at this school. Some of the older students. You've really hurt a lot of people here. Or that has. You haven't. I know, Izuku whispers, bowing his head. I don't know why. As far as I know, we've grown up the same but something's different. Somewhere, at some point, something happened. You did an analysis of my father, the dual-haired teen tells him. Izuku's attention jerks up again, but Todoroki's expression is one of indifference. Deku did. I mean he did? Todoroki nods. It made headlines. The fight was caught on video and aired on the news. There was a villain who antagonized him until he got angry enough that he overheated. When he does overheat, it weakens his body, so he ended up taking a couple hits that he normally wouldn't let land. The heat from his own quirk enervates him. It's not common knowledge that he has limitations like that, so people were surprised. First All Might and then Endeavor. When I saw the clip, I assumed it was Deku who'd done an analysis and handed it over to the villain, but I don't know how he found out about what the villain used to rile my father up. What did they use to antagonize him? Izuku asks curiously. The dual-haired teen smiles slightly, but it's not exactly a happy smile. They publicly accused him of child abuse. Izuku's sure his mouth drops open in surprise. But he doesn't he? You told me about the quirk marriage and the training he put you through when you manifested your quirk, how he wanted you to surpass the #1 hero because he couldn't. Not anymore, no, Todoroki shakes his head. Not since I started here. As you already know, he trained me very hard when I was a child. Hardly regarded my health or endurance as a small child. I had the perfect quirk, according to him a split of my mother's ice and my father's fire. I was the golden child. I have 3 older siblings and none of them had what my father was looking for, so he wasn't content until he got me. Lived different lives, my siblings and I. Todoroki. Izuku whispers out. He knew some of this but not this much. It feels like he's starting to know more than he should. I don't know what your Todoroki Shoto told you, but I want you to know this. Todoroki shakes his head. I don't know how you managed to convince your Todoroki Shoto to use his fire side, but I promised myself I would never rely on him. On any part of him. I'm strong without his quirk, my ice is enough, so why did your Shoto forget his promise? He didn't forget, Izuku hurries to tell the other, reading the distress in Todoroki's eyes. When we fought, you used your ice. I broke almost all of my fingers and my arm trying to counter your ice. You're so strong without your fire, Todoroki-kun. But just like your father, you also have limitations. Todoroki's brow furrows and he sits back between his knees. What do you mean? Quirks are physical abilities, Izuku tells him, flexing his fingers as pulses with phantom pain crawls up to his fingertips. He remembers the feeling of his broken fingers, of using broken fingers to defend attacks. He's been desperate. There's a limit to the cold your body can take. Just like Endeavor's body has limitations to the heat it can withstand. All quirks have limitations, Todoroki reminds stiffly, nose wrinkling. Are you comparing me to my father? No. Izuku yelps, waving his hands in frantic dismissal. Of course not. You're right. All quirks have limitations. Elemental quirks like ice and fire will affect your body in less than ideal ways. You've probably noticed before? When frost forms on your right side because your ice is freezing your skin. Yes, Todoroki gives a slow nod. That does happen. I'd rather ice than fire. Burns, the boy snarls the word out, hurt more than frost does. I've never used my ice to the point it hurt me. Just because my skin frosts when I overuse my ice, doesn't mean I'm anything like my father when he overuses his fire. You're not, Izuku agrees hurriedly. Your ice is powerful, but there is that limitation. Overusing your ice slows you down physically, and I can only assume it does just as much internally. You've got something a lot of us don't, the power to choose and a temperature reset. What? Izuku lets himself smile. You have the freedom to choose what will work best, ice or fire, sometimes even both at once. Not to mention using both will regulate your temperature. If you're too hot, cool yourself off, or if you're too cold, use some heat. I won't rely on his quirk. But it's not his quirk, Todoroki-kun, it's yours. Mismatched eyes blink owlishly at Izuku, and he shifts almost uncertainly at the attention. In this course, Izuku bites his lip, wondering what Todoroki will take from his words. We're all giving it our all. My class 1A, and your class 1A. We're all fighting to be heroes. We're all working hard and pushing limits. That day, during the festival, you were insistent you beat me with just your ice. You wanted to prove you didn't need your father's quirk. I don't need my father's quirk. And I get it, Todoroki-kun. Izuku continues on like Todoroki hadn't interrupted. I do. I spoke with your father before our match. He sorts cornered me, I guess? Well, All Might is sorta like my mentor over in my world, so Endeavor wanted you to beat me. It was some weird goal of him beating All Might through you beating me, I think? The point is Endeavor wasn't, particularly nice. He's not, Todoroki agrees with a small smile. Did I beat you? You did, Izuku laughs, shrugging his shoulders in a what can you do gesture. He gives another, lighter laugh to express there's no hard feelings, before sobering enough to look the other in the eyes. But not with just your ice. I was a bull-headed opponent. Even with broken bones I couldn't just give in. We fought hard. You really tried to beat me with just your ice. What did you say to me? Todoroki asks interestedly, leaning towards Izuku. He blinks and wrinkles his nose in thought before adding, to your Todoroki, I mean. During the festival. What convinced him? You're trying to win with half of your strength. Izuku breathes out, actually telling this Todoroki instead of just repeating what he'd said to his own back then. Still, he tries not to wince, and hopes the other will consider his words. We're all trying to access all of our strength. We want to reach our full potential and we want to get better. That's what Sensei is teaching us. I've watched my classmates work themselves into quirk exhaustion. I've watched them push to the limits you included. You have an amazing quirk, Todoroki-kun. Ice and fire. Opposites melded together into one incredible quirk. You're in class 1A with us, you're the best of the best, but you're not living up to your full capability. To your potential. Todoroki is silent, just watching Izuku now. The green-haired teen considers it a win, since the other boy does actually look like he's considering this. Maybe he can get through to this Todoroki without shattering his bones. I think, Izuku reflects slowly when Todoroki doesn't speak, that seeing me counter your attacks, seeing me use all the strength I had at the time and destroying my body to keep fighting and keep up with you, be on your level, and even surpass you, changed your views. We're both strong, but back then I was using my full potential at the time, and you were using half. You could do better. You did do better. I was beat when you pulled out your fire, and I was so proud of you. It sounds like you were helping me. Todoroki looks up, surprise in his eyes. This wasn't just a fight, you were. You could have won by the sound of it. You were baiting me into using my fire and you knew I'd win if you succeeded. Why? It's your quirk, Todoroki-kun, not his. Izuku's fists clench in his lap, as emotion colors his tone. You're an amazing hero, and you've done that using just your ice, but your fire side isn't his. It's yours. It's a part of you, just as much as your ice side is. I've seen how strong you are. How powerful you are. Midoriya. Todoroki's own hands tighten into fists on his thighs. I don't. Izuku cuts him off with a soft, crooked smile. You're already so strong, but isn't the point of this class to be better? To push to the limits and go plus ultra? You'll be a good hero, but can you really be the number one hero when you're only giving 50% where everyone else is giving 100? Todoroki's jaw snaps shut and he looks away almost guiltily. He doesn't answer. Izuku is content to just let his friend think. It's not like he and Todoroki have never sat in companionable silence before. Todoroki isn't a man of many words, and Izuku doesn't always fill the silence. They sit across from each other for a while. Todoroki's gaze is narrowed on Izuku, but not maliciously or anything, just watching and thinking. Studying him. Maybe even trying to validate his sincerity about what he said, or picture the two of them toss each other around the arena. Izuku really wishes he had a video of the fight he could show Todoroki. It would probably help. It's a knock on the door that finally disturbs the serenity of the room. Izuku jumps, but Todoroki just draws his attention to the door. Yes. Todoroki-kun. Izuku stiffens at Ida's voice through the door. Curfew is approaching. We've all showered, so the boys' communal showers are free if you wanted to take one. Todoroki stands from his kneel, stepping swiftly to the door where he pulls it open. Okay. Izuku sees Ida nod, before the class president, Izuku assumes, at least, catches his eyes. Ida blinks in surprise as Izuku shuffles awkwardly. I didn't realize you had company. Good evening, Midoriya. Unfortunately, Midoriya should be returning back upstairs to Sensei. Todoroki narrows his eyes at Ida, scanning him up and down. I know. I'll walk him back up. You'll miss your chance to shower before curfew, Ida reminds. I will walk our guest back up. I am the class president, so I should ensure that Sensei's personal student be returned on time and safely. I'm not a dog, guys, Izuku huffs, already shifting to his feet. I live in this building too. Where I'm from I can find my way up to the teacher's apartment. Of course, Ida responds instantly, almost sheepishly. We didn't mean anything by it. Just, our peers aren't entirely comfortable with your presence yet. It's a security measure that I'm sure Aizawa-sensei would appreciate. You're not a dog, Todoroki agrees. But I told Sensei I'd stay with you. I really don't mind walking you up, Midoriya, Ida tells him. It's my responsibility as the class president to ensure everyone is following the rules. That includes curfew. I'd like to ask you something if you don't mind. And this is the ideal course of action, considering the window for evening showers is closer. Izuku pps his head, looking between Todoroki and Ida. I guess I don't mind then. I'll see you tomorrow then, Todoroki-kun. Have a good night. Thank you, the dual-haired boy bows his head. You have a good night also, Midoriya. Thank you for coming to talk with me. I'll think about what you said. Izuku smiles warmly, offering the dual-haired teen a quick wave as he follows Ida out the door and down the hallway. The taller boy is quiet as they walk. Izuku fidgets at Ida's side, unsure of the other's own thoughts about him. He hadn't seemed particularly fond of the idea Izuku was there during class that morning, but he was being respectful and hospitable. Izuku clears his throat, drawing in the taller boy's attention. What did you want to talk about? In class today, the boy breathes out as Izuku pulls the stairwell door open, allowing Ida in first. You said that Todoroki, you and I fought someone together in your world, but you cut yourself off. I was wondering, actually, never mind. Forget it. Stain? Izuku asks quietly, adding nothing more. A rock settles in his stomach. Ida had fought Stain, hadn't he? Alone? If Izuku wasn't there, then Todoroki probably wouldn't have shown up. Or, maybe he's wrong, and Ida's asking about something else. Maybe he didn't fight Stain. I thought so, Ida grimaces. The way you cut yourself off. Like you couldn't say anything. The only confidential thing I could think of would have been the hero killer incident, but I didn't know if it would be a fixed incident from reality to reality. It is, Izuku tells him slowly, biting hard at his bottom lip. A lot of what happened to you guys are fixed events in time, from reality to reality. And I think if there were other realities similar, it probably happens in those ones as well. I see, Ida hums thoughtfully. That's unfortunate. We've had a hard time. Izuku nods. Yeah, he winces. Us too. They trek up a couple stairs, silence settled between them. Can I ask what happened during your fight with him? Izuku asks quietly, glancing over at Ida. Ida glances over as well, eyebrows furrowed in thought. You don't have to. I stumbled upon Stain in a back alley quite far from the main streets and the Nomu attack. I split away from Manuel, who was my work-study mentor, and I was blinded by rage. A need to revenge my brother. He's wheelchair-bound for the rest of his life. Stain took away his ability to walk, his ability to be a hero. He was the greatest hero, and I will never forgive Stain for what he did to Tensei. I found Stain and hidden away with his next target, a pro by the name of Native. Izuku gives a nod that he's following along. It matches up pretty well so far. Native died that night, Ida tells him quietly, pushing his glasses up his nose as he looks away guiltily. I let my need for revenge in my brother's stead cloud my judgment, and in doing so, I rushed into a fight I was ill-prepared for. I almost died. He stabbed me 3 times and left me there. Lost consciousness and almost bled out. Native did bleed out. Stain, he taunted me about my ideals, how I wasn't a true hero. I still don't know why he spared me. I learned my lesson. The glasses-clad team breathes out as they trek up the remainder of the stairs together. I was in a coma for 3 days. After that I lost a lot of momentum and muscle strength in my shoulder that day. No recovery quirk could fix that. I have physical therapy once a week still, and Aizawa-sensei has me on a lighter workout schedule until I can rebuild what was lost. If I ever rebuild it. It was a setback. A terrible one, but I did it to myself. The blue-haired boy shakes his head, like he's shaking off his thoughts. Did it turn out differently where you're from? Was there a better solution? I don't think there could have been here, Izuku tells him apologetically. I was also in Hosu that night and I knew you were off. We'd been friends since the start of the school year, but I didn't know what happened to you, brother. I knew you were off, but didn't know why. I found you after Stain had. Right before he tried to kill Native. I had asked for help as soon as I found you. Todoroki-kun was the one who responded and arrived in to help us. It took all 3 of us to take him out, and that's with Todoroki using both his ice and fire. We all still got hurt, but everyone survived. I see, Ida nods slowly. You sound like a good classmate and friend, Midoria-kun. I suppose we really could have used you here too. They've reached the top of the stairwell, right beside the doorway that leads to the apartment the teachers live in. Ida hesitates, and Izuku stills with him. Was he caught? Izuku finds himself asking, purely curious. It doesn't sound like the fight boded well for Ida, but Stain still could have been caught that night too. Ida survived. I mentioned the Stain incident at the station when we were still figuring out what happened to me, but no one really gave me an answer. Yes, he was. Ida hesitates as he pushes the door open. He went on to kill 6 more heroes, and gravely injured an additional 4 before he was caught by heroes. There was speculation that Deku was helping him, but Stain never confirmed or denied. Oh, Izuku swallows tightly. You didn't do it, Midoriya. Ida's brow has furrowed, like he's been studying Izuku's face. The 2 of you are very different people. Deku may have helped Stain, but you haven't. That's not something you should be taking any blame for. You sound like you'll make a good hero when you return home. I wish you the best. Thank you, Ida-kun. Izuku manages a light smile through the guilt pooling in his chest. You'll make a good one as well. I know my Ida realized he was fighting for the wrong reasons that night, so I hope you have as well. Spite and revenge will cloud your vision. We're heroes because we want to help people. You're very wise, Ida offers with a tiny smile. Thank you. I think I needed to hear that. I want to save people and be a good hero like my brother. I'll be a hero that he and you will be proud of. I know you will be. Izuku grins now, stepping through the held open door with Ida following behind. If you're anything like my Ida, I'm already proud of you. You will make a great hero. You made a mistake and you learned your lesson. Izuku pretends not to see the faint dusting of pink on Ida's cheeks at the praise. The taller teen marches forwards to the door, lifting his hand to knock politely. Aizawa-sensei answers the door in no more than 3 seconds, leaning out and eyeing the two of them. He huffs out a breath and crossed his arms over his chest so he can glare down at them over his nose. That's not the student I entrusted your care to, Aizawa-sensei drawls, leveling Ida a narrowed look. Izuku sputters out an offended, entrusted, but the teacher doesn't even spare him a glance. His lips do faintly tilt upwards in amusement though. What changed your mind about Midoria? You didn't seem to trusting Ida. Curiosity, sir, Ida answers easily. I was wrong. Midoria is a well-rounded individual, and I would have liked to have him in my class. I envy the world where he's one of the good guys and we are classmates. I think I learned a lot from him in such a short period of time. All right then, Shota sighs, landing a gentle hand on Izuku's shoulder and guiding him into the apartment. Thanks for walking him back, but you should be getting back to your room before curfew. I'll be doing my walkthrough in 10 minutes, so don't be late. Of course, sir. Ida bows his head respectfully. Have a good night, sensei. And you as well, Midoriya-kun. I look forward to seeing you in class tomorrow. Thank you for our discussion. I very much appreciated it and I will reflect on what you told me. Aizawa-sensei shuts the door after watching Ida disappear in the direction of the stairs. He turns to the remaining teen behind him, blinking slowly. What did you tell him? And nothing much, sensei, just. I told him about staying where I'm from. Both Idas. They were both fueled with a need for revenge and that's not what being a hero is about. I don't agree with Stain's method. No one should ever take another person's life, but I can't argue he doesn't have a point. There are a lot of heroes in the profession for the money and glory. My Stain. He told me I was a true hero that night right before he was arrested. Then that Nomu grabbed me and he saved me. I've thought a lot about what he said. But I don't agree with his methods. Aizawa-sensei stares calculatingly like he's trying to make sense of what Izuku just told him. He seems to give up, drawing in a deep attempt at a calming inhale. We'll discuss that later, the man offers, ushering Izuku further into the apartment. What about your talk with Todoroki? Izuku shrugs at that, a frown on his lips. I am not really sure. My Todoroki didn't accept his fireside until after we fought in the festival. I don't know if words alone will help him. It's a bit different where I'm from. All Might was still the #1 hero during the sports festival and I'm his protege. Endeavor considers Todoroki his protege as well, so he wanted Todoroki-kun to beat me, in a roundabout way of him beating All Might. That's how I managed to convince him that his fireside is a part of him and not Endeavor. It's his quirk. It is. He just needs to realize that. Aizawa-sensei huffs in agreement. You seem to care a lot about you classmates. I do. Izuku nods quickly, taking a second as they step into the kitchen to wave at Yamada-sensei when he spots him doing some more marking at the kitchen table. The man waves back with a grin, head-ped as he tries to lip-read. We've all been through so much, and if I can help them be better get better I want to. They're all my friends. And just because they don't know or are like me here, doesn't mean I don't want the same for your 1A class as I do for mine. Yamada-sensei makes a cooing noise, and Izuku just knows his cheeks light up in a fierce blush. He ducks his head, smiling sheepishly. Izuku sees Aizawa-sensei wave Yamada-sensei off out of the corner of his eye, and tries to wipe the dopey smile off his own face. You're a good kid, Midoriya, Aizawa-sensei tells him lightly. You remember that, all right? I don't know if your Aizawa ever tells you that, but you are. You'll be a good hero. I'll try to remember that, sensei. Thank you. The man nods. Now, some of the teachers dropped off some clothes for you, pajamas and clothes that aren't uniforms for you to use for the time being. Midnight was especially apologetic when she came by. I'm still glad you were out. Don't feel like you need to accept their apologies, especially when they haven't properly apologized to you. Their behavior this morning was inappropriate and cruel. They were scared, Izuku defends, thought he knows his pulse spikes as fear crashes over him. They scared you, Sensei corrects softly, his own expression softening like he can read the fear in Izuku's face and eyes. They're adults and pro-heroes working at a hero school where anything is possible. You're a child who was already in a scary situation. Their lack of investigation, jumping to incorrect conclusions without considering the facts, was unprofessional. They should be. Sorry. Okay, maybe I am a little scared, Izuku admits, scratching nervously at his hairline. I know you'd keep me safe though. You always do. The two men share a look. Yamada-sensei's more knowing, whereas Aizawa-sensei's is narrowed and almost in surrender. He wonders what it means. Well, I'll try my best to protect you while you're here, Aizawa-sensei agrees. But please try to be careful. I will, Izuku promises. Good, the underground hero sighs. I put your new clothes in the room you slept in last night. I hope everything fits better than my old sweatpants. You're welcome to take a shower if you'd like, and you missed dinner again, so please come eat after you've changed. All right. Izuku arches into a deep bow of gratitude, ignoring the way his homeroom teacher stiffens, and his English teachers makes a muted noise of surprise. Thank you both. He turns tail and disappears before either can respond, willing the awkward flush off his cheeks. Thursday, alternate reality. You want me to participate in your heroics class? The teenager frowns hard at the navy-colored training uniform Shota had set on the table, the small pile neatly folded and sized appropriately for Midoriya's small but muscly form. I thought you said you didn't trust 1A to not kill me? Shota leans back in his chair, glancing over at Hisashi, who is watching in interest, sipping at his miso soup. The teenager across from Shota is staring at the uniform like it'll jump up at him, chopsticks frozen at his mouth where he'd paused as he'd gone to take a bite of rice. I never said I thought they'd kill you, Shota wrinkles his nose, ignoring the skeptical look in the teenager's eyes. Nizu and I just determined that it would be safer for you to not participate until I could be sure my students could behave. But now you want me to? Midoriya blinks slowly, glancing at Hisashi, who looks just as confused. When the blonde catches the teen's eyes, he offers a clueless shrug. I only met them yesterday. I think they're still wary. I think they'll behave now, Shota offers easily, already knowing the curiosity outweighs the hesitance with the majority of one. Just as I said, I won't force anyone to do anything. If you don't trust them, we'll scrap the whole idea. Just like I won't make any of my students fight you if you do want to participate. I'm sure a couple students would want to fight you, and those who don't will just have regular individual training like usual. I do. Midoriya nods slowly, lowering the bite of rice back into his bowl. I do want to participate in class. And I think I trust most of your 1A class just. I just don't. What's changed? But, why now? I'm curious about your quirk, Shota tells him honestly. Aeneas. He'd seen just a wisp of what he assumes is a powerful quirk. It really had been something, seeing the teenager bounce speedily between the buildings, an air of strength and almost weightlessness keeping him up. The sparks of green, almost like electricity, trailing in his wake. He's agile and swift, but that doesn't explain the scars. The arm and wrist scarring, and the need for surgery on his arms after the festival. There was definitely more to the quirk than meets the eye, and as a man who scopes out potential, he's curious. He wants to see and know what's going on. How the teenager had gotten so beat up with what appeared to be a speed quirk at first glance. He wants to understand this quirk, and maybe even get a glimpse at what other reality Aizawa has to deal with. You moved fast, back when you first found me. Scaling the buildings to get to me, that's not something I've seen before, not like that, Shota says easily, ping his head as the teenager's eyebrows bunch together. But I don't believe what I saw was a simple speed enhancement quirk. I think you have a very powerful emitter quirk that can, and has, done substantial damage to your body. I just want to see what you're capable of, and there's no better place than here, fighting the students, where I can keep a close eye and call it off if I think it's getting out of hand. That makes sense, Midoriya hums quietly, still looking unsure. I do want to do some sparring if it's an option, but are you sure your 1A students will be alright with that? I've gotten a lot better since the start of the year, and I don't know your 1A's current skill level. And not that I'm saying I'm better at all. Just I don't. I don't want to hurt anyone. I only know my classmates' quirk control and growth. What do you mean by that, kiddo? Hisashi asks, setting his chopsticks down. Oh, the boy pauses before answering, leaning back in his chair with a thoughtfully sort of look. His hand lifts to his face, thumb pressing under his chin as his finger curls faintly over his lips. Well, assuming both classes started at the same level, quirk and educational-wise. I just know how powerful my peers are now. We've all been learning a lot through the year, and there has been a lot of fights that we've all grown and learned from, Kaken and Todoroki, for sure, but I don't know how they differ. Not really. Todoroki-kun here still doesn't use his fire, while my Todoroki has been making great progress with his. Then there's Kaken. I know that I'm a motivator for him in my reality, even if it's just his drive to be better than me and surpass me in class and heroics. It's not the healthiest of relationships, but it does get the job done. I know we both learn from it, and he is my biggest rival in class. I don't know if there's someone in your class that would act as the same push towards your Kaken. Well, Todoroki, maybe, but if he's not reaching his full potential, neither will Kaken. Then there's my other classmates like Ida. I know about Hosu, the fight he was a part of. I think he learned from that, but I don't know what exactly. It was different for my Ida because Todoroki and I were both there too. Both outcomes were different, so I don't know what your Ida would have learned. And your Ida-kun was badly injured, while mine wasn't seriously hurt. That's a difference that could have impacted him. Has the injury affected him much? He mentioned loss of muscle mass and momentum when we talked, but I don't know how that would really influence his growth. The boy is no longer talking to them, and his words have softened to mumbles that Shota has to strain to hear. The teen is making good points Shota had thought about briefly, but hadn't really given too much more thought. It's hard to really think about the differences considering he doesn't know the students in Midoriya's 1A class. He knows they exist from the same place Midoria exists from, but truthfully, they're more a concept than they are actual people to Shota. He'll probably never meet these students, and when Midoriya is gone, assuming he actually does return home, Shota really hopes he does, he probably won't ever see him again either. Plus, he hasn't taught them and he hasn't seen them in action. He doesn't know for certain, and can't without being able to see and compare. And the possibility of that is highly unlikely. Though from what he's seen of Midoriya, and his skill of observation and analysis, he can't just discredit him. At this point, he trusts Midoriya enough to take what he's telling him into consideration. He's only known the kid for a couple days at this point, but there's just something trustworthy about the boy, and he has the ability to give honest critiques based on what he's seen from both sides. Midoriya is willing to help 1A, that's evident from how he'd spoken with Todoroki despite his own hesitance. And honestly, they do sound like they possibly could have grown more in the other reality than they have here. Judging just from what he'd managed to pick up from what Midoriya is saying, at least. Todoroki using both his ice and fire is staggering, considering his absolute refusal in their reality when his fire side is even mentioned. How the boy shuts down emotionally, face going blank. Even Hound Dog hadn't been able to make heads or tails of that situation past the obvious fact it has to do with Endeavor. Shota doesn't know what happens behind closed doors, or where the suspicious burn scar on Todoroki's face truly came from, but there's a sick feeling in his chest that has always made him wary of the current #1 hero. He's tried asking, just once, but Todoroki just goes cautiously blank. They can't do much if nothing's been reported, not to mention how difficult it would be to flag the #1 hero of Japan as an abuser even if the Todoroki siblings did report anything. Still, they can't even open an investigation unless there's reason to suspect something's amiss, and Todoroki has never stated otherwise. And Bakugo has always been strong, but Shota has had the suspicion he wasn't quite pushing himself to his own limits. Bakugo had had a good handle on his quirk since that first day, but he hadn't really improved. It makes sense that his quirk growth has been stunted if there's nothing that'll light a fire under his butt and make him want to do better. He's not sure how he feels about Midoriya being the fire lit under his childhood bullies but being the target for Bakugo's need to be superior and probably getting the backlash that comes with close contact to an emotionally constipated school bully who'd apparently never been reprimanded in his life. Hadn't Midoriya said something about his Aizawa saving him from Bakugo on the first day of school? Red flags that he's sure the alternate Aizawa hadn't considered. He wants to believe that he would have been different, would have noticed instantly, but the more he thinks about it, the more he doubts it. Looking at the facts, they'd come from the same middle school, and Kakin is a cutesy nickname. It sounds friendly. Shota tries not to grimace, mentally waving away the thought. This all just begs the question of why the exact same students are at fundamentally different skill levels. Assuming they've gone through similar fights regarding the League of Villains, and that the classes are essentially the same. So, is it the other Aizawa's doing, or is it Midoriya's influence on everyone that spurs things into action? He shares a quick glance with Hisashi, before looking back at where the teenagers now mumbling under his breath, gaze dropped to his bowl of rice, but unseeing. He's no longer loud enough for Shota to understand it all, even when he leans closer. Is this common for him? It's interesting, sure, but it's also a bit worrying. There's an additional part to this suggested heroics training course that Shota doesn't want to mention quite yet. He wants to know if there are notable differences between his 1A and the alternate reality 1A. He wants Midoriya to observe his students' quirks and fight styles, just as much as he wants to do the same to Midoriya's own. If Midoriya has been in his own class 1A, with most of Shota's students for this long, he definitely would have been watching his peers and friends get stronger, probably encouraging them too, if his kind nature is anything to go off. It would be illogical to know what he does of the teen and not think he'd been analyzing them all this time. Midoriya obviously has a fascination with quirks, and he's definitely been watching, whether subconsciously or intentionally. Besides, where better to study new quirks than to delve into those of your friends and classmates? He'll be able to determine how the students are different from reality to reality, and maybe even help Shota figure out how to target his students' weaknesses and help them get stronger here too. If they are stronger in Midoriya's reality, there's a possibility that his kids can reach that level as well. He just needs to know and be able to get them there. Shota startles as a heel kicks back into his shin. He looks up towards Hisashi at the side, but is distracted by his husband calling the teenager's name. Midoriya startles out of his own thoughtfulness, taking a second to orient himself before smiling sheepishly and apologizing. Not a problem, Shota clears his throat, leaning back in the chair. So, thoughts? I want to do it. The boy squares his shoulders in determination. I'll admit I'm curious to see if they're different. I have my own theories just from what I know of my friends back home. I don't know what's changed, how they've changed. But I know that no matter the reality I'm in, they're all still themselves. Heroes in training, trying to be the best they can. Plus no one tried to kill me yesterday, right? Bakugo did try to kill you, Shota deadpants. That wasn't him trying to kill me. Midoriya gives a sheepish smile, rubbing at the back of his neck. Besides, that's different. I knew he was going to be like that, or I suspected it. He's always been rough like that, even when we were little. Plus, now I know this Kakin didn't mean it. He was scared. Your standards are worrying low, listener, Hisashi mutters, shaking his head. Shares a glance with Shota, face puckering up. It's okay, Midoriya chimes brightly, smiling in Hisashi's direction. I'm used to Kakin's brashness. He really has always been the same, and though we get along now, he used to be much worse. Your Bakugo really has grown up a lot. Hisashi opens his mouth to respond, seems to reconsider before shutting his mouth with a click of his teeth, looking desperately to Shota. Shota sees worry in his husband's gaze, and it's even more concerning considering Hisashi doesn't even know the finer details that Shota had been privy to yesterday. Shota squints at the boy. Care to elaborate on that? Midoriya freezes up, shoulders going tense. No. No thank you, sensei. I'm okay. All right. Hisashi clears his throat, letting a tiny smile curl onto his lips. You just let us know if anything gets out of hand while you're here, you dig? You should feel safe here. I do, Midoriya returns the smile. I always feel safe with Aizawa-sensei around. Even when he didn't know me, or think I belonged in his class, he still kept me safe. Then, at the USJ too, he put his own life on the line for us. And you were the first one to comfort me when I got here, and at the time you still thought I was a villain. You're the nicest teacher I've ever had. And you already know you're one of my favorites. I don't know if that's nice to hear, Shota winces, eyeing the child. or if it's utterly terrifying that I'm the nicest teacher you've had. Your standards really are low. Sensei. The boy squeaks out as Hisashi snorts a laugh into his coffee. Both, Hisashi answers, smiling cheekily. He blatantly ignores the squeak and sputtering coming from the child across from them. Both is a reasonably acceptable answer. Adorable and terrifying. The teenager slumps back in his seat, lip jutting out in a pout. He looks seconds away from apologizing, which Shota does not want. He shifts just enough in his seat to draw in Midoria and Hisashi's attention. We should all get a move on, Shota tells the table, standing up before arching his back in a stretch. He grabs his bowls, eyeing the two still seated. Classes will be starting soon, and weren't you talking about meeting a few of the second years for some extra help this morning, Zashi? Sheet, you're right. The screech Hisashi lets out borders very close to quirk enhanced, the curse word coming out in English. Shota hides a laugh in his capture weapon as Hisashi flies out of his seat, rushing into their bedroom to gather the assignments he'd spent the night marking. Midoriya winces at the loudness, shoulders shrugging up to his ears in an attempt to block the noise, but Shota's already resigned to his fate of premature hearing loss. Hisashi storms back into the kitchen like a tornado, pressing a quick and sloppy kiss to Shota's cheek with a hurried, "Love ya, babe, have a good day. See ya, kiddo," as he rushes out the door. Shota narrows his eyes at the door his husband had just rushed out of as he lifts a fist to wipe away the kiss with the back of his hand. He lulls his head in Midoriya's direction, eyes narrowing dangerously when he sees the brat snickering behind his glass of juice. "Not a word from you," Shota warns, hand looping into his capture weapon threateningly. Midoriya doesn't look threatened in the least. "Not a word about what, sensei?" Midoriya asks sweetly, setting the glass down. It would almost be convincing if it weren't for the sheet-eating grin. "My lips are sealed." "Good," the man manages out, looking away from the kid sharply. He just knows his cheeks had lit up in light flush. There's just something about Hisashi being domestic and affectionate around his sort of student that feels weird. He doesn't even think Hisashi had even realized it in his frenzied state. Thank whatever deity exists that it was Midoriya who'd seen and not any of the other gremlins to see it. "It was very cute, sensei." "Scratch that, Midoriya is also a gremlin." "Those are words, Midoriya," Shota huffs, cheeks darkening. "No more words." The child lets out a quiet laugh that could almost be considered a giggle, hiding his mouth behind his hand. Shota lets the embarrassment pass, knowing the boy won't say anything to anyone else. He's a cheeky little thing, but he's not a bad kid. "I'm finished now." Not another word, the boy huffs lightly, tone humorous. "Promise." "Aha." Shota gives one last threatening glance before letting his shoulders slump. "Are you ready to head out? Classes will be starting soon. I'm sure most of my students have already left, so we should go before we're late. You're not enrolled, but I won't hear the end of it if I'm late. And you have a perfect record for being on time." The teen gives a nod. How did Shota cuts himself off at Midoriya's sheepish look? "It was Hisashi, wasn't it?" "He may have mentioned it." Midoriya laughs as he finally stands, grabbing the training uniform. "My present mic, not yours. I was a little surprised, since you're always so tired." "Why do you think I'm always so tired?" Shota PPS an eyebrow. Midoriya pauses at that, blinking thoughtfully. Never thought about that." "Punctuality is logical," Shota offers drilly, "and I can't expect you lot to be on time if I'm not. I've noticed that you teenagers are barely any better than elementary kids when it comes to learning by example. Monkey see, monkey do. Doesn't matter how old you are, school children always tend to follow what's being set as an example." Midoriya quirks his head to the side thoughtfully. "Is that why you said all that on the first day?" "What did I say on the first day?" "You said, oh, right, you're not my sensei, so." Shota stares the kid down, urging him to continue with one single arched eyebrow. You arrived exactly on time, but we were, a little distracted meeting each other. For, 8 whole seconds. You counted and told us." "Sounds about right," Shota hums in reply, thinking about his own first day with this year's 1A students. What did I say? You said, that's not gonna work, time is precious. And then you said, rational students would understand that. Midoriya pauses, watching Shota silently, like he gauging his reaction to the words. You never really explained it, but you were scary enough at that first meeting that we made a conscious effort to be ready exactly on time. And that's all true, Shota nods, silently pleased with alternate Aizawa. 8 seconds was long enough for a warning, but not long enough. For the lecture Shota's own students got when they finally noticed him 36 seconds late due to Bakugo and Ida arguing. Time is precious, especially as a hero. Every second counts, and that's one of the first lessons I teach my students. Tardiness in class, or even as a hero, shows that you don't care enough to show up on time, that what you're doing isn't important enough. What kind of message does that send? Who wants a pro who doesn't care enough to arrive on time? Midoriya gives a thoughtful hum, seeming to be taking his words into consideration. And that's why you're always right on time? It is. Shota bows his head in a nod. Teaching up-and-coming heroes is important, and not taking that seriously, not giving you students respect in return when I ask for respect from you is illogical. I only have 3 years to whip my students into shape, and every second of those 3 years is important. Soon you'll be full-fledged heroes, and I want you all to be the best heroes you can be. It's important to me as your teacher, and I want you student to know that. Even if I don't outright tell you, I set examples I want you to pick up on, even if it's something as simple as respecting our time as a class. My senseis never mention this, Midoriya offers mindfully. I've never really thought it was this important, you know? Everyone just thought sensei was just being a hard but no offense. Especially, since my sensei hasn't even really mentioned punctuality since the first day. We talk about being on time more than sensei does. And I've never told my students. Shota shrugs, but you've all still picked up on it, haven't you? What your Aizawa said at the start of the year was just words, Midoriya. It was a lecture, sure, but it got through to you. It was brought to your attention once, and as I continued to arrive on time and respect you, you all followed my lead. It's a mutual respect that I don't think most teachers tend to even notice. Midoriya doesn't respond, so Shota continues easily. Besides, I'm sure 1A's good punctuality will follow you all through your careers, because that subconscious thought is always there. Impressions are everything in this line of work, and how and when you arrive will always be the first impression you offer. Huh, Midoriya finally breathes out, eyebrows drawn together as he thinks, that's a really good lesson. I didn't even realize we've all been subconsciously cautious about our timing. I thought we just didn't want to disappoint you again. That's probably part of it too, Shota tells him. That's the mutual respect we've built. I hold you students to high standards because I know you're capable of meeting them. The fact that you don't want to disappoint your Aizawa just means you respect him and his authority. I do, Midoriya confirms shyly. I respect both of you. I don't know if that counts though, because you are technically the same person. I'm glad, kid, Shota huffs. And try not to get into the little technicalities of this reality swap thing, it'll just give you a migraine. Focus on what you know. Alright. The teen gives a fierce nod, I'll try not to. Alright then, Shota bites back a smile, glancing at the digital clock on the microwave. Now we really should get going. Put your training uniform in the backpack the teachers got you, and let's get a move on. W8, sensei? Shota pauses, turning to look back at the teen who hasn't really moved from the table yet, despite the fact he's standing. Midoriya suddenly looks almost nervous. Shota refrains from frowning at the sudden expression. He pps an eyebrow in silent question, watching as the teen draws in a shaky breath before looking up with determination's squared shoulders. Can I make a request for training if we're really doing it? Shota blinks, tucking his hands into his pocket. The automatic response that sits on the tip of his tongue is a no. He's not one for allowing requests when it comes to heroics and class. That's not something that'll happen in the hero world, especially new and upcoming heroes. Heroics is more or less jumping through hoops, unless you manage to rank high on the charts, or establish your own agency where you make the rules. It's another lesson he tries to teach early on. Things won't always go your way, and as shitty as it is, the newer hero's opinions are hardly ever taken into consideration. He's sure it's like that in most working environments. Still, the words die on his tongue when he glances back at where Midoria is sheepishly stood at the table, clutching the training uniform to his chest with his head ped in question. As much as he wants to hold strong and tell the kid he doesn't get any special treatment, he's sure his own Aizawa doesn't play favorites either. He instead finds his shoulders slumping as a sigh leaves his lungs. Considering the circumstances of Midoriya's presence here, he's avidly trying to make the teen as comfortable here as he can. What sort of request? He can at least hear the boy out. Morning classes fly by fast. Homeroom finds Izuku sitting in the 20th desk at the back of the room. He's almost out of sight, out of mind, or he would be if the 1A students weren't glancing back at him. He feels more under observation now than he did yesterday meeting the students. Yesterday Aizawa-sensei had been right by his side, shutting things down before anything really happened. Now, he's going over announcements up front while glancing over every so often. He's trying to decipher the looks being thrown back at him, gauging who he should be wary of, who's more curious than nervous, and who's already sorta accepted his presence. He wants to trust them, but he knows what they can do. He knows their quirks, and he's seen them fighting villains, and the fact of the matter is that he technically is a villain here. Thankfully, Aizawa-sensei keeps them distracted throughout the homeroom PRD, and it passes quickly. The next 3 PRDs go by just as fast. Present Mike drops off a small package of paperwork to Aizawa-sensei, and then the underground hero is walking the teacher's desk where Izuku is settled and handing him just a portion of the paperwork. It's math work, and Izuku probably shouldn't be as relieved as he is to be working on math work during what's supposed to be his math class PRD. He gets English and history work handed to him at the start of each new PRD. He doesn't pay much mind to the second or third years, and tries hard not to be distracted by the feeling of eyes on. He wonders what they know by now if anyone's connected him to Deku. There's no hostility though, not even when Aizawa-sensei isn't looking. He counts it as a win. By the time lunch rolls around, Izuku has finished all the classwork he'd been given, and Aizawa-sensei collects it, promising to mark it himself. Yamada-sensei makes his second appearance at the start of lunch, arriving into the 1A classroom with 2 bento boxes. He's relieved to see food, and hadn't even realized he was subconsciously making himself sick with anxiety thinking about going to the cafeteria. The thought of being alone in the school is weirdly terrifying, especially since he's so used to wandering alone in his own reality. Fresh from lunch rush. Yamada-sensei cheers happily, holding both out as offerings. Izuku's mouth waters at the sight. He glances towards Aizawa-sensei, who's lazily regarding present Mike, before looking over at the voice hero. Izuku perks up in his seat when present Mike steps close enough to where he was taking advantage of the empty classroom to relax a bit, passing him the second bento. He'd taken up residence at Hagakure's abandoned desk so Aizawa-sensei could sit at his own desk over the lunch PRD, while also making sure he's close enough to his teacher that he doesn't feel completely on edge. Hope you like it, listener, the blonde-haired man says with a wide grin, giving the teacher and student both a quick wave before disappearing just as he'd come in. Izuku is thrilled to see tonkatsu in the bento containers. He's always loved lunch rushes tonkatsu. Closest he's ever found to his mom's homemade. The only competition he's ever found. They eat in a comfortable silence. Aizawa-sensei looks busy with some marking, taking bites between sips of coffee and scratching of his pen on papers, while Izuku just focuses on the meal before him instead of what'll be happening after lunch. He's second-guessing agreeing to participate in heroics. He knows Aizawa-sensei wouldn't mind if he did choose to not participate. He'd made it clear that the cards are all in Izuku's hands at this point, but he really does want to try. He is curious, and he knows he's just psyching himself out. He wants some normalcy, or the closest he can get. Which brings him to standing at Aizawa-sensei's side, looking down the line of 1A. He can't help but wilt away from the prying eyes of his alternate reality classmates, nerves ticking upwards as he tries not to squirm and hide behind Aizawa-sensei. They're in Gym Gamma, just after lunch PRD. The afternoon is scheduled heroics training, and Izuku's probably even more nervous than he'd been on the first day of school. It's weird being on this side of training standing by the teacher instead of standing with his peers. It almost makes him feel like he's in trouble, but then again he feels safe at Aizawa-sensei's side. He likes being able to scan 1A's faces too. It eases his nerves, being able to pick apart their expressions as everything's explained. I'm giving you the chance to choose what you'd like to do during class today, Aizawa-sensei drawls, glancing down the line. Midoriya will be participating in class today. Whispers from the class have Izuku wincing subtly, wringing his hands together. That said, the man continues, instantly quieting the students with nothing more than his tone. I was serious when I said I wouldn't be forcing anyone to interact with Midoriya. If you're not comfortable, or you just don't want to participate so soon, that's fine. Izuku feels the man slouch at his side, eyeing the students thoughtfully. There are two options you can pick from today. The first is dual battles. Just like you participated in during the sports festival, one-on-one battles versus Midoriya. It will be a challenge, I'm sure. Keep in mind that Midoriya is a student at this school where he's from, so he knows your quirks. That's an advantage that you won't have. To Izuku's genuine surprise, a lot of the students look interested in that option. Kirishima and Kaminari are whispering excitedly to each other, and Kaken, who Izuku had requested to be able to participate in the heroics lesson this one time only despite the house arrest, has his eyes narrowed on Izuku. Shinso and Ida both look intrigued at the idea of battling him, but there's still the flicker of uncertainty. Todoroki is the one who looks the most excited though, a dull but excited determination alit in his gaze that has Izuku perking up. Dual-colored eyes catch Izuku's own green eyes, and something about the short exchange perks Izuku up. He's excited now. Now that he hasn't been immediately blacklisted, it's starting to sound fun. I see some of you are interested in that, Aizawa-sensei muses boredly. Good. It'll be good practice for anyone interested. Thus far, you've been majoritarily fighting quirks you know. You're starting to understand your classmates' fight styles, which is good. But Midoriya is an unknown, which you'll face often as a pro. Just as a reminder to all interested in taking him on in a fight, I expect things to be kept friendly. He's not an enemy and you will be penalized if you do not heed this warning. There's a chorus chirp of, "Yes, sensei," from the students. It's a bit of a weight off his shoulders, but he's still a little nervous. "Sensei." Izuku looks towards Kirishima, whose hand is raised and waving overhead. He doesn't speak again until Aizawa-sensei actually glances over. What's Midoriya's quirk? At this, Aizawa-sensei, and everyone else, glances towards Izuku for an explanation. His heart seizes in his chest at being the center of attention. He clears his throat awkwardly, trying not to wince at his own awkwardness. It's called, superpower. It's a strength enhancer, really, but I'm able to. Don't give yourself away. Aizawa-sensei cuts him off, looking away as Izuku's mouth snaps shut with an audible click of his teeth. All you get to know about Midoriya's quirk is that it's an emitter type, and it's powerful. The point of this activity is for you students to fight abilities you don't know. A villain will not explain their quirk to you in a fight. I want to see how you adapt against a quirk and fight style you haven't seen before. Izuku shuffles anxiously on his feet. Now, Sensei continues easily, if you do not want a chance to fight Midoriya, your options are individual quirk training, which I will not be available to help you with today, or I will permit watching the battles if you'd like. Even if you don't want to participate, I think everyone can learn something from watching. Knowing what you do, raise your hand if you're willing to be pitted against Midoriya. Izuku is surprised by how many hands raise. Half the class Ida, Kaken, Todoroki, Kirishima and Kaminari are the first ones, hands shooting up. Jiru raises her hand just after them, and Mina, Azui and Uraraka lift theirs too, a bit more hesitant than the others. Siro's hand goes up as well, but he also doesn't look completely certain, while Ojiro looks torn between raising his hand and just watching the battles. Okay, Sensei nods, eyeing the line of students and doing a count, probably formulating a lineup of the battles to come. The man glances back at Izuku, studying his face before looking back at the students. Midoriya will choose his first competitor, and after that, I will call you out one by one for your turn. You're welcome to back out at any time, or choose to participate at any time too. There's a rumble of affirmation from the students, And Izuku nods along as well, already looking down the line of students as he tries to choose who he wants to fight first. He should probably pick someone where he won't display the entire strength of one for all. He knows he'll go hard against Bakugo and Todoroki both, just like he would in his class. They're both capable of keeping up with the powerful quirk he has. Whether they've reached that here yet or not he doesn't really know. Maybe it'll be the push they need, but still, he shouldn't choose the hardest competitors first, especially not when he's still a wild card to these 1A students. He hasn't done a lot of fighting against Zero, Kirishima or Kaminari, but he knows the three of them are good. He'll need to keep an eye out for Kaminari because he has been electrocuted before, even if by accident. It's not fun. Zero is quick with his tape, and it's hard to escape if he did manage to snag him. Kirishima's hardening will also be a challenge, though Izuku's sure he could break through it with 100% if it really came down to it. He wouldn't do that in training like this. Then there's the girls. Uraraka's quirk could be troublesome. He'd watched her go head-to-head against Kaken during the sports festival, and has seen what she can do, but then again, he doesn't know her endurance of her quirk here. Does it still make her sick when she overuses it? And there's not a lot for her to use as an advantage. Depending on when her turn is, there might not be anything around she can use her quirk on. He's fought alongside Azui, and knows she's quick and her frog tongue is hard to escape. He hasn't really fought against or with Mina or Jairu, but he knows they're fully capable in his reality. Then there's Shinso. He's probably the one Izuku's most interested about considering he's been in this 1A class since close to the start of the year or even since the start of the year. He isn't completely sure when the other was added to the class. There's no doubt that he'll be stronger than what Izuku knows, because he's been learning under sensei for months at this point. Just like Izuku and the rest of the students. Plus, he's got a capture weapon around his neck, and there isn't a doubt in his mind that Aizawa-sensei has something to do with that and that Shinso definitely isn't what he was during the festival. If Shinso knows Aizawa-sensei's tricks, he's in for a battle that's even harder than their fight during the sports festival. And, not to mention there's also some other form of support gear settled snugly over his mouth. Izuku isn't quite sure what it's for, but he's already wary of it. Well, Izuku rolls his shoulder, almost squirming when he realizes they're all waiting from him to make a decision. I've only fought Shinso once where I'm from, during the sports festival, but all the gear he has is new to me. Obviously not the concept of the capture weapon, even if the Shinso I know didn't use one back then. I'm excited to see how much you've improved. So, can I fight Shinso first? Shinso? Aizawa-sensei glances over for confirmation, which the tired-looking teen offers with a shrug. Alright, Midoria versus Shinso. Everyone waiting for their turn, or watching, take a seat against the wall. Anyone going to individual training, other side of the gym so you're out of the way. We'll start in 2 minutes. Midoria, Shinso, take the floor. Izuku hesitates for just a second at the teacher's side before scurrying after Shinso, who shuffles to the center of the gym as directed. It's really nice to meet you, Shinso, Izuku breathes out nervously. I think your quirk is really neat. I'm very glad to get another chance to fight you again, and I hope I'll get the opportunity where I'm from as well. So, you know all about my quirk then? The other asks flatly, eyebrow ping. There goes my element of surprise. Sorry, Izuku winces. He doesn't know why he feels so nervous around Shinso. Maybe it's because his Shinso flat out rejected him after their fight. He's still hopeful at some point they'll be friends. And he really hopes Shinso joins their class in his reality too, because he deserves it. It's any consolation, you got me good during the festival in my reality. I thought it was amazing. I've never seen a quirk like yours. It's so perfect for heroics. You definitely would have won if I didn't snap out of your quirk right when I did. Hang on, you broke out of it? Shinso pauses, suddenly looking unsure. Or maybe skeptical. How? Izuku rubs at the back of his neck. I don't really know, to be honest. I think I used my quirk? I broke my fingers in the process, I know that much. I don't know if it was the pain, or the actual quirk effects, but it turned into a combat battle after that because I didn't answer any more of your questions. That's morbid, the purple-haired teen scoffs. but his lips to quirk upwards faintly. If what you're saying is true, don't underestimate me. I've gotten a lot better at hand-to-hand since the start of the year. I'll bet. Izuku grins, bouncing on his heels, and you've got a capture weapon and that support gear too now. I really am excited to see what you can do. I've also gotten a lot better, so let's both try our best. You're quite the enthusiastic one, aren't you? The purple-haired teen drones, and Izuku's not really sure if he's annoyed or pleased. Izuku almost winces at the next words, doused in sarcasm. Lucky me. You two done with the chit-chat? Izuku stiffens at the sudden voice, whipping his head to where Sensei is standing a couple steps away on the other side of a white line now drawn in chalk on the concrete floor. Izuku nods quickly, while Shinso just pps an eyebrow. The man's lips quirk up faintly before he turns to address everyone. The same rules from the sports festival one-on-one battles apply here. I've drawn the boundaries for the battles. Step out of them and you're out. Last one standing in bounds wins. All the same rules apply. Quirk usage welcome at your discretion, and approved support gear is also allowed. Any questions? Aizawa-sensei glances down the line of students sitting against the wall out of the way, before looking back at Shinso and Izuku. No one has any questions. Satisfied with the understanding, Sensei continues, okay then. Try to keep all your bones intact, and remember this is for practice. Keep it friendly. Right. Izuku chimes in reply, knowing the bones intact comment was directed at him. Shinso offers a nod instead of any words, glancing sideways at Izuku. They've split up to opposite sides of the boundaries as the man was explaining. Izuku nerves are finally kicking in. Shinso's body is lax, a forced sort of easiness that would probably put Izuku at ease if it weren't for the fact he knows what Shinso can do. Ready? Sensei stands at the edge of the boundary lines, towards the center. He glances between the two of them casually. Begin. For a long second, neither of them move. Izuku's more or less waiting for Shinso to make the first move to set the pace, but the teen in question is just lazily scanning Izuku up and down. Finally, so, you're from another world, right? You an alien or something? Izuku pauses in confusion, opening his mouth to reply. The correction of reality, not world sits on the tip of his tongue, followed by an equal need to bristly defend himself with, no, I am not an alien. He'll admit he's very close to answering Shinso, but manages to stop himself just in time. That's how he activates his quirk. It's a trap. Izuku had learned from the first time. He clamps his mouth shut and shoots the other boy an unamused look. Hey, Shinso shrugs, hands now lifting to lace through his capture weapon. It was worth a shot anyways. Work smarter not harder, right? Izuku shakes his head at that, arching into a defensive position. The first strike of Shinso's capture weapon goes for Izuku's feet in an attempt to bind and trip him. He's quick to channel one for all, using it to leap out of the way just as the material goes to encircle his ankles. He dodges away from a second attack aimed for his thighs, and springs closer to Shinso. Shinso takes a tiny step back, trying to put distance between them. He remembers the other boy being fairly good at hand-to-hand when he'd been desperate to get Izuku out of bounds, but the capture weapon and his quirk are much more suited for ranged attacks. He's good with the capture weapon, but not as good as Aizawa-sensei. Izuku knows he wouldn't be able to dodge Sensei's fluent flicks of the material like he's dodging Shinso's. Still, Izuku thinks if he didn't have one for all speed enhancement, he probably would have been beat already. Shinso's attacks are quick and leave little time to formulate a plan, or even really get out of the way before another is thrown. The capture weapon is used almost like a whip, cracking towards Izuku without hesitation or regard. He's also taking care to keep out of Izuku's reach, probably not want to be forced into close combat if he doesn't have to be. That's how he'll win this. That's the only way he can win this without excessive force. He just needs to get closer. When Shinso's in reach, he'll be able to grab him, force him into combat. He doesn't doubt Shinso has learned some close combat, but Izuku hopes he'll have the advantage there. His quirk is more close combat oriented than a quirk like Brainwash would be. It's hard getting close to Shinso in spite of the capture weapon being in near constant motion. He's also moving around in the bounds. When Izuku gets close to him, The binding material of the capture weapon targets his limbs. He's actually really impressed. He hopes his Shinso gets to this point too. At one point, Shinso manages to snag Izuku's wrist in his capture weapon, and Izuku panics. He grabs the capture weapon with his other hand, taking a step closer and pulling it taut before he gives a quirk-enhanced tug that has Shinso topping forwards, grip on the capture weapon letting up just enough for Izuku to wiggle his hand free. Izuku jumps back as Shinso catches himself. "You're good," Shinso observes, steadying his stance and bringing the weapon back so it coils around his neck. One hand is still laced in the material, so Izuku is ready for it to snap out again. Despite that not being a question, Izuku still doesn't respond. He doesn't want to take any chances. He rushes towards the other teen, and as he does, the capture weapon shoots out for his feet. He launches up into a leap to avoid it again. It's the closest he'd gotten to Shinso. The closest he's come to being able to touch him. He reaches a hand out to grab the other teen. "Midoriya." Aizawa-sensei's voice has him faltering. "What are you doing?" Izuku yelps. The urgency in the man's voice has him panicking, swirling around mid-leap to see the man stood calmly on the sidelines. His mouth is twisted in a grimace, but oh no. It's not moving. He sees the man huff out a breath as he eyes Shinso in exasperation. Shinso had used Sensei's voice. That explains the support gear mask on the other's face. It's a voice alter. It all feels like it happens in slow motion as he drops to the ground. He feels brainwashing take over just as his feet hit the floor. His body tenses up before automatically giving away to the power of Shinso's quirk. He feels his eyes glaze over, that misty, seeing but unseeing sort of feeling settle in his gaze. He really doesn't like this feeling. "Turn around and walk out of bounds," comes Shinso's own voice. He winces internally as his body reacts instantly, turning slowly on his heels before stepping slowly in the direction of the boundary lines. He feels a sick sense of déjà vu. "Well," Shinso calls, in almost sort of boastfulness to his tone, "you gonna break free of it again, Midoriya? Or was it a fluke when it happened in your reality? Did it even happen?" It's been a long while since the sports festival and he's grown a lot. For a couple slow steps, he doesn't even remember how he'd activated one for all that day. His head feels foggy right now, and his steps are slow and unsteady. It's almost hard to breathe under his own internal panic. It's harder to find his quirk than it had been, and that might be because All Might's not here. He remembers looking at the number 1 pro. He remembers watching him, and feels defeat before a weird empowerment rippled through him. A silent but their encouragement. He focuses on that feeling. What he remembers of it. He faintly hears the whispers of the vestiges now, and it's a relief that they're here too. At least something from his world is here with him. It takes another long second before he spots the collection of shadowy figures in the corner of the room. They're more distant than they had been during the festival, and All Might is not with them this time around. They're flickery, like they're not supposed to be here, but still he feels one for all spark to life in his fingertips. They're gone just as fast as they appeared. He manages to throw a hand back, channeling the quirk into a similar flick of Delaware Smash. He tries to use as little force as he can, while still having enough firepower to give himself an advantage. The force of the air jostles him out of Shinso's quirk affects. He manages to catch himself before falling forwards, and even manages to make his opponent stumble back. Izuku's pleased to find his fingers still intact, despite not having his gloves. He's not even as close to the boundary line as he had been at the sports festival either. He knows Shinso won't be distracted long, so he turns on his heel and rushes at the other teen. Shinso is clearly not expecting Izuku to rush him so soon after breaking free of the quirk. He looks startled that Izuku had managed his way out of it. It's almost silly, because Izuku had told him he's managed it before. Now's not the time to dwell on it though. He reaches Shinso before the other can grab a hold of his capture weapon. Izuku manages to intercept the other's wrist as it lifts to entangle in the support gear. He uses just enough of his quirk to toss Shinso towards the boundaries, but not enough to harm him. He still hits the ground with a thump though. Izuku uses one for all again to follow him just after releasing him, dodging each desperate strike of the capture weapon. Shinso hadn't even managed to push himself to his feet, flicking his binding cloth in an almost frenzy attempting to catch Izuku from his position on his knees. Izuku launches himself to the air again, and Shinso takes that second to push himself up. Izuku winces internally as the purple-haired teen unknowingly gives him an opening. He's not defending, so Izuku braces his wrist with his opposite hand and aims his hand in Shinso's unaware direction. He flicks his fingers in a more forceful flick attack. Shinso, who'd been in the process of steadying his balance, topples back at the force of it. The fingers on Shinso's hands fall over the chalk line where he tried to catch himself. Midoriya wins. Aizawa-sensei calls as Izuku lands gracefully. He heaves a breath, offering the other boy a light smile. After a second of nothing moving, Izuku steps to where Shinso hadn't gotten up, the purple-haired boy looking particularly stunned. Good work. That was a good fight. Izuku offers a hand to help the other up. To his surprise, Shinso takes it after shaking off his own stupor. Izuku forces down the grin threatening to curl onto his face as he tugs the other boy up carefully. That was hard. Your support gear is amazing. And you handle the capture weapon really well too. Shinso looks stunned but for a new reason now. He eyes Izuku like he's not sure about him, dropping their linked hands when he realized Izuku is still clutching at his hand in a sportsmanship sort of way. Shinso tucks his hands into his pockets, burying his chin in his capture weapon. Yeah, Shinso huffs, good fight. They stand awkwardly by each other for a second. Oi, Shinso, sensei calls, and Izuku actually sees his mouth moving, pressed in a straight, almost annoyed look. What did I say about using my voice? Saw an opportunity, Shinso replies lightly, and I took it. Approved support gear was allowed, right? It was a toss-up between using you and Kaken. Midoriya's clingy to you, and Bakugo's obviously got some sort of connection to him after yesterday. It was the best odds. Plus, who'd ignore you, sensei? Izuku sees Kaken bristle where he's sitting beside Kirishima. Call me that again, I begs, and I'll beat your butt. What? You wanna add more time to your house arrest, Kaken? A-hole. Hey. Knock it off you too, sensei scolds, tiredly shooting Kaken a glare before refocusing his annoyed attention on Shinso. Using my voice on Midoriya because he's been shadowing me was cruel, Shinso. You need to consider after effects before you target something like that, especially when it comes to civilians and your peers. You don't know what using a personal voice like that will do to someone, as clever as it was. And we talked about you taunting people with strong quirks. That's biased and discriminatory. Using your voice worked though, Shinso reasons, arms crossing over his chest. He glances cautiously over to where Izuku is digging his thumb at his wrist in a sort of massage. It doesn't feel as nice as when sensei had done it. Izuku startles to attention when he feels eyes on him, glancing quickly in Shinso's direction. The purple-haired teen PPS his head to the side. Sorry for everything I said though, Midoriya, I got a bit carried away. That's okay. Izuku dismisses quickly, I understand. You were a lot nicer than the first time we fought anyways. No hard feelings. Aizawa-sensei glances over at Izuku quickly, scanning him with thoughtfully narrowed eyes before he turns the narrowed gaze towards Shinso in warning. Just don't do it again. Last warning you'll be getting for using my voice. Next time you trick your peers with my voice, it'll be a detention. You can't use my authority to your advantage. Message received. Shinso sighs guiltily, reaching up to lace his hands into his capture weapon before turning to where Izuku is watching the exchange. Congrats by the way. That was a good fight. I thought I had you there. You almost did, Izuku agrees with a weary smile. He rubs at aching fingers, mind going back to when he'd broken them in such a similar move at the sports festival. He can't tell if it's phantom pain or if he's aggravated old scars. I have better control now, so I'm lucky in that sense. But I can see how hard it would be to escape your quirk. You're an asset. I can't wait to see what kind of hero you become. Shinso blinks in surprise before his features soften faintly. He reaches up to tug the mask of his voice-altering support gear down, offering a tiny smile. Thanks. Izuku smiles widely. Even if this isn't his Shinso, it still feels like progress. It gives him hope for trying again in his reality. Plus, Shinso seems really cool. He'd love to have him as a friend. The purple-haired teenager finally steps away after glancing at first Aizawa-sensei, who was walking towards them, and then at Izuku himself. He nods his head in a mutual dismissal before going to join his class, settling down the floor beside a raving, grinning Kaminari. Break anything? Aizawa-sensei's voice startles Izuku back from his thoughts. Oh, no. Izuku laughs awkwardly, offering his hands up for the man to study. The only damage actually there is irritated skin, but Izuku isn't sure if that's from the quirk itself or his own rubbing. I'm fine. Do they hurt? Sensei reiterates casually, continuing when Izuku wrinkles his nose in confusion. You were rubbing at your wrists. And your fingers. And I know you have chronic pain. I can see why. I've never seen an attack like that. The man gestures to Izuku's hands as he tries to settle on a good descriptor, wind attack. Not from what I assumed was a strength enhancer, at least. Quite the versatile quirk. Oh no, I'm fine. Izuku waves off as he subconsciously rubs at his wrists. I'm used to it. I have a high pain tolerance. Really, I'm good to keep going. That was really cool. Shinsa's grown so much here, and now I can't wait to see what else has changed. You've taught me loads, and I learned a lot from my work-study teacher as well. And All Might. Besides, with Shigaraki interested in me, I need all the tricks I can get. Sensei is quiet for a second, studying Izuku. Izuku isn't sure how to decipher the look, and doesn't even want to try. There's worry and uncertainty, but a handful of other emotions he's never really seen on Sensei. Is what he said that worrying? All right, he finally relents. He doesn't look pleased at his own decision. But the same rules apply to you as they do to all my students. You can tap out at any time, all right? No questions asked. I know, Izuku assures with a lopsided smile, and I will if I need to. Really, Sensei, this is good practice for me as well. I feel fine. The man's face pinches uncertainly, but he turns to the class nonetheless. Ashido, you're up. Izuku fights Ashido, Kirishima, Azui, and then Kaminari. They all put up good fights, and they're very close to his own Class 1A skill level. He thinks he only wins because he has so much information on them and their quirks from classes together and asking his peers questions. Ashido relies too heavily on her acid. Izuku had never noticed that about his Ashido before, but he does now. Her hand-to-hand isn't great, even as she slides around him using her acid. He isn't sure if she's trying to distract him, or if she's just moving around so he can't land a hit. She's the easiest so far to get out of bounds because as she's sliding, she's not prepared for a long-distance attack. She slips out of bounds on her own acid when blown off course by his perfectly aimed flick attack. Fighting Kirishima goes about as well as Izuku thought it would. He's harder to move when he's hardened, and attacks just don't land. Plus, if Izuku goes for close combat, Kirishima would probably have the upper hand considering he's his own shield and he still has full range of motion. Izuku uses a bit more of one for all, launching into the air and inching him out by a powerful kick to the chest. He's a little winded when he lets his quirk drop, but Kirishima smiles widely as he rubs at his chest, simply telling Izuku his attack was manly. Azui manages to catch him with her tongue and tosses him towards the boundaries. But before he passes over the line, he uses Delaware Smash to alter his course. He lands in front of her, catching her off guard, and after some quick attacks where he has to dodge her tongue as she's dodging his fists, he manages to get her out. Kaminari is the fastest out. Not by anything Izuku does, just by Kaminari miscalculating his own electricity output within the first 30 seconds. He short-circuits himself, and Izuku doesn't even get hit by it. He feels bad as Sensei calls a forfeited. His fight against Kaken is a little harder. It's harder than his fight against Shinso, but that's because he's so used to fighting his Kaken. This Kaken is smart and powerful and everything his Kaken is, but he's not on the same level. He's a little overconfident, even after watching how Izuku had been fighting the first couple rounds. Izuku won't say he's sloppy by any means. He's really just not as practiced. It's obvious this Kaken hasn't put in the same work, and the look on Kaken's face whenever Izuku dodges his attacks, or retaliates any attack Kaken manages to land on him is telling him the blonde is quickly realizing that too. He's known Kaken long enough now to know his attack patterns, and he's watched his own Kaken grow past this point. They're simply not on the same level, the two Kakens. Izuku feels a little sick at the thought that he's stronger than Kaken here. But Izuku wonders if that means his theory is right? Was there nothing motivating Kaken to be better? No one pushing him? Well, he's motivated now as Izuku meets one of his aerial attacks halfway and uses a one-for-all enhanced punch directly into Kaken's outstretched palm, which is already alit with crackling explosions. It burns, but Izuku endures it for the sake of following through. It sends Kaken flying backwards through the air, past the boundary line. Izuku winces as he actually hits the wall behind him. Aizawa watches, giving an impressed little nod as he announces Izuku the winning again. No fucking way, Kaken snarls as he pushes himself up, storming towards Izuku. You better be fucking serious about being a late bloomer, because if you were hiding this sheet as a kid, you're dead. How the hell were you so strong? I have to be strong to keep up with you, Izuku offers in a shrug, half aware of the rest of 1A watching. I get better to keep up with you, and you get better to keep up with me. We're rivals now. You can do so much more, Kaken, but you just think everyone's beneath you. Yeah, everyone but you apparently, the blonde snarls. I can't believe you threw me into a effing wall. What the hell sort of quirk even is that? Izuku chooses to disregard that. You'll never get better if you believe there's nothing to be better for. There is. You're not the strongest person in the world, and you won't be if you're not trying. I mean, I just took you out in a battle. We're in the exact same class, have learned under the same sensei, with the same classmates, and we've been in similar fights. Not to mention you had your quirk for 10 years more than I've had mine. Kaken narrows his eyes, arms crossing over his chest. The only thing that's changed is I've been working hard to get better, and you've just been floating along thinking you are the best. Izuku crosses his arms over his own chest, matching Kaken's stance with narrowed eyes. You can't be the best if you're not trying, Kaken. You can be so much better, I've seen it. Kaken is nearly vibrating with anger or annoyance, but to Izuku, he doesn't look like he's about to snap. He looks like he's processing. Thinking. Whoa, Baku bro. Kirishima comes up behind the blonde hurriedly, clamping a fist onto his arm like he's afraid Katsuki will launch at Izuku. Don't do anything brash. Calm down. F off. Kaken shakes his friend off, shoving Kirishima away when he's no longer holding him. I'm not gonna do anything to Izuku. He's right, shitty hair. I can't believe you beat me. Beat me? I can't believe you're lecturing me about power. I obviously need to get better if you're throwing me around. Funny, isn't it? Izuku snickers. He's not afraid of this Kaken. The apology yesterday had been heartfelt, and the emotion real. If he was scared of him at all, Izuku wouldn't have requested Kaken be able to participate and have a chance to fight him. You are a great hero, Kaken. Not yet. F you. Bakugo, sensei calls stiffly, do remember you're here because of Midoria? I will send you back to the dorms if you can't keep yourself in check. Yeah, Kaken growls, turning away from Izuku. Again, I'm not gonna do anything to him. I already fucking said he's right, didn't I? I need to get stronger, just so I never lose to you again. You hear me, Zuku? I'll get stronger so you never throw me into a fucking wall again. Can't wait, Izuku smiles widely. I know you can do it, Kaken. Kaken stalks back to the rest of the class with Kirishima trailing after him. Sensei suddenly looks a lot more tired as he calls the next classmate. He fights Ida and Uraraka next. He wins both times. He's not sure if it's stroking his confidence being able to win against strong opponents so many times in a row, or if he's upset at how far behind this class is. It's eye-opening, really. How is one class of the exact same students, with the exact same teacher, so far behind another? They've even had similar events taking place, except some of those events ended worse than the ones Izuku went through. That's hard to even imagine. Like Ida and his permanent damage from Stain, for example. There's time for one more battle. Aizawa-sensei calls as Uraraka shakes Izuku's hand. She's looking a little pale, and he's not sure if she'd manage to curb her sickness that comes with overusing her quirk. Midoria will be choosing his last opponent of the day. Those who want to fight and haven't had a chance yet, raise your hand. Izuku doesn't even need to see who raises their hand. Todoroki-kun, Izuku decides without hesitation. He's waited this long and, with any luck, maybe Izuku will be able to help this Todoroki like he did his own back in his reality. The fight starts off as well as it had when Izuku had fought Todoroki during the sports festival. He attacks with heavy ice attacks, just a bit better contained considering the boundary area isn't as big as it had been during the festival. He can't tell if Todoroki is trying to prove that he doesn't need his father's fire, that Izuku's Todoroki is wrong, or if he's really just trying to win with his ice. Todoroki can be stubborn, but so is Izuku. Izuku's gotten stronger, so he doesn't get hurt as easily. He's a match for Todoroki's ice now. Back then, Todoroki had been stronger with just his ice and Izuku had struggled to stay in the fight. He'd only had one for all for a few weeks at that point. He'd struggled to keep up and not let Todoroki win with half his power. It's not like that anymore. He's stronger, and he doesn't break his bones when he shatters chunks of ice shooting towards him. Todoroki is startled as Izuku plows through his ice attacks. He sprints towards Todoroki, dodging and smashing through ice until he lands a hit on the other boy. Well, he lands a hit on particularly strong ice just before he can hit Todoroki. His defense is still amazing. Izuku can see him getting tired. He's getting tired, and frost is crawling across his skin. His breath comes out misty, and Izuku even sees him shiver. He smashes another towering icicles with nothing more than a punch and rushes once again towards Todoroki. He'll take whatever openings he can hear. This time he lands a punch to the other teen. Todoroki reels back, stopped only from crossing over the boundary line by a wall of ice that shoots up. "You're strong," Todoroki whispers, the words ghosted in with fog. "How are you so good at this?" "I fight my Todoroki," Izuku calls as he smashes through another chunk of ice. His hands are starting to hurt, the jagged ice making his knuckles bleed, and the few kicks he's done he's sure has bruised the top of his foot since he's not wearing the right shoes. "You can be so much stronger, Todoroki-kun. Don't let your father dictate your life. I've seen what you can do." "It's his fire," Todoroki growls as Izuku launches at his with a kick. He shields his face as more ice shoots up. Izuku shatters through it, landing in front of Todoroki. "No, it's not," he argues, letting one for all settle in his arm as he rears back to punch the dual-haired teenager. "It's yours, Todoroki. Your ice isn't your mother's, and your fire isn't your father's. They're your quirk." He throws the punch, intending to land it on Todoroki and force him back across the line. Except he's the one reeling back. His fist aches as fire washes over it. He feels blisters bubbling up as he tugs back. He really didn't think this one through all the way, did he? He pulls his hand into his chest, leaping to the side, to avoid a stream of flames barreling towards him. It's so hot that he needs to put distance between them. Izuku takes a second to glance at Todoroki. His eyes are determined, palm cupping a flickering flame. Todoroki's red hair is liked with flames, the frost on his skin melting away. "I am not my father." "No, you're not," Izuku agrees as he narrowly misses another shot of fire. Todoroki had just gotten 10 times stronger in no more than a second. But Izuku should have expected that this was what sent him into surgery after their fight. "You're stronger than him, Todoroki-kun. You'll be better than him." As he's dodging flames, a pillar of ice shoots up at his side. There's nowhere else to go when he's airborne using his quirk now. Using his flick attack while surrounded by flames will send those flames towards the rest of the class by the force. He hits it, wincing as he slams full force into it. He's sloppier when it comes to smashing this pillar with his non-dominant hand. He doesn't want to make the burns on his right any worse, but he's not as good with his other hand. The fire crawls closer, and Todoroki sends another wave of it barreling towards him. He's intending to win. He probably will win at this point. More ice pops up and Izuku's almost trapped. The fire licks at his uniform, singeing through the material but not moving any closer. He thinks Todoroki is in full control, despite how new he is to using his fire. He's so cool. There's not enough room to do much with Todoroki acting ice formations everywhere as fire targets him. The space to move is getting smaller and smaller. It's pushing him back towards the boundary lines, and Izuku's never been prouder of Todoroki. He meets his end in the battle when Todoroki guides an angry, flickering flame straight for him. Izuku jumps out of the way, narrowly missing it, only to be slammed back by ice rushing him. There's no time to destroy it or dodge it. One side of him is a wall of flames, and the other is the intimidating white chalk line. The ice catches his foot, freezing up to his knee as it carries him past the boundary line. Izuku distantly hears Aizawa-sensei's voice call aloud, "Todoroki wins." The ice and fire disappear, the flames melting the ice and the ice cooling the fires now that Todoroki isn't avidly keeping both strong. The class erupts into cheers. Izuku doesn't take it to heart. He thinks it's about time he lost a match anyways. Izuku shakes his head, smiling widely as Todoroki steps into his field of view, offering a hand up. "Thank you," he says calmly. "I understand you're Todoroki Shota now. You're a good friend, Midoria." "You did it." Izuku laughs as he grabs Todoroki's outstretched hand with his non-dominant hand. The dual-eyed teen tugs him up easily. "You're already so strong. Don't let your father cap you potential just because Endeavor also had fire. You don't need to be his protege, be your own hero, Todoroki-kun." "You will," the boy nods stiffly. "I'll surpass my father too, and I'll use his fire to do it. He forced it onto me, but I'll use it to be better than he ever could. My fire and my ice." Spiteful, Izuku laughs good-naturedly. "I like it." "To do, bro." Kirishima rushes towards them, tacking Todoroki in a headlock. "That was so manly, my man. Your fire is so cool. I didn't know you could do that." "Yeah, Todoroki-kun." Uraraka chimes in, bouncing on her heels. "That was amazing. You were using both so easily. You kept cornering Midoriya. Wow. First to beat him of our class." Zero cheers. "Congrats, man. He was a tough competitor." A lot of the class has gathered around Todoroki, and he looks almost uncomfortable at the attention. Izuku snickers to himself as he eases away from the group, only to bump into a body before he can really sneak away from the mob. "Oh, sensei." Izuku yelps, stumbling back. "Sorry, I didn't see you there." "You got hurt," the man accuses, pointedly looking down to where Izuku is still nursing a burnt hand. The skin is charred and past blisters. Maybe it's a little worse than he'd thought at first. Now that the adrenaline's wearing off, it's starting to ache. Still, it's a small price to pay in order to better the future and help a friend. "It doesn't hurt." Izuku winces as the words leave his mouth. Aizawa-sensei narrows his eyes dangerously on him, and Izuku squirms under the intensity. The teen lets out a nervous laugh, scratching at the back of his head with his uninjured hand. "Okay, it hurts bit. But it's just another scar. I'll be fine. I mean, I don't even need to bother Recovery Girl. I can just bandage it up and—" "You're going to Recovery Girl." Aizawa-sensei cuts him off without batting an eyelash. "That's not just a burn, Midoriya. You basically stuck your hand into an inferno. That's a third-degree burn. It'll probably scar even with Recovery Girl's quirk." He was afraid of that. Why did Todoroki choose the exact moment he went for a punch to light up like gasoline fire? He doesn't blame Todoroki at all, but still. Terrible timing. "Now we'll be sending you home with more damage." Aizawa-sensei sighs, rubbing at his eyes before dropping his other hand onto Izuku's shoulder. "Sorry we stole your kid, don't mind the scorch marks. Are bad." To be fair, Izuku leans into the man's touch, snickering despite the pain pulsing across his hand. "I think I was tossed into your laps." The man's lips quirk upwards as he shakes his head fondly. "My point still stands no matter how you got here, problem child. Either way, you'll be going home with more scars than you arrived with. The number of your scars, and your terrifyingly high pain tolerance worries me." "I'm okay," Izuku tells him with a small smile. The man grimaces, gesturing down to Izuku's burn with a JRK of his chin. "Try telling me that again when you're not crispy." Izuku lets out a startled laugh. He finds himself wincing halfway through. Sensei glances down in concern. "Whoa, Midoriya." Izuku glances up to see One looking at him wide-eyed. It's Kaminari who'd asked, wide eyes locked on Izuku's hand. "Are you all right?" "I'll be fine," Izuku promises with a light laugh, focusing on Sensei squeezing his shoulder comfortingly instead of the pain in his hand. I've fought Todoroki-kun before, so I knew this was a possibility. I had some pretty bad burns the first time around too, but I wouldn't change what I did at all. Either fight. I didn't mean to hurt you. Todoroki looks distraught, eyes lingering on the injury. I'm sorry, Midoriya. No, don't be. Izuku laughs awkwardly, waving a dismissive hand. I'll be fine. Besides, now I'll have something to remember you all by when I return home. I'll be good as new when I'm healed up. Morbid, Shinso whispers from the side, and Izuku finds himself laughing again. He's not sure if it's the pain making him slightly delirious, or if Shinso just caught him off guard. All right, Aizawa-sensei calls attention, already leading Izuku away as he talks over his shoulder. Class dismissed. You're all free to return to the dorms. I'll be taking Midoriya to the infirmary, but I'll have my phone on me if you need me. You can talk to Midoriya later, if he's up for it. Or tomorrow. Izuku's ushered quickly out of the gym, and 1A is kind enough to shout well wishes at him as they go. It makes his feel warm inside. He's glad they don't hate him anymore, even if they're not his classmates. You know, Aizawa-sensei breaks their comfortable silence as he guides Izuku towards the nurse's office. What you did for Todoroki was admirable. He'll only go up from here, and you're to thank for that. Izuku opens his mouth to brush the praise off, cheeks flushed. But it was stupid too, Sensei adds without glancing down. Don't throw yourself into the flames for someone else's sake. You're supposed to be a hero, not a self-sacrificial idiot. Yeah, Izuku pouts, okay. I hope you're ready to face Recovery Girl, because we're both going to be getting in trouble here. Izuku laughs once again, then laughs harder as Aizawa-sensei's exasperated expression. Definitely delirious. Shota doesn't really know what to expect as he leads the kid towards the infirmary. He dismissed the class a couple minutes early just so he could ensure they made it to the infirmary before the hallways suddenly got crowded. Shota doesn't think crowding the kid while he's nursing an injury like the burn he currently has will do the kid any favors. He also doesn't have to worry about them running into Yagi since today he's doing foundational hero studies with the third-year students, and by extension, that usually means additional training for a couple of them. Yagi, like Shota, isn't usually one to let the students go before the PRD actually ends. It's actually one of the few days of the week Shota doesn't see the retired pro at all. Not even in the teacher's office, since Yagi spends his mornings at the precinct doing behind-the-scenes hero work. Shota walks briskly towards Recovery Girl's office, Midoriya keeping pace at his side. It really is a worrying injury, one Shota would like to see get looked at as soon as possible. Burns are very susceptible to infection and schools are always a perfect breeding ground for germs and bacteria, no matter how clean the place is. Not to mention how crowded schools are between the staff and the students. Bacteria is everywhere, so it's best to get Midoriya to a sterilized location where he can be healed, and the remainder of the injury can be wrapped up and protected from outside forces. It had taken everything in him not to react accordingly when seeing the injury Midoriya had been nursing. It was a burn definitely sat somewhere between second and third degree. It looked bad, probably one of the worst Shota had seen come from a school exercise like the one they'd been doing. Shota had seen a lot of burns over the years. Fire-based quirks weren't exactly rare, but it's been a long time since one this bad had happened during classes. His class especially. He'd known there was a possibility something could have gone wrong. Midoriya talked about the Todoroki in his reality using his fire side after a fight with Midoriya during the sports festival, and Shota can't lie and say he hadn't thought it was a possibility that Midoriya could get through to this Todoroki as well. He'd hoped, honestly, getting Todoroki to a point where he could comfortably use both his ice and fire would be amazing, but he hadn't really expected it to actually happen. Not with how Todoroki tends to close himself off when the fire aspect of his quirk is even so much as mentioned. Todoroki's quirk, the fire side, was a new addition to class, an unknown variable that Shota hadn't really prepared himself to deal with since it was unlikely to appear, just as Midoriya himself was an unknown that Shota didn't completely understand. He'd put some trust into both Midoriya, as well as the Aizawa Shota over in his reality, and he wasn't disappointed, though he probably should have set more specific guidelines when it came to the exercise. like calling a breather, at minimum, when injured of any sort. It should be a given, but knowing his gremlins and knowing Midoriya is one of these gremlins somewhere else, he's not surprised Midoriya is looking out for others' growth in the class, instead of his own well-being. Other Aizawa really might have his hands full with Midoriya in his class too. When a serious injury like Midoriya's does happen, no matter how much he wants to freak out and sweep the student off to the nurse, he's learned to read the student themselves to determine how he should react. What he does as a figure of authority, a teacher and pro-hero, will directly affect his entire class, not just the injured student. Though what he says and does will have the most effect on the injured student, Midoriya in this instance. He's noticed that teens, like small children, often look for guidance when they're injured. When they're in distress and looking for comfort, they often look to the closest authority figure. It's a habit they haven't quite broken yet, not unlike children and toddlers when they get hurt. If Shota outwardly shows concern when the injured person in question doesn't, there's a possibility it will send the person into hysterics. He's seen concern from an authority figure make them frantic, like they'd wrongly assessed the situation or are realizing that there's something wrong. Things get worse when the person they're supposed to be trying to keep calm and help starts to panic as well. No one's thinking clearly then. Plus, if he himself got worked up and panicked over an injury in class, no matter the severity, he'd lose his level head and quick thought process, which is a valuable asset in an emergency. He and everyone around him needs someone to not be panicking. Everyone needs someone to take control of the situation and make sure what needs to be done is getting done, like getting Midoriya to Recovery Girl ASAP. Getting the kid help without causing panic in either the teen himself or Shota's 1A students. It's no different than first responders, doctors and nurses needing to keep calm no matter what they're looking at in an emergency setting. People can die if split-second decisions aren't being made, and when you're panicking, your thoughts aren't as fast as someone with a clear head. And as young heroes in training, he needs to let them assess themselves first before he steps in and guides the situation. Teenagers are more than capable of gauging their own pain, and most of his students are good about cutting themselves off if they need to. But if they don't put those limits up for themselves, Shota will for them. He'll never hesitate in making sure any of his kids are getting the medical attention they need. Like Midoriya trying to refuse visiting Recovery Girl despite the burn. He hasn't quite figured that one out yet. Hesitance isn't usually something he sees when it comes to Recovery Girl visits. She's sharp, sure, but she does generally have a grandmotherly nature that puts the students at ease. Shota's once again reminded of the boy's worryingly high pain tolerance as he thinks back to spotting the injury right after the battle. Did Midoriya even know how urgent his burn truly is? How much pain does he feel? How much is he just enduring? Is this really something he's just used to? Midoriya didn't outwardly express any panic, not when it happened mid-fight, and not when the battle had ended. He hadn't approached Shota. Shota had ended up approaching him. Midoriya hadn't looked like he thought the burn was serious, not as serious as Shota believes it to be. He talked about patching himself up, like it was a familiar thing to him, and the innocently honest words made something unpleasant coil in Shota's stomach. The child didn't cry, or scream, or even try to call the exercise off when he'd gotten hurt. He'd hardly flinched. Shota believes the burn must have come from that first burst of fire. It was big pent-up flames, like it had literally bursted from Todoroki in an act of desperation. Midoriya had been going in to land a hit when Todoroki had ignited his flames. He'd watched Midoriya spring backwards away from the flames, and seeing that, he'd assumed Midoriya hadn't been as close to Todoroki as Shota had thought. He was wrong, apparently. The kid had gotten heavily injured, in a spot with endless nerves which would have hurt like hell, not to mention a spot that directly interferes with his fight style, as far as Shota could tell after observing the child in action, and instead of backing off and calling for a timeout or ending the match, he just continued to fight almost entirely one-handed. Not only that, but he'd also managed to keep his hand out of view as he avoided ice and flame attacks. Had Shota seen that hand before the fight finished, he would have called the whole thing off. It was the sort of injury he expected the students to know that it should be looked at immediately. And if Midoriya is in his class in another reality, which he really doesn't doubt whatsoever at this point, then the teen would know that. It may not be an incapacitating injury, but it hurts, and it can do serious damage if not tended to quickly and correctly. Burn ointments and healing quirks. Sterile gauze and bandaging. As low a chance of infection as they can manage. But Midoriya had been smart about it, and that's something that Shota's scared of. The kid hadn't cried out, or screamed, or even shed a tear. He hadn't even really brought attention to it himself. Shota has a sinking feeling in his chest that if he hadn't have brought it up, Midoriya wouldn't have. They come to a stop outside the infirmary. It doesn't sound like there's anyone inside. If they're lucky, the room will be clear of students and Recovery Girl will be tucked in her little adjoining office working on paperwork. Shota doesn't want any more stress piled onto Midoriya's shoulders. Shota goes to open the door, hands settling on the door handle, but that's as far as he gets when he notices Midoriya had stopped a couple steps back, shuffling nervously as he stares down at his own shoes. He's still got his hand cradled to his chest, and Shota can't even see the injury with how the boy's curled in on himself faintly. Shota eases his hand off the handle, turning to the kid with a pet eyebrow. "What's the matter?" Midoriya shifts without looking up. The kid's got his hand curled up to his chest, opposite hand hovering over the worst of the burns. Shota hadn't gotten a great look at the boy's hand. He knew it was bad from the glimpses he'd gotten. You could tell that much from a distance, but he doesn't really know the severity of it considering Midoriya had hardly reacted. Midoriya swallows, glancing to the side. "Do we have to bother Recovery Girl?" "Bother?" Shota repeats in hidden surprise. "This isn't a bother, problem child. This is her job. She's paid to tend to your wounds. That's what a school nurse does. You have a serious burn, and it needs medical attention. I just don't like to bother her when it's something I could take care of myself, you know? She doesn't really like patching me up." The kid swallows again, sharp and almost nervous. "I'm a regular, I guess." Shota doesn't say anything for a long second. It feels like he's stumbled into another red flag. Where is this hesitance coming from? Why is he nervous about being a regular visitor to the nurse's office? This is a hero school. The majority of the students are regulars. What makes Midoriya different? What did Recovery Girl, or Midoriya's Recovery Girl, do? He feels like he keeps walking himself into brick walls when it comes to unraveling the student before him. Whenever it feels like they're on the right path, Shota finds himself slamming headfirst into something new. Something else he should be concerned about. This just raises more questions for Shota. Would the kid have hidden the injury had he not seen it in fear of a visit to the nurse? Would he have patched himself up? This really wasn't the type of injury he could get away with that. There's a great risk of infection in a burn like the one he's nursing. Infection would spread fast in an open wound like that. Even with Recovery Girl's quirk, it'll most likely scar, and it won't be an instant heal. He'd still get bandaged up to protect the susceptible to infection wound, and he'll probably get prescribed some sort of pain reliever too. Burns hurt. Hands have a lot of nerves and nerve endings that were essentially charred. He doesn't know how far the burn goes, but he knows it hurts. "This isn't the type of injury you should be patching up yourself," Shota says slowly, taking his hand entirely off the door handle as he leans back against the wall. He's suspicious of why Midoriya wilts in relief when he's no longer touching the door. "The burn you have is likely a second degree that leans towards third degree. That's bad. I doubt even Recovery Girl would be able to heal that in one go. It should be handled by a professional to minimize the chance of infection." Midoriya hesitates, looking at the door before his eyes flick to Shota. "You're sure she won't mind?" I'm not. I'm not even a student here, and Deku being, a villain, I doubt she'd be comfortable with me." "She won't mind," Shota assures carefully, "and if she does, we'll be having words. I'm sure Nizu would also like to hear about the school nurse displaying discriminatory tendencies. I have no doubt Nizu spoke to her personally about your presence here, and if she's still hesitant, that's a problem. I don't want to get her in trouble." "If she's mistreating you, she'd be getting herself into trouble," Shota refutes calmly. He pauses for a moment, eyeing the child. Midoriya looks away when they make a brief half-second of eye contact. "You can't keep taking blame for others' actions, Midoriya." Shota reminds. He's not exactly sure what the holdup is, but it can't hurt to remind the kid anyways. "What Deku has done, you had no part in, And if recovery girl mistreats a temporary student who just so happens to be named Midoriya Izuku and look like the villain Deku, that's on her. You're not doing anything wrong by coming here with a serious injury, that's what this infirmary is for. This is a school teaching a dangerous profession, we expect injuries. But, the boy hesitates, staring nervously at the door. He curls his injury closer to his chest, holding his injured hand by the wrist with his other hand. Shota spots the raw skin now that it's not covered. You're sure she won't mind? I'm sure, Shota nods, keeping his tone calming. And on the off chance she does mind, which she won't, I'll take you to the hospital myself. You're hurt, Midoriya, you deserve professional treatment. The kid swallows, studying Shota like he's searching for dishonesty. Shota keeps his expression neutral, curious as to what the teen finds. Something has the boy shuffling closer, some of the tension easing from his expression. The man quirks an eyebrow as Midoriya finally slumps his tense shoulders. Yeah, the boy finally blows out, but he doesn't look entirely convinced. Still, he looks towards Shota with a grin that wavers faintly. Besides, wasn't my quirk this time anyway, so. You're right. I didn't really do it to myself, right? I mean, it wasn't, because of me. So, I'm sorry. We can go in now. I'm ready. Shota thinks he should be pushing more about this. It's obviously another wall that Midoriya's assembled at some point due to something regarding Recovery Girl or the infirmary in general that Shota doesn't understand. Whatever trauma relating to the infirmary could end up being dangerous and harmful if the fear and hesitance Midoriya harbors hinders his decision-making. If he doesn't get a serious injury treated like the burn, he was fully prepared to not even show Shota despite the obvious pain and severity because he's afraid and it gets worse because of the lack of treatment. He hesitates for just a second before deciding that this conversation can wait. The kid's given his consent to go into the room now and that burn really needs to be tended to. He can push while Midoriya's resting after Recovery Girl's quirk treatment. Shota pushes down the concern and instead gestures the kid to join him at his side, hoping to offer any comfort in the fact Midoriya isn't facing this alone, as he replaces his hand on the handle and finally opens the door. Midoriya presses into Shota's side, and the man says not a thing about it. He doesn't even glance down. The infirmary is empty, thankfully, and he doesn't spot Recovery Girl just milling around, so it's probably been a quiet day for her. There's a second where he and Midoriya stand side by side in the doorway until Recovery Girl finally emerges from her little adjoining office, gaze narrowing on Shota first, almost disapprovingly before dropping to Midoriya, who almost cowers away from the small woman. She seems to notice just as well as Shota does, considering she makes no move to come any closer. It's you too, the nurse comments lightly. Nizu-san mentioned there was a chance I'd be meeting Midoriya-kun, so, what are we dealing with? Aizawa-kun? A burn, Shota offers when Midoriya doesn't. He cups a calming hand around Midoriya's shoulder, leading the child into the room as Recovery Girl steps back to let them pass, leaning on her cane. Todoroki unleashed a surprise flame attack during our battle exercises, and unfortunately, Midoriya was in the wrong place at the wrong time. I see, Recovery Girl hums. Well, maybe I won't be dealing with so many frostbite injuries in 1A, though I'm not sure burns are much better. No matter now, let's not dally. Come here, dearie, come sit down on the cot and we'll take a look. Midoriya moves on autopilot while still managing to keep his distance from Recovery Girl. He scampers across the room, managing to shuffle up onto the cot one-handed. Shota follows suit, standing beside the bed. Midoriya shuffles closer to Shota as Recovery Girl finally joins them, now donning LTX gloves. Shizenji settles in front of Midoriya, waiting expectantly for the teen to offer up his injury to be assessed. Midoriya glances back at Shota, and it almost feels like the kid is just verifying that he's still here. Shota gives a nod of encouragement as he tries to pick apart the boy's actions while still keeping his focus on the child. Midoriya unfurls his hand, wincing as he spreads his fingers and shows the nurse the top of his hand. It's mostly the boy's knuckles that got hit. The burn runs down the backs of his fingers faintly, stopping just before the second joint, while it blisters towards the middle of his hand in the other direction. It doesn't look as bad as Shota had been expecting, but it's still a fairly bad wound. Shizenji hums as he gently holds the tips of Midoriya's fingers in her hand, the thumb of her opposite hand grazing along the reddened skin around the worst of the wound. Quite the burn here, dearie. It must hurt. Todoroki-kun did quite a number on you. Midoriya offers a slow nod of agreement. I can use my quirk on you, though by the looks of both your stamina levels and the depth of this wound, it won't heal entirely. I can't work miracles, but I can speed up the healing process. You'll still need to be careful and keep the wound clean and protected so it doesn't get infected. Shizenji nods along with her own words, finally releasing Midoriya's hand. The teen curls his hand back into his chest, inching closer to Shota. The man hasn't moved, stood at Midoriya's side with his hands tucked in his pockets. The edge of the bed is pressing against the back of his knees, and he has half a mind to sit down beside the kid. He doubts Midoriya would mind. Shizenji pulls the gloves off her hands, turning to the locked cabinet where she keeps medications. Shota watches out of the corner of his eye as she unlocks it and scrounges around through the pill bottles. Shota's glad to see ibuprofen in her hand, knowing Midoriya is likely in pain even if he's not showing it. Before we go any further, the old woman turns back to Midoriya, offering the 2 pills she dumped into a tiny plastic cup. You take these. Even after my quirk you'll still be in pain. Aizawa-kun, why don't you go grab Midoriya-kun a cup of water to wash the pills down with? I'll gather up the supplies I'll need to tend to the burn after it's been healed a bit. Shota doesn't feel great about leaving the kid even if the infirmary has its own sink hidden away at the back of the room, as well as a small restroom. Midoriya's hesitance is still bothering him, so he doesn't want to go too far from him. Not when Midoriya is in a place where he doesn't feel comfortable, and Shota is acting as a stand-in figure of comfort. Shota doesn't know what the deal is, but if Midoriya is clinging to him, he's not about to take that comfort and security away. It would be illogical. Still, he'd known the woman too long to not do as she asks. Like Nizu, recovery girl had been on staff when Shota had attended this very school 15 years prior. She almost has the same amount of pull, and she's as highly respected as the rodent they call a principal. He lingers for a second before finally stepping away from the boy so he can do as asked. Shizenji has a stack of little paper cups for times just like this, so Shota grabs one and beelines for the sink at the back of the infirmary. He's still aware of the conversation taking place between the student and the nurse, listening for any more tells of Midoriya's discomfort or red flags in the kid's words or actions. You'll feel very tired after I use my quirk, dearie, Shizenji says lightly, the usual spiel for when she uses her quirk on someone for the first time. She's still buzzing around the room as she gathers her supplies, speaking as she goes. You're aware of how my quirk works then? Some of your scars, I know the scaring pattern left by my own quirk, so you must have been healed by me before. Weiss, Midoriya squeaks out, I know the effects of your quirk. You've healed me a lot. I've come here a lot, be back when I wasn't very good at using my quirk. And not so much now since I mostly understand it. The woman shoots Midoriya a knowing sort of look that Shota doesn't understand. It has the kid's shoulders caving in though, as he makes himself look small. The child doesn't say anything, and neither does the nurse. There's a weird sort of tension that had formed, and Shota doesn't understand it. The underground hero returns to the cot where Midoriya has finally arranged himself so he's laying back against the pillow, spread along the length of the bed but still managing to make himself look small. The man watches as the teenager pointedly looks away from the nurse, despite how Shizenji is studying him still. He settles at the boy's bedside, shooting the nurse a challenging look, which Shizenji wisely backs down from. She goes back to searching through her hoard of ointments. With the sudden tension eased, Shota finally hands the water over to the teen before sitting on the opposite side of the bed in a visitor's chair that he pulls over. Midoriya's shoulders lose some of the tension as he pops the pills in his mouth and sips at the water, eyes flicking over to Shota every couple of seconds. Midoriya holds onto the cup with a tight, nervous fist even when it's empty. He clutches at it with his good hand until Shota manages to ease the crumpled cup from his grip. Midoriya looks surprised to see the state of it, so Shota assumes he wasn't aware he'd been squeezing it. He wonders if he took a closer look, if he'd find faint nail indentation scars. Maybe the kid could do with a stress ball or something. Hizashi has dozens. The man holds onto the cup too, instead of getting up to throw it away. He knows he just doesn't want to leave the kid again just yet, not when he's already so on edge. Alright, Shizenji turns towards them, wheeling over a tray of various medical supplies. We'll try to make this quick. You'll be very tired after I use my quirk, so just try not to move too much while I bandage you up, alright dear? Midoriya nods, offering his hand to her with little hesitance. The nurse looks the wound over again before leaning down and pressing a loud kiss to the boy's wrist, just above where the burn starts. Midoriya wilts instantly in exhaustion but stays awake. Shota silently concludes the teen probably has spent a great deal of time with Recovery Girl in his reality. He has the scars to vouch for that after all, but he's also fairly used to her quirk. There we are. Shizenji coos lightly as Midoriya's eyes slip shut before opening again, keeping an eye on his hand and the nurse still studying the wound. The old woman watches the wound heal, the rawest-looking parts of the wound healing up to something close to a first degree. The skin is raw and inflamed, but it's no longer a deep, angry wound. It's not perfect, considering the skin likely would have needed a graft if they didn't have Recovery Girl's quirk on hand. She can't rebuild skin, but she can clean it up. The burn itself looks like it's been healing for weeks at this point, but the dip in his hand leading towards his knuckles now is obviously going to scar pretty bad. Shota bites his lip at the thought. Clearly Midoriya can't catch a break in any universe. At least his actual knuckles look better and will probably heal up well over the next couple weeks, even if they are still burned. Shota had seen him fight. His whole style revolves around punching. He's glad the kid hadn't been hurt enough to need to re-evaluate his entire fight style. How are you feeling, Midoriya-kun? Shizenji asks lightly, a small smile on her lips as the kid's eyes sliver open to look at her. The quirk must be catching up to the physical strain of fighting all afternoon. The boy focuses his eyes, ping his head to look back at Shota almost as if assuring himself the teacher is still at his side before nodding towards Recovery Girl. Good, she hums. I suspect that this'll still leave some pretty bad scarring, but that can't be helped. That's all right, Midoriya finally murmurs. Thank you for your help. Shota watches from afar as Shizenji gets to work bandaging up the burn. He knows how to treat first-degree burns, so he's prepared to change the kid's bandaging later. The old woman makes quick work of cleaning it with a soft cloth and a small bowl of warm soapy water before applying ointment to the wound. She then places gauze strips on the remaining rawer parts of the burn, his knuckles and the tops of his fingers, mostly before she's wrapping the entirety of the child's hand so there's no chance of anything getting into it. When Shizenji pulls away, Midoriya pulls his hand back, looking drowsily at her finished work. Thank you. It feels a lot better. You're welcome, dear, she smiles, more with her eyes than her mouth. Shizenji turns to clean up the packaging for the supplies she'd used, crossing the room to throw everything away. She even takes the cup from Shota's hands, which he'd completely forgotten he'd been holding. With everything cleaned up and returned to its spot, the woman stands beside Midoriya's bedside, gaze tracking over his reclined form, eyes shut but still awake. Shota leans back in his chair, content to let the kid rest, and Shizenji glances between the two of them before deciding to do the same, turning on her heels and taking exactly one step away. Our Recovery Girl? Yes, dearie, the woman pauses, glancing back. Shota sees the kid's eye open, attention on the nurse. I'm very sorry to have bothered you today. The teen bows his head like he's expecting a lecture. I didn't mean to get hurt. Shizenji shoots Shota a bewildered look at the boy's words, but Shota doesn't know how to explain. He doesn't even really understand. The kid shouldn't be apologizing for getting hurt. That's a part of learning, it's a part of life. Nonsense, child, the woman huffs. I expect you to come to me with injuries like this burn. This was a very serious wound, Midoriya-kun. Something like this needs professional treatment, and I'll hear nothing otherwise. This is not a bother, not when it's your well-being we're talking about, you hear? But you said, the teen clamps his jaw shut, looking away from both the adults. He says in a breath, glancing up before looking back down at his lap like a scolded child, even though neither of them said a thing. And never mind. And that's suspicious, isn't it? Shizenji is shooting Shota a narrowed look, and the man can only match her gaze. There's definitely something she'd said, not this recovery girl specifically, but the one in Midoriya's world. She'd said something that scared the kid. He doesn't know what, can't imagine recovery girl saying anything that would fracture a kid's trust in her. Alright, the woman finally concludes, I'll just be in my office for a while working on some paperwork. I want Midoriya-kun here for at least half an hour so I can monitor him, and he'll be taking some nutrient gummies before he's cleared to leave. I suspect you'll be keeping him company? Shota nods even though the question is just a formality. Of course, he's staying with the kid, and she knows it. If he's been here this long, instead of just dropping the kid off like usual, he won't leave now. Good, Shizenji huffs. Call for me if anything happens, Aizawa. You know the drill. You boys behave out here. Shota offers a silent nod that's really nothing more than bowing his head in her direction. Her lips quirk upwards as she returns the nod, turning on her heels and disappearing into her office. Shota hears the office door shut with a soft click. The man glances back at the teen, seeing Midoriya's eyes shut. His eyes are shut, but Shota can tell the boy isn't asleep. His breathing is too erratic and his eyelids flutter like he's making a conscious effort to keep them shut. The teen's injured hand is settled at his side, and his other hand is gripping the fabric of his shirt. He looks uncomfortable, even with just the two of them in the room. Shota leans back against the backrest of the chair, waiting a moment longer. Talk to me, problem child, Shota finally says, making sure to keep his voice soft even though he's sure Shizenji is distracted in her office. He doubts she'd eavesdrop. She has better things to do as the nurse of an entire school, and he knows her to be more professional than that. As a healthcare provider, she knows how important privacy is, and Shota hopes she trusts him to get to the root of this problem. The boy's eyes sliver open at the sound of his voice, eyebrows furrowing as he studies Shota suspiciously. About what, sensei? Why were you scared to meet recovery girl? I wasn't, Midoriya immediately replies. It's far too fast of a response to be the truth, and Shota doesn't know if the teen knows. He shuffles anxiously where he's sitting. Shota is quiet for a long second as the boy squirms. You were, Shota insists calmly, you were scared to come into the infirmary, and you're still scared even now. I just want to know why, kid. I don't think it really matters, sensei, Midoriya whispers, eyes squeezing shut. I think it does, Shota counters, leaning forward so his elbows are on his knees, hands interlaced between his knees. It matters if you're afraid to come for help when you need it. I don't like that, kid. You were scared before you even met this recovery girl, so it couldn't have been something she said, which leads me to believe it was something that's happened in the past, which still unnerves you. Midoriya is quiet, eyes slivering open so he's watching Shota. Shota makes sure not to give anything away in his expression or body language, taking care to keep his face neutral and his body relaxed even as his thoughts are going a mile a minute. This is a concern. Anything that could potentially harm Midoriya in either reality is a problem. Fearing going to the nurse, even when you need medical attention, is dangerous, and Shota wants to get to the bottom of it before it affects anything, before it hurts the kid in the long run. I want to help you, Shota sighs, leaning back in the chair. I want you to be safe, to feel safe here. And ideally in your reality as well, but mine for sure. I can't help you if I don't know what the problem is. Midoriya hesitates, finally opening his eyes all the way. He looks tired, almost as tired as Shota feels. The boy snags his bottom lip between his teeth, gnawing thoughtfully. Won't get into trouble, will she? Recovery girl? Shota guesses, keeping his tone neutral. The kid looks away, so Shota assumes he'd hit the nail on the head. No, she won't. Not here. She hasn't done anything wrong, just like you and Deku. You may be the same person, but you're obviously different as well. Whatever your recovery girl did to you will not fall back onto the recovery girl you just met. It's nothing bad, Midoriya finally breathes out, shoulders slumping. Not really. She was right anyways. I guess I've just sorta subconsciously held on to it, you know? Held on to what? Shota asks calmly. Back at the start of the year, the boy hesitates, just after the sports festival when after my fight with Todoroki-kun, just like this one, but we both went harder, I suppose. You already know I needed surgery after that. The kid nervously rubs at the back of his neck with his unbandaged hand. I was pretty banged up. All Might was there with me, I remember that. Shota listens quietly, picking the child's words apart. He's heard bits and pieces of Midoriya's sports festival in his reality, and if the fight he'd just witnessed between Todoroki and Midoriya today was regular occurrence compared to the actual sports festival battle in Midoriya's reality, Shota knows it must have been a spectacle. The kid scrunches his nose up like he's trying to figure out a good way to continue. All Might and Recovery Girl were there when I woke up and she wasn't very happy? I've broken my arms enough times since I got my quirk that they're going to be irreparable at some point if I kept going how I was going. Okay, Shota breathes in through his nose. He's got a lot of questions like, why was All Might in the infirmary with a first-year student coming out of anesthetic after a surgery? He'll worry about that later though. And what did she say to you when she was upset that you'd gotten hurt? And that's where the boy clams up. He looks towards the office door Shizenji had disappeared through before slowly dragging his attention back to Shota. His uninjured hand squeezes into a nervous fist, and Shota just knows there's crescent-shaped indents in his palm. He should text Hizashi about a stress ball when he has a second. The underground hero is dragging his chair closer to the bed so he can settle his hand over Midoriya's, wedging his fingers between Midoriya's nails and his palm. The teen relaxes his fist on autopilot, now staring down at Shota's hand just barely holding onto his own. Finally, after a long second where Midoriya stares at where Shota is holding his uninjured hand, the teen draws in a shaky breath and gives a light squeeze of his hand. His next words are breathy and careful. She said she wasn't going to heal me anymore. Shota sees red. The school nurse had told a first-year student she wasn't going to heal him anymore? A first-year student who'd just gotten his quirk? A highly self-destructive quirk that he had zero control over? What kind of bullshit is that? The other Aizawa might not have known about just how recent Midoriya's quirk manifestation was, but the school nurse should have. Nizu as well, since the rodent knows everything. It's unlikely the two of them wouldn't have known, which just pisses Shota off even more. The boy sputters, and Shota faintly wonders if he'd tensed up his own hand. That's not completely right. I mean, that's not exactly how it really happened. She was upset and she didn't really say she wasn't going to heal me anymore. Just that she wasn't going to heal self-inflicted injuries. Caused by my quirk. She said what? Shota tries very hard not to snarl, but he's not sure he succeeds. That doesn't make it any better. You said Recovery Girl wouldn't be in trouble, the boy yelps. I'm sorry, sensei. It's fine really. I don't think she really meant it. I don't think she'd withhold medical tea treatment. And not really. That doesn't change the fact that she threatened you in the first place. Shota reins in the anger he feels swirling in his chest, swallowing down the growly tone. What she said, whether meaning it or not, made you honestly question whether or not you'd get help and medical attention if you got hurt. You were learning to control your quirk, a self-destructive quirk that would result in self-inflicted injuries no matter what you did. She had no right to say that to you. You said she wouldn't get in trouble, Midoriya whispers weakly, hand trembling under Shota's own. The boy pulls away, and Shota follows suit, intent to keep the boy comfortable. She's not, Shota promises. It's illogical to punish one Recovery Girl for another's screw-up. Just like we won't punish you for the shit Deku's done. That doesn't mean I'm not upset about this, Midoriya. That's not right. It's appalling, kid. Tell me that your Aizawa knows about what she said to you. Tell me you told him that someone said something to her. She can't just say something like that, not to students who are learning. The boy's silence is all the answer Shota needs. He slumps back in the chair like all the energy has suddenly been sapped out of his body, bringing his hand up to his face to rub at dry eyes. At least tell me All Might said something? He was in the room with you, right? More ringing silence. I don't blame her, the boy offers instead after a long second. She was right. I needed to find a way to keep fighting that wouldn't hurt my arms, they couldn't take any more damage, and she was right. There will be a point when even heal won't help me. She was giving me a hard truth. One I needed. But you are scared to go to the infirmary even if you have an injury that needs proper treatment because of what she said to you, Shota reads between the lines, already knowing the words to be true. Midoriya still looks away from him guiltily, like he'd been caught. It's likely Midoriya would have done exactly that today if Shota hadn't have stepped in. How many times since she'd said that have you not gotten medical attention when you needed it? He asks softly, how many times have you patched yourself up because you were scared to see her? Does that not seem wrong to you, kid? Midoriya keeps staring the other direction at the wall, chewing hard on his lip. Whether she meant to or not, what she said negatively affected the way you regard her as a hero and as the school's nurse. It made you question her dependability when it comes to your injuries. Shota is staring up at the ceiling now, head thrown back. He doesn't look down, even when he feels the student's gaze crawl back towards him. She scared you, threatened you with something she had no right to withhold as this school's only nurse. He sees Midoriya open his mouth, probably to defend the woman. Another theme Shota's noticed, the kid genuinely defending people who've harmed him. He beats the kid to speaking, not finished yet, and I believe she didn't mean anything by it, and I don't doubt what she told you was truthful. There is a limit to her quirk, but saying she wouldn't heal you anymore? That's not okay. Recovery girl has a duty of care. That's not something she can just say, no matter how upset she is. Shota does look down now, seeing the kid wilt as he stares down at his own lap. He'd pushed himself up at some point, now reclined back against the pillow and the wall, sitting with his legs crossed. His hands are tucked in the gap between his legs, bandaged hands settled delicately over the other. Is what she said really so bad? Midoriya finally asks, voice soft and thoughtful. I think it is, Shota tells him honestly. There are better ways to explain something like quirk dependability to a first year. I get that she was upset that you'd gotten hurt to the point of needing surgery after the festival, but she shouldn't have said anything of the sort, especially not while you were still recovering from surgery. It's different for me though, sensei, the boy mutters quietly as he glares down at his lap. How so? Shota narrows his eyes in challenge. If you mean because you got your quirk so late, that shouldn't affect anything here. You would have been just as injured as a child if you'd manifested it when you were younger. You can't control a quirk you just got, that's simply not how it works. Recovery girl has been a nurse at the school for over 40 years, she knows that. If I'd gotten my quirk as a child, it would have blown my limbs off, Midoriya tells him drily before tensing up. At least, that's what the doctors said would happen when it didn't manifest when I was little. Because it's, are really powerful and my body couldn't, handle it. There's something about that DLVI that tells Shota the kid's not being completely honest. Still, he can't pry now, not into the kid's quirk. That's been the one thing Shota hasn't pushed on. Just from what the kid has let slip, Shota can tell he doesn't like mentioning his quirk, and he doesn't want to do anything that could break the kid's trust. Plus, this isn't technically his student, not in this reality at least. He also has a gut feeling that this has something to do with All Might. He's been appearing a lot in this. In Midoriya's world. It seems wherever the teenager is, the number one pro isn't far behind. It's actually fairly similar to Yagi and another student in this reality. A sharp inhale of breath draws in Shota's attention. He jerks his attention from his thoughts and onto the kid. The boy is rubbing the heel of his palm against his temple, eyes squeezed shut as if in pain. Wait, what just happened? What's wrong, problem child? Shota asks quietly, leaning closer. He sets a grounding hand on the kid's knee, watching as Midoriya's expression pinches with pain. Shota can feel the tension on the kid's body just from the light pressure on his knee. His entire body is taut. You okay? What hurts? I don't know, the kid whispers without opening his eyes. It's a really weird headache, but, it's only in one spot. It really hurts like sharp pain. Feels like something's wrong, but I don't know what. I don't know. Is it familiar at all? Shota questions cautiously, did it happen when you got here? The headache? Maybe you're finally going back to your reality. No, Midoriya blows out through his teeth, squinting one eye open. It's never happened before, so I don't think so. Okay, it's easing a little. That was weird. And you don't know what caused it? Shota asks slowly, debating whether he should call for recovery girl. He doesn't know how much help she would be though. She doesn't know any more about reality hoping than the rest of them. You did have that migraine when you first got here, was it similar to that? Not really, the teen shrugs, finally opening his eyes and letting his hand fall back into his lap. I've never felt anything like that. But I've also never come to another reality before. Maybe it's normal? Maybe, Shota offers unsurely, nose scrunching up. There's just so many unknowns here, anything could be happening to Midoria. They don't know what effects this could have on his mind or body. He's essentially in a place he doesn't belong. You okay now? Is it gone? The kid gives a slow now, blinking in confusion. Yeah, it just sorta stopped suddenly. Came on suddenly and stopped suddenly. Weird. Shota does not like this new development. A sharp pain in the kid's head that comes on suddenly and stops just as fast. That can't be good. You tell me if this happens again, alright? Yeah, the kid nods. I will, sensei. The door to the office opens, and Shota just knows that's the end of the conversation. Midoriya doesn't trust Recovery Girl and he can't blame the kid for that. Feeling rested, dearie? Shizenji asks kindly as she steps towards them. I'm sure you'd like to get out of here. Just take a couple of these nutrient gummies and I'll release you into Aizawa-kun's care. I've got an appointment coming in and it's a little sensitive. Izuku sticks close to Aizawa-sensei as he's led back to the dorms. The man's steps are quick, even as his shoulders slump. Izuku somehow manages to keep pace, even as he feels the strain of today's battles and Recovery Girl's quirk effects settling in his bones. He didn't expect to be as tired as he is. He knows the burn was pretty bad and it had taken a lot of his stamina to heal up the worst of it, but he hadn't been expecting to feel like he'd run a marathon. He's always tired after a visit with Recovery Girl, but it feels a little excessive this time around. Exhaustion that settles deep in his bones. He wants to just change into the cozy pajamas his teachers had lent him and flop face first into the comfy bed that's waiting for him in the guest room in Aizawa-sensei's apartment. His whole body aches, and his hand still feels like it's on fire despite how much better it feels compared to when he'd first arrived at the infirmary. Maybe he'll ask Sensei for more ibuprofen when they're upstairs. His head still feels fuzzy, that post-healing quirk kind of cloudy, but he hasn't felt that strange pulse of pain again. It really was the weirdest thing. He still doesn't know what that had been. It wasn't anything like the migraine that had felt like his brain was imploding, and it's like no other headache he's had in his life. He really doesn't think it has anything to do with being in another reality. But he doesn't know what else it could be. He's never had a headache come on so fast and disappear as if it hadn't even been there in the first place. A quick, pulsing sort of pain that's there and then it's just gone. He's a little worried about it, honestly. It could be nothing though. That's always a possibility, especially when it comes to him. He shouldn't get himself worked up over nothing when there's so many explanations for the random slide of pain. It's just weird having no one to really talk to about stuff like this, not his Kaken who knows about One for All, or All Might himself. He'll forever be grateful to Aizawa-sensei for all his help in this reality, and his own Aizawa-sensei who'd given him a chance even against his best judgment on the first day, but he also knows the man is clever. He thinks Aizawa-sensei would be able to piece things together if Izuku threw him even just a little bit of line, which is why Izuku needs to be careful. He hadn't needed to rely on Aizawa-sensei like he is now. He'd never gotten so close, but he'd been desperate, and he knew with his entire being that Aizawa-sensei would help him. He's always been reliable, and he really is an amazing hero. Maybe he should let his teacher in more. Could sensei help him? With One for All and techniques? If Izuku had both All Might and Aizawa-sensei in his corner, would he get better faster? Stronger faster? He really does need all the help he can get, as helpful as Gran Torino and All Might have been to him. All Might had insisted it was a secret, and that Izuku should keep it as such, but Gran Torino knew about the quirk without wielding it. He'd known Yagi-san's predecessor and had helped All Might greatly with the quirk after his master had died. Other people can know. It's not like he wants to tell everyone. Izuku knows he'll be able to help. If he can help him here in a world where Izuku is an enemy, he can help in a world where Izuku is his student. Trust isn't something that comes easily to Izuku, not with how he'd grown up. Being kind and forgiving has nothing to do with trust. He trusts so very few people in his life, and Sensei is one of them. Sensei has been one of them for a long time. You can't watch someone lay their own life on the line for yours and not trust them. Besides, nothing bad has happened with Sensei knowing what he does about Izuku now, about Izuku being a late bloomer and about the suppressed fear he'd been harboring of the infirmary. He knows about Kaken, and had even given the other boy consequences for his actions. He'd kept Izuku safe the entire time he'd been here and offered comfort when Izuku needed it, and he'd been so amazing considering everything. Izuku was a villain here, and Aizawa-sensei was still putting trust into him, keeping him safe, teaching him and letting him be a part of his class even though Izuku isn't a member of 1A here. Sensei had just accepted him so easily, and he hadn't even made it weird. He wonders if his own Aizawa-sense would be as accepting if another Midoria Izuku wound up in their reality, then decides that, yeah, he totally would. You okay, problem child? Izuku startles, jerking his attention up to where Sensei is stood on the steps outside of Heights Alliance. Izuku had stopped moving at the bottom of the step, lagging brain clearly not up to par with both thinking and walking up steps at the same time. He feels heat settle in his cheeks. I'm fine. Izuku clears his throat. Just thinking. The man studies him thoughtfully. How's your head? Good, I mean fine. Izuku has never wanted more to facepalm for being awkward more than he does now. Why did he have to be like this when his sensei is studying him? Why is that always the way? It's fine, no pain or anything. Or no weird pain. In my head, because, my hand still really hurts. But you did say how's your head, so, good. His sensei blinks twice before his expression softens. He gives a huff that sounds suspiciously like an exhale of laughter. I think you should probably lie down for a bit. Yeah, Izuku agrees sheepishly, cheeks flushed in embarrassment. I'm really tired. I can tell. The man gestures Izuku up the steps. It's been a long day. The teen quickly catches up with a tired nod, relaxing as Aizawa-sensei's hand settles between his shoulder blades and guides him along like the man doesn't trust him to keep himself upright. Izuku doesn't blame him. They step through the doors together, and Izuku stumbles over slipping off his shoes. Sensei kicks off his own boots as well, waiting for Izuku to finish up arranging his footwear against the wall with the rest of the students. The familiarity of it is like a breath of fresh air. It looks right, even if it isn't really right. Not exactly. Midoriya. Izuku startles a second time, turning to where some of the students are sitting in the common area. It's Kaminari who calls out to him, grinning widely from where he's taking up one of the couches with Kaken, Kirishima, Ashido, Siro, and Jairu. The other couch holds Uraraka, Azui, and Hagakure. Hey man, Kaminari pushes himself up, bouncing towards where Izuku had frozen at Aizawa-sensei's side. We've been waiting for you to get back. You were with RG for ages. That must have been an awful injury. I mean, it looked pretty bad, and Todoroki's fire was, like, completely unexpected. Caught everyone off guard. Yeah. Ashido agrees, and your whole hand's wrapped too. You okay, Midoriya? Why, Izuku clears his throat, glancing sheepishly back at the straight-faced teacher. Yes, I am. Recovery girl healed. The worst of it. Just wrapped to keep it clean, you know? I'm sorry again. Todoroki's voice startles Izuku a third time, and he really thinks the exhaustion is clouding his spatial awareness. He hadn't even noticed anyone in the kitchen. Izuku turns to the direction of his friend's voice, noticing Todoroki and Shinso in the kitchen. No, don't worry about it. Seriously, I was hoping you'd use your fire today anyways. If anything, it was my fault for not reading your body language. I probably could have avoided your attack if I was paying more attention. It was an accident, Aizawa-sensei corrects easily, stuffing his hands into his pockets. It was no one's fault. Injuries happen in physical combat, hence the need for a school nurse. All right. Izuku agrees hurriedly. Really, Todoroki-kun, no hard feelings. I know it was an accident, and I wouldn't blame you for an accident either way. Besides, it was a really good fight. I'm surprised how well you used your fire after so long. Yeah, me too. Uraraka chimes. It was so cool, Todoroki-kun. It's amazing that you're the only one who was able to beat Midoriya-kun today. All the fights were so fun to watch. I trained exclusively with my fire as a child. The dual-eyed teen informs Drilly as he moves to stand beside the couch, not adding anything more. Izuku doesn't need to hear any more to know what he's really saying. I still need more practice. I think we all do, Shinso mutters from the doorway. Midoriya kicked all of our buttes one after the next. I think there's something we can all improve in. I need to work on hand-to-hand. If he can break out of my quirk, who's to say others can't? If they do, I'm just a sitting duck, even with the capture weapon. Yeah, Kirishima nods, hardening up as if to add emphasis. Even with my quirk, Midoriya was able to get me out too. He's crazy strong. My ribs are still a little sore from that manly punch. It was good practice though. Villains will be strong too, and I can't just stand around using hardening and expect to win. Yep, Ishido agrees sullenly. We all have things to work on. Midoriya really pointed out our weaknesses, huh? I'm with Shinso. I totally need to work on combat. More room to improve though. Izuku feels his cheeks heat up as most of the students look towards him. He shuffles awkwardly. I just know how you guys are where I'm from. I know how to counter your quirks and attacks from fighting them. My 1A class. I was only able to spot the weaknesses because you're all slightly different in my class. I'm not really sure how, but I know you can all catch up. Is that a nice way to say he thinks we SCK compared to his class? Hagakure teases. No. Izuku feels his soul leave his body as a couple of the students snicker. Really, it was just an observation. I'd never. It's probably you, nerd, Kaken scoffs, cutting Izuku's panicked attempt of digging himself out of the hole he'd found himself in off before they can really start, ignoring the invisible girl's input. What else is different between our realities? Plus, even after just one class with you, you've pointed out that we're all useless against you. Your classmates are stronger than we are and we're the same people. Use your head, nerd. I never said anyone was useless, Kaken. Izuku's heart is absolutely racing. He'd never meant to offend them at all. Had they taken it that way? You're putting words into my mouth. There are differences, but that doesn't mean you're lesser to my class 1A in any way. We all need to keep practicing if we want to be great heroes. Hey, Kaminari pouts. He's right, man. We're so not useless, Bakugo. Midoriya's just super strong. And we get you, Mido, we're just playing. No one took offense, honestly, you helped us out here. Says the one who took himself out 30 seconds into his match. Kaken drawls with a huff. And I said we're all, as in everyone, meaning me as well. Not just you guys, dunce face. I know there's shit I need to work on if he, Kaken gestures to Izuku with narrowed eyes, can beat me. Hey! Kaminari makes a wounded sound, drawing the word out dramatically. You're so mean, Bakugo. I miscalculated, alright? Math isn't my subject. Besides, you guys are all lucky, I didn't even really get to fight him. Bakugo's right. It would have been so cool. You've got a seriously crazy quirk, man, but can it hold up against electricity? Not well, Izuku admits sheepishly. You all can give me a run for my money in my class. I just know you're all capable of amazing things. So, please keep working hard. You're so nice, Karo, Azui mutters, still looking uncertain. Izuku pauses, glancing over as uncertainty fills his own chest. Thank you. The frog-quirked girl frowns thoughtfully. I saw you during the USJ attack. I saw your face with Shigaraki and those other villains. It wasn't nice. I saw what he and Shigaraki did to Sensei. I wasn't sure about you before, you look just like him, but you're nice. You're really a hero? I'm trying to be, Izuku assures with a tiny smile, just like you guys. I really don't know why Deku is what he is here. I always wanted to be a hero, even when my quirk never came in. I can't imagine anything that would have stopped me. But something did stop him. I'm sorry I don't know more. Nah, Kirishima waves Izuku off with a grin, don't worry about it. You've only been here for a couple days, right? Not really your problem to solve anyways. You don't even have a Deku problem in your world, right? I think I am the Deku problem over there. Izuku snorts a laugh. ignoring the flurry of happy as his classmates offer light laughs and smiles. I'm just chaotic good instead of chaotic evil. That sounds about right, Sensei huffs under his breath. Izuku isn't sure the rest of the class hears him, but it does have his lips twitching up in amusement. Hey, so if you're really a hero over where you're from, Izuku looks over to where Uraraka's ping her head in interest. What's your hero name, Midoria? Oh, Izuku gives a nervous laugh, rubbing the back of his neck with his uninjured hand. You guys aren't gonna like it very much. It's actually Deku as well. It better fucking not be. Izuku blinks in Kaken's direction, surprised by the glare being shot in his direction. You'd better be playing right now, Izuku. If you made your FNG hero name Deku, I'm going to actually punch you. Bakugo! Kirishima hisses, grabbing a fistful of Kaken's sweatshirt sleeve. Stop being so mean. Sensei is right behind him, and you're already on house arrest. I don't care. He should stop being a fucking idiot if he wants me to stop being mean, the blonde roars. You made your hero name useless? What the F dash, Izuku? It's bad enough the you of this reality chose that for his villain name some villain origin story or some other stupid bullshit. Don't tell me you honestly named yourself Deku as a hero. Hang on, Shinso chimes in from the doorway. What does Deku even mean? At this, Kaken bites the inside of his cheek, pointedly looking away from everyone, especially Izuku. The green-haired teen watches him in confusion until it hits him that Kaken is ashamed. He's guilty of coming up with the name. Izuku had never thought Kaken might regret giving him the nickname. It had never even crossed his mind since his Kaken hardly even talks to him. It was just a childhood nickname, Izuku offers quietly, half aware of the teacher watching them from just behind him. There's no doubt Sensei isn't taking this entire conversation in and picking it apart. Stop defending me, Kaken snarls, and Izuku stumbles back slightly in surprise. He bumps into Aizawa-sensei but doesn't dare look away from his childhood friend. Kaken leans forward so he can address the whole room, drawing in everyone's attention. I gave him the shitty nickname because I was an a-hole when we were little. You can read the last part of the kanji in the name Izuku as Deku, Kaken says loudly, but not like he had when they were kids. There's no malice or mocking lilt to his words. It's simply an explanation. One Izuku doesn't understand why Kaken's offering because he wouldn't have told the students the origin of the name. His own class doesn't even know where Deku came from. Not really. The ashen-haired teen pauses before looking down at his lap. It doesn't technically have a meaning, it was just a nickname. Until I gave it a meaning. A helpless loser who's completely useless. It's not a nickname, it's a taunt. It's not a nice name, so I don't know why you'd make it a hero name. Bakugo, Uraraka frowns, that's horrible. I know, Kaken sneers, even as he slumps into the couch cushions. You don't have to fucking tell me. I was an a-hole, I am an a-hole. You've all got shitty nicknames, remember? He was just the first and it happened to stick. Apparently too well if you're going by Deku as a hero, you idiot. I thought you only called us by those weird names because you didn't remember our actual names. Shinso snorts from where he stood in the area between the kitchen and the living room area. Kaken swirls around in his seat to shoot the tired teen a dark scowl. I didn't know you remembered all that, Izuku frowns. What you said back then, I mean. We were very young. I knew you'd remember the nickname, of course, but... Wow, that's almost exactly word for word, Kaken. Course I remember, the teen huffs without looking over. I haven't stopped thinking about it since we found your shitty sneakers. I haven't stopped thinking about any of it. Listen, I can't say I never meant it because I did. I was a little BS and I know I meant to hurt you, but I am sorry. You didn't deserve it, any of it. The students look confused at Kaken's words, but after their talk that first day Izuku had met this Kaken, he knows exactly what he's talking about. Aizawa-sensei must know too, because Izuku feels the man's hand settle on the top of his head. He's surprised by how much the hand just sat on the top of his head calms the rush of anxiety. The man doesn't say anything, but Izuku hears the silent question anyways. He's offering an excuse authority in the situation. A way out without needing to explain anything to anyone else. Izuku appreciates it, But if Kaken is comfortable enough to be having this conversation with 1A around, he is too. I know, Izuku tells his childhood friend. You were an a-hole, but I've forgiven you. Both of you, you and my Kaken. You should be held accountable for what you did to me and for everything you've said over the years, and you are, but it shouldn't affect how your friends and classmates view you. You're different now. Okay, fine nerd, Kaken narrows his eyes. But Deku? Seriously? That's really the name you're going to go pro with? I don't understand you. Why Deku? It's grown on me, Izuku smiles lightly. It's not a bad thing anymore. Not since I met you all, my class 1A at least. It's not a mean name anymore, it's the name of a hero. Everything I want to and will be. A reminder, I guess, of what I was and what I'll become if I keep working hard. I hate it, Kaken glares hard, but Izuku just smiles. I did too, he agrees with a laugh, but it also shows how much you've grown too, Kaken. The fact that you do hate it now. You gave it to me when I was quirkless and weak, but I'll make it into something strong, okay? I'm not going to call you Deku, Kaken snaps as he laces his arms over his chest tightly. Never again. It's a effed up name, and you're a DM idiot for choosing something like that as a hero name. I don't care what you fucking tell yourself to make it feel alright, I won't do it. Okay, Izuku offers another smile, this one softer. He honestly doesn't mind what Kaken calls him, so long as his tone isn't cruel. It's weird seeing Kaken so hellbent on not calling him Deku when for 10 years of his life, it's the only name the ashen-haired boy seemed to remember. His own Kaken still calls him Deku more than anything, but to be fair, it is his hero name now. Still, Deku isn't what it had been when they were children anymore, not even to Kaken. Izuku glances over to where Kaken is stewing, glaring straight ahead of him. It's nice that Kaken is different here. He thinks this reality's Midoriya's faked suicide hit his childhood friend more than he's really letting on. Taught him a gruesome lesson, one Kaken likely won't forget. Izuku has been watching the interactions this Kaken has, how he treats and talks to his peers nicer. Calmer, yet still in such a Kaken sort of way. Even how he's putting himself on the same level as them in a way that his own Kaken probably never would. Kaken really has grown up a lot here. Maybe there's still hope for his own Bakugo Katsuki back in his reality to come to a point like this. Not that Kaken is ever overly cruel anymore. Izuku still considers him a friend. Well, sort of. Kaken does know the most about him of anyone else, one for all and all might stuff included, and Izuku likes to believe the feeling is mutual between them. Alright. Izuku hears Sensei's voice as the man's hand ruffles faintly in his hair, wiggling Izuku's head lightly as he goes. That's enough excitement for one night. Midoriya needs to rest, and you all should be thinking about what you're doing for dinner. It's getting late. That's what we were doing. Shinso crosses his arms over his chest. It's Todoroki and I's turn to cook. You two just distracted us. How are we supposed to focus when Midoriya has Kaken all soft and apologetic? Everyone stops to ogle a miracle, Sensei. I'll blow your fucking butt up if you call me Kaken one more time, eyebags. Enough. Both of you, knock it off. Now, do I need to get the fire extinguisher? Aizawa-sensei retorts plainly. The two of you better not be leaving the stovetop on without watching it. I don't care what's going on around you, we've all seen the dangers of fire. Izuku can't help but feel like that's directed at him. It's cold soba, Todoroki offers as he moves to join Shinso in the kitchen again. Leaning over to look at the giant pot simmering on the stovetop. We're only boiling water to cook the noodles. I doubt it'll burn or catch on fire. Will you and Midoriya be joining us, Sensei? No, Aizawa-sensei shakes his head, tucking one hand into his pocket while the other, that had been on Izuku's head, drops to the teen's shoulder. We'll be alright, thanks. You students take care of yourselves and enjoy your dinner. I'll be upstairs if you need me, but no visits tonight unless you need me. Midoriya should rest after his time with Recovery Girl, you'll see him tomorrow. Got it? The students in the room repeat a low, almost monotone, got it. Back to Aizawa since Izuku hears the amused inhale from the man behind him. Good, Sensei says with a bored tone as he leads Izuku towards the elevator. Let's go, problem child. Remember, I'll be back down for curfew patrol as usual. Please be in your rooms by 10. Izuku hears more murmurs in response to Aizawa-sensei even as he's guided into the waiting elevator. The doors shut behind them and Izuku slumps his shoulder in a mix of relief and exhaustion now that he doesn't need to be peppy and cheerful for 1A. He's trying hard to be the exact opposite of what they know Deku to be. He doesn't mind letting the act fall with Sensei, he's comfortable with the man. Besides, Sensei had seen him crumpled over at his dining table with a migraine, and also when he'd been chained to a police interrogation table bawling his eyes out. He's seen Izuku in worse positions than exhausted. They can be a lot, Sensei mutters quietly, yet hinting towards fondness. I'm sure your class is no different though. I'm sorry that you're the subject of their interest instead of a part of it. That must be hard for you. They're starting to differentiate you and Deku, that's good. I'm sure even when you return to your reality, these students won't forget what you're doing for them. I'm just trying to be their friend. Izuku looks towards the man with tired eyes. I want them to be the best they can no matter where they are. And I want to be their friend here too. I'm not sure if that's selfish though. I'm not a part of this, these aren't my friends. Not really. It's human, Sensei tells him patiently. You're in a tough position, and even if they're not exactly who you know, they are the exact same people. There's nothing selfish about wanting the people you view as your close friends to look at you in the same regard. There's nothing wrong with seeking comfort in familiarity. Izuku doesn't know how Sensei knows exactly what to say to make things feel okay. His own Sensei has the talent of being able to say exactly what they need to hear as well. It must be a universal Aizawa Sensei trait. The elevator dings, and Izuku finds himself being ushered towards the apartment door. Sensei pauses just to unlock the apartment door before continuing to usher Izuku in. Hizashi is grabbing sushi for dinner tonight on his way home from the radio station, so I hope you're not allergic. Izuku shakes his head in response. But he'll be home any time now. Why don't you go get changed out of your gym clothes? If you want to shower, we can wrap your hand in a plastic bag so the bandages don't get wet. You'll still need to be careful though. I'm too tired to shower, Izuku yawns, dragging his uninjured fingers through his curls. It's not really greasy, just a little dirty from those battles. And he thinks if anything, he probably smells like sterile, which is a little uncomfortable but not the worst. I've been looking forward to pajamas though. And going to sleep. I'm drained. The man scrunches his nose up. Try not to fall asleep until you've eaten something. Especially after spending the afternoon with Recovery Girl in the infirmary, you'll need nutrients. Would you like something now so you can go to sleep? I can wait, Izuku decides with a light smile. I like sushi. Sensei offers his own light smile. If you're sure, problem child. Izuku gives a nod, shuffling towards where he knows the guest room to be. He pauses in the doorway, turning back to his teacher. Sensei? Aizawa-sensei pauses as well where he'd been on his way into the kitchen. The man turns towards Izuku, ping an eyebrow in silent question. I was wondering if there was anything I could take for my hand? What Recovery Girl gave me is starting to wear off and it sorta hurts. And by sorta, you really mean that it hurts bad enough for you to actually ask for something to help with the pain? The man snorts as he lets a tiny, crooked, almost knowing smile curl onto his lips. Of course, problem child. We've got more ibuprofen somewhere around here. Why don't you go get changed while I find it? Thank you, Sensei. Izuku breathes out, bowing his head gratefully. You're welcome.